What is up? You already know what it is. Custom OG, and we're back with another live stream, another nighttime stream. You know the rules. You know what time it is. So let's get into this.
Like everybody else, I come to do nothing. Find my bunk assignment, boom, I go to my bunk. I don't have anything when I get there. You have to wait for the property to class. So a little bit of time goes by that day, and I'm sitting in this chair. The way it's set up is there's just a giant warehouse full of bunk beds. There's a bathroom area, there's a microwave area, there's an area for phones, there's a washer and dryer. It's a giant warehouse that houses me. That's what it is. Now, this isn't a place like I'm used to be. This isn't Max Customs. These aren't sales. Like I said, this is a dorm. This is a level 2. There are guys that are leaving out of here to go to work every day. Where they do that? I ain't never done nothing like this before. But I'm not here for a long time. I'm here just to do my time. So we fast forward to that evening.
Custom OG, and we're back.
Ain't much gambling when the Olympics were playing at the time. And I'm just freezing the faces in there. And I come across one that looks very, very familiar. But I can't pinpoint it. Now, I'm really good with names. I'm really good with faces. I have a crazy memory. That is the gift and the curse sometimes. So if I've seen you before, I don't care if it's one time, and we fast forward 20 years and I see you, I'm going to know that I've seen you before. And I'm looking at faces, some of these faces I've seen before, and I see one face in particular. And it's taken me a minute to try to figure out where I know this dude from. I know that face. And I can tell by looking at him that it's not a good thing. It's not somebody that I kicked it with. Just by looking at him, he's not somebody I would kick it with. That white dude, 300 plus pounds. I'm looking at him like, where do I know this dude from? He's got a beard. He's got long hair. I know you, boy. Let's try to remove the beard. Let's vision what he looks like without the beard. I'm not seeing him. Gets up and he walks by. He's got this scar inside his head. A big ass scar inside his head. I place him. That's Charlie. Ace did that to him. Ace took him in the cell after that visitation room that day, and damn near took him up out of here. The last time I saw Charlie, he was on a gurney. And as he's walking by, I'm looking at him, and now my light bulb was went off, and I placed him. I instantly get irritated. I instantly get disgusted. I forgot what it was like to have to be around these type of men. I put myself in a situation. I'm back in prison. I've got to deal with it. Here I am. He's going to be around, but he ain't going to be around me. You're not going to talk to me. You're not going to sit at the table with me. You can't get nothing behind me. You can't borrow nothing from me. Do not speak with respect with you. I know some of the dudes in this pocket from my previous bids, from receiving. There's 2 dudes in there from the jail. I know some of these guys. So I just keep looking at him. He walks off. He goes up to the front. I get up. I walk to the edge of the bed. And I lean on the rack. And I'm looking. I want to make sure I know who that is. And I asked the dude beside me. I said, yo, who's that? I said, I don't know, man. He just came in yesterday. I said, you don't know his name? I don't know his name. It's all right. I'm sitting there and I'm watching. He's sitting on his bunk and he's reading his book. At this point now, I'm months from going home. Yeah. That's Charlie. My homeboy Kane sleeps 2 bunks over from me. Kane walks by. I said, Kane, come here, Kane. Kane comes over. I said, what's dude's name, man? He said, I don't know, like Chuck, Charlie, something with a C. I said, his name's Charlie. Yeah, why, what's up with him? He's a Mo. He's a Mo. All the way Mo. Serious offender. One of the worst types. Nasty individual. Did time with the pants. Dude almost took him up out of here because he was scaring at his kids in the visitation room. No, we can't have none of that back here. Can't have him over there sleep beside me. We have to pay rent. Now look, my views in life have changed a whole lot as I've got. I used to extort that as offenders. I used to make them pay rent. I give them a list every single week, and they're gonna have that what it's gonna do repercussions. And they would pay. As I've gotten older, I don't want your money. I don't want you in here around me. I don't feel like you should be able to live in here. I don't feel like you should be able to use the phone, the microwave. I don't feel like you should even be able to breathe in here. But that's not my call. But I'm not going to play no part in helping you do anything. Kane is plugged in. Everybody here knows Kane. Everybody here respects Kane. He said, say word. I said, word. I said, matter of fact, Ask the man his name. Call you people haven't won his name. Google his name. Kane's like, oh yeah, I got to have that. Got to have all that. Like, yeah, I need that. I don't know if you got no money or whatnot. Like I said, we ain't been to the store yet. Whatever he gets, I got to have. Following week rolls around, we go to commissary. All he is over commissary. He's got a big dumbass bag that would have never flown at Greensville. At Greensville, he ain't going to give it $25, $30 worth of stuff. Because that big bag, he's already a target, but that big bag is going to make him an extra big target. Everybody's looking at him. You got dudes in here that don't get no help from the streets, that don't get no money from the streets, that don't go to commissary, and now you got the mo walking by with $200 bag. Yeah, all right. I come back, filling my locker up. It's a good feeling. My bags of coffee in there. I line my soups, my little sweets, my condiments, my cosmetics, getting everything lined up, right? I look over and Charlie's got dudes standing there cleaning his bed. Kane and two other dudes. I continue to put my stuff in my locker. He ain't nosy as hell, and I'm watching. They got their bags up. And they're not asking, they're telling me, hey, put that in this bag. And I don't know if he said no, I don't know if he gave them a crazy look or what happened. But as they're standing there with their bags out, Kane is tall. Kane is he's a young boy, 19, 20 years old, can ball his ass off. But Kane ain't got no understanding this for nothing. As they're talking, he says something that irritates them. And I watch Kane just reach out. One good time. His head goes sideways, switches his beard over, leans his head back up, reaches in his bag and starts putting stuff they asked for. Here. $200 bag. Charlie keeps 20. They took 180. They rolled out. Finished doing what I'm gonna do. I go over to my other homeboys, cut out, bought a couple things from them, pay back what I owe it. Oh, and you know it, throw it. You know what I mean? Go over, break my homeboy off a little bit bullshit. I was him talking. He's like, oh, they smack this shit. I said, I know. I told you, do this alone. It's a loud ass bird. There's gonna be somebody in my comment section that knows what that is. Now I got what you know. Now this go around when we go into prison, things are way different than the last time I was here. They had just started bringing in the players. It's a tavern. The first ones I seen, like I just seen it right when I was leaving, it was small, it's a little square. This time around they got the JP6s. This is a big ass tavern that they give to you. You don't have to buy it. Some people ain't got.
What's up, Vaughn? What's up, DB?
When you leave, it stays with the prison. Now with this tablet, there's a lot of things you can do.
You're gay, fucking Vaughn. Shut up,
You
fool.
can download music.
I tried to stay live, but you don't want to join, and you left, and everybody left. So what the fuck am I supposed to do, bitch? End the stream, motherfucker. That's what I do. Motherfucker, do another one tomorrow.
If you do not plug this into there, your tablet is just, that's it. It ain't got no Wi-Fi. Ain't nothing coming through to it. You gotta sync in order to see who might have messaged you. But I go up there and I sync my tablet. I'm downloading music, big into the music. So I'm checking new releases. I don't want the whole album. I'll take that song. Or you know what album I do want? As long as you got money in the account, boom. I start downloading stuff. Haven't thought much more about Charlie. Going on about my business. Charlie's a nasty human being. Watch porn. When I hear somebody behind me, and who got the kiosk after you, but it's a very timid voice. It's a low voice. Now as I'm downloading, I've got the phone. In order for you to listen to the songs, there's actual phone in there. You get the phone up, and you can preview the music before you buy it. So I'm previewing songs, I add that to download, add that to download, spend a little bit of money up there. Got the phone in my ear, you can clearly see I'm busy, and somebody goes, hey, who got the kiosk after you? I don't pay it no mind. You're doing something, you're being rude, disrespectful, you interrupt. I continue doing what I'm doing. Hey, can I get the kiosk after you? And I turn around and I say, yeah, you got it. And it's Charlie standing. I don't know if Charlie had recognized me. I have aged a whole bunch since then. Back then we had to, you couldn't grow a beard in Virginia Department of Corrections. They made you shave your facial hair off. So I was babyface Nelson like everybody else. Now I've got the beard, now I'm bald, a whole bunch of different tattoos I didn't have, even though I was heavily tattooed back then. And I turn around and he's standing there. He said, who got the kiosk after you? And I don't even say anything. I just go back to listen to music. And I hit the button. He's on my right side. He steps on my left where he's kind of in my view. And he goes, hey, anybody got that? And I lay the phone down. I stand up. I said, fuck away from me. Don't ever ask me for nothing. You don't got the kiosk. Just draws attention. There's bunks right there. Patrol booth officer, dudes up front. There's guys everywhere watching.
What up, Charles
Snap out.
Reeves?
I act right when I do these videos because YouTube loves to demonetize me. But I stand up and I snap over him. Or he backs up, embarrassed, and walks off. Wrong with you. Did nothing for me. Don't you ever ask me for nothing. Now you would think that would stick in his head and he'd never come around me again, right? Mind you, he's been doing right. I can tell you things that will turn your stomach that I never had to do no range. But once again, PG-13, use your imagination. Some of the dudes are like the big sloppy body boys. He stands off to the side. He's gonna wait till I finish on the kiosk and then go use the kiosk. When did they start letting these dudes use stuff in here? That's a no-no. We don't let y'all use nothing. So rather than just hang it up and let y'all go use it, I yell out to different dudes I know. Hey, see, you need the kiosk. No, I'm good. Now you said you need the kiosk. They actually just leave it hanging. He catches on real quick. He looks up there. Yeah, you actually just leave it hanging. I'll be up there in a little bit for him. So now he just standing there looking stupid. Can't check his messages. Can't do nothing. Their phone is hanging. Pick their phone if you want to. Just disrespect the man that's supposed to be next. In front of everybody. You play a game. You can't get on the kiosk. I get to talking to Black. Black lives 2 blocks over the phone. He'd hop down sometimes and pull up a chair, right? And he's from Richmond. Good dude. I get to talk to him. I said, man, how long you been in here, Black? Shit, about 2.5 years. I said, this how things going. Prison that changed. Like, I said, brother, Mo came up behind me early trying to get on the kiosk. Y'all be letting Mo use the kiosk or the Mo use the phone. He said, well, he just got in here right before you. Don't even worry about that. We about to put him on the payroll. Put him on the payroll, meaning they about to get in his pockets. So I go use the phone one day. And this dude is walking down the line. There's 4 phones. And he's asking, who's got the phone after you? Now these other dudes ain't really paying no attention. That's the blood phone. Don't nobody use this phone but the blood. So I goes in there. So he goes to the next phone. Nah, this is, and I'm on the Richmond phone. He goes to the next phone. Nah, this is the crib phone. Can't get on the crib phone. Can't never get on. It's only for the cribs. Don't nobody use this phone in the cribs. Now you got a phone that is kind of like, I don't want to say it's anybody's phone, but if anybody's going to get on the phone that's not affiliated or not from Richmond, that's going to be the phone. But there's still somebody that runs that phone line. And then you got the Richmond phone, which is the phone that I'm on. This dude comes up again. Maybe he didn't understand me the first time. Maybe I didn't make myself clear. What have I told you? Less is not learned in blood or soon forgotten, right? You can tell somebody something 100 times, they won't fully hear you. They'll still do the same dumb shit over and over and over, even after you told them not to. The first time you put a little bit of blood in their mouth, all of a sudden they seem to understand. Now they speak in English, right? I'm on the phone. I'm talking to my wife. My wife is a God-fearing woman. Very religious. Like she's as bad as they come. And you wouldn't think by looking at her, she's very religious, right? Strong beliefs. I'm talking to my wife and he's like, hey, till I get the phone out of you. We just had this kiosk routine. You must have a death wish. Are you looking to get beat up and something out of here? You just trying to jam me? Or do you think it's all talk? I'm talking to my wife, and she hears it. I do this because I see him coming down the line, trying to get in line with the phone. I tell my wife, hold it. I stand up, check him, push him as hard as I can. He stumbles back. He looks at me. I said, don't ever you talk to me again, man. You can't never get nothing. Charlie, if you ever speak to me again, and I'll say a whole bunch of bad things. I grab him by his face, I push him out the aisle. Now everybody's watching. This is the second time I've had to flip out with this dude, except this time I put hands on him. I sit back down, I pick the phone up, my wife overheard everything. What are you doing? What was that about? You right? And when I dropped the phone smacked the wall. So it's making this tapping noise as it swung to hit the wall. And I tell her, I said, the phone just came up and tried to get on the phone. You know, my wife tells me, Jay, it ain't your place to judge him. That's God's place. I said, no, we're not going to do this. I said, I feel like I'm not defending nobody, Jay. I've already ran down to the kiosk situation, and she said, Jay, I'm not defending nobody. But he's doing his time just like you. It's God's place to judge him, not yours. You don't get the right to judge him. I said, we're going to agree to disagree all the way. Because just like I told y'all before, this ain't heaven, this ain't church, and it is very judgmental. And I'm going to judge him every single day based off what he did. And any chance I get, I'm side. So me and her had so back and forth, Jacob. Putting your hands on people. You promised me, you got to get home, you got kids, you're a grown man. Let somebody else do that. It ain't your place. Somebody else is going to be there handling it. But you don't do that, Jacob. It's not your place to judge them, man. By now, he understands. People just watch me palm his face, smack him like, I don't want to say too much. He peels off and walks towards the back. I look towards the back. You got back there, you got back there. It's a group of dudes. He's walking towards the bump and they go, come in. Now, off in this corner, there's no cameras. It's a blind spot. And you can see he don't want to go back there. He knows what these dudes are about. These dudes are actively escorting other dudes in the bar. Come in. And he comes back in, they lean up against the wall and just talking. I guess by now they finished up my phone call. My 20 minutes is up. I pass the phone off to my homeboy Shug. Boom, I go to the bathroom, sit in my chair, and I'm listening to this whole conversation. This unwinds about 15, 20 feet from where I'm sitting. Now I pull my chair out to the middle of the cut because I like to go back there and beat Charlie up is what I really want to do. But once again, I got to get home to my family. So I'm sitting there watching this whole thing unfold. They got him up against the wall. They talking to him. They're like, wait, no. He's drawn, step out the way the camera. And he steps out the way the camera. And when he does, smacks the shit out. I'm not going to say his name. Both of hands smacks him. One of them, oh my goodness. Like, you ever see somebody punch one of the machines and the numbers pop up and how hard you get hit? That's a slap you get. The slap machine. Fah! Rocks it, sits against the wall, he throws his arm up, starts trying to block. Yeah, hey, put your arm down. Put your arm down. He's drawing. Put his arm down. Hey, you good? You good? Look, that's just to let you know shit's real. Good, we will hit you no more. And he's already been robbed. I snapped on him on the kiosk situation. Put my hands on him behind the phone. Now they got him back there up against the wall. Goes on to tell him, get on the phone. I'll put you in the phone line. We want this much money every single week. Matter of fact, we're going to break you off the list. And every single week, you're going to bring us that list. That list is going to get you one phone call a day or one visit to the kiosk. And if you got a problem with it, we'll just take everything you got, and you will never get on the phone. You will never get on the kiosk. He agreed. And we fast forward a little bit again. The other dudes that was taking the stuff, they're no longer doing it. They all got his bag, and all of them get his bag. They actually gave them a list. This I'm talking $150, $160 list. We don't care, you better have the money. Somehow or another, you better figure out how to get the money. Go to the commissary, and you don't come back with that stuff. You can't come in here, you gotta check in to go to the hole, you pack you up, get you up out of here, because you're not gonna live around this without paying rent, Charlie. There was a lot more that happened. Once again, I had to cut a lot out of these videos, like different assaults I've seen, other things I've seen. Happened to Charlie that I've seen, I have to take out just because of how YouTube acts with these videos. I'm now coming up on a week from going up. Charlie has been in there, but he exists. He does this thing. I gotta share this with y'all. He did this weird thing that I watched another dude just like him named David Binkley. That piece of human garbage. He used to write these little numbers, like, and they would be so tiny you could barely see them. And he would fill up sheets of paper. It was like some type of code or a game. I don't know what it was. But he was another one of these dudes that the only other person I'd ever seen do this was David Binkley. He would sit up there and he would write these pieces of paper down. He would write these numbers down all day long, right? Well, it's late night. I'm talking the phones, I think, at this point, are like Saturdays, stay until like 1:30. There's 2 of their phones open. Dudes are going to sleep. Dudes are laid down. So he's sitting up there, he's scribbling on his little piece of paper, and he's writing his numbers down. Black's going to sleep. He's back there chilling with his people. Man got with a couple months left, he's laid on his bunk, he's asleep. Charlie's looking at the phone. There's 3 phones that aren't being used, and one dude swipes on one of the phones talking. The other 3 are not occupied, and they're not hitting, which means they're free to use. Now, I've got a TV at the time, but I want to sit up front. Why do I want to sit in the back? There's really nobody up front at the time, so I can go kick back, put my feet up, watch the big TV that's hanging from the ceiling. I sit up there and I'm watching, and I peep this dude sitting at this table. Keeps looking at these phones. Keeps looking at these phones. He's going to try to call somebody late night. But all 3 of these phones are phones he ain't allowed to touch. The one phone he can touch, somebody's own. That's the one he pays rent for. That's the one he gets to use once a day, and he's already used his one. Now, none of the three phones he wants to go get on with good option. Blood phone, drip phone, Richmond phone. All three of them get your head smashed if you call on that phone, and you're not supposed to be on that phone. Even if that phone's not being occupied, that still belongs to somebody. I know it sounds crazy, but that's how it goes. He stands up and looks around. I don't know what he was looking for Mike, who he was looking for, but I guess he's looking around. And for the most part, 85-90% of the time is laid down at this point. You got a dude in the shower, and he should not to be. Charlie goes and gets on the phone. He comes out the shower. Man, the biggest shower, I swear he had like size 15, 16 shower shoes. Man, shower shoes was huge. And he had the old Reebok shower shoes. He had been a lot of, you know, the all black Reebok shower shoe. This guy comes out and he's got these huge ass shower shoes in his hands. He's got his soap dish, his towel over his shoulder, got his dirty clothes out of his bed bag. As soon as he comes out, he looks over the phone. That's like 5 minutes until the phone's cut off. Charlie's on the phone. It's from Richmond. That's the Richmond phone. You know, they goes jumps on the blood phone, and when the blood sees him on the phone, and they need to use the phone, you're not supposed to be on it. Not saying he couldn't hold his own. He could hold his own, man. His blood file was up there and would shut shit down. These are two big ass men, right? But that's the Richmond phone. He ain't got to worry about the drama that comes from other phones because he's from Richmond, and that's the Richmond phone. He looks over and Charlie's on the phone talking. He said, yo, you got to hang that up, and I got to make a phone call. I'm going to bump when I come back. I need to be on that phone. At 1 o'clock, if you're on the phone, you continue talking. At like 1:20, they're going to clap when we cut them off. But at 1 o'clock on the dot, if you have not made your phone call, that at this time, phone calls cannot be placed. He goes to his bed area, sits there, dries his feet, puts his lotion on, puts his stuff up. Looking at the clock, it's 1 o'clock. Telling Charlie, I thought I told you don't be on the phone. Oh, I'm sorry. And he hangs up the phone real quick. He sits back down the table, goes scribbling in those letters. Watch. I know what's about to happen. I'm looking at the clock, it is 1:02. Now here's the crazy part. He could have picked up on the other phones. I wouldn't nobody have said that. He's a good dude. If you're a good dude and the phone ain't being used, you can use it. But if you got bad charges, you nobody, don't touch that phone. It's just that simple. Dudes will legitimately put it there, leave it there, and wait for you to go touch it just to start trouble with you. He goes over the phone, dials the numbers. Fuck! Boom! Slams the phone on the receiver. It's like, ah! You can't get through. He's mad. Beelines to where Charlie's at. Now we had a young black chick in control with the top, big ass phone, big, wore these little round glasses with this big ass phone, light skinned chick. She loved everything about it. She didn't give two shits what happened there, as long as they had to clean up blood, call the police in there. She was good with it. She would let people fight, smoke, do little things. It was a cool shit to have her on. And come on the side of that table, and Charlie sitting there, no sooner Charlie looked up, fuck! Charlie falls over. I don't know if Charlie finally tried to get a little fight in him, or this was like the hurt animal that's going to try to fight back, whatever the case is. He reaches up and grabs Chick's leg. Like, I don't know if he was trying to hold on to his leg, kicking him. He was trying to pull Chick down. He was trying to pull, man, what he was doing. But he reaches over and grabs on his leg, steps back, reaches down, hits him again. He tries to get up, grabs him, and slings him. Right there's the shower. There's a shower curtain before he go into the shower area, and he slings him in. Charlie flies into the shower area. Now nobody can see what's about to happen, but everybody can hear. He goes on up in there, and it's a repeat of what I heard back in the day. It commences to smash Charlie out. And this would take place for a while, and it wasn't behind the phone. It wasn't behind him messing up his phone call. It was behind his charges and setting the tone and letting other guys like him know y'all don't exist in here and do what we do. And there will be some type of justice served to the men like him that end up in prison. You're not just gonna fly below the radar. Took him in that shower and worked him over. I ain't gotta get into all the specific details and breaking it down. It sounded like this. He beat the shit out that man in that shower. Charlie comes out and he's fucked up. He swept all of that shower is unforgiving. It's all straight concrete. That's nowhere to go. Everything you hit in there is gonna hurt you. Smash Charlie. Charlie finally gets up, makes his way up, shower curtain got ripped down. One little house that goes up there, his hair some bed screens, just trying to put the shower curtain back up. It's late night. They start cutting the lights off in the day room. Charlie makes his way back to his bed. I guess somebody wakes up, looks over, they sleep right next to each other, looks at them, they both watch TV, lay back with their headphones in, go back about their business. In the midst of Charlie getting beat up, they took his TV, took anything that wasn't locked, took shit from under his bed, robbed it. The following morning, they come do count 5:30, lights on, feet on the floor. You have to stand for this count. They gonna come by, they gonna look at you. They come through and there stands Charlie, face looking like hamburger meat. What happened to you? Nothing. What happened to you? Nothing. They finish count right before breakfast. Sergeant comes back in. Takes Charlie, beats him up out of it. No sooner he leaves, they pop his lock. You know what I'm talking about? They say pop a lock. There's a way to get inside those locks. They pop his lock. Take the rest of his little commissaries, cosmetics, all of they clean that man out. The guards come back in. The locker's sitting open. His max flipped up. Very obvious he's been robbed. The other inmates took all his stuff. They take a little bit of stuff he's got, and they roll out. And that would be the last time I saw Charlie. From what I heard, Charlie told me he feared for his life. He got shipped to another compound. I believe he's now at Buckingham. Good riddance. Any man out there that thinks it's okay to victimize women and children, I want you to understand, you're going to become the victim. It's going to become your life. Nobody's going to feel bad for you. You're going to get beat up for senseless little small things that don't make sense to the average person. I told y'all, he just got beat up for being on the phone. There were several other phones open. But you're not like us. And even though my wife said, it's not my place to judge, I strongly disagree. I strongly disagree. The judge handed down one sentence, and us convicts, on a daily basis, are going to hand down another. I hope y'all enjoyed part 2 of the Charlie story. Charlie doing 31 years for messing with 31 years for messing with and having all that stuff inside of his computer and inside of his phone. And the saddest part about it is, sick. The man is sick. There's no making an excuse. I can understand homicide. I've heard situations where it made sense why it happened. I can understand robbery. There's a lot of crimes I can understand why they take place. Those type of crimes, there's no excuse. You're never going to make it make sense. It's never going to make sense. You're a sick individual. Anything you get, you probably should have got more. But anyways, these streets, these jails, these prisons, it's all just crazy world. It's an already crazy world we live in. And there's always, y'all know what I'm doing. Just trying to keep y'all insane. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Like always, this is Jay Williams, let's live life. And to all my real ones, all some real ones watching, but y'all still watching me. And y'all know how we do. So,
no matter where you're headed, get a pre-trip safety check at Westlaw Tires. It's free. Plus, this May, save up to $200 on select sets of 4 tires.
If we can't guarantee it, we won't sell it.
Dive into the ultimate collection of questionable decisions. Start with a quiet little county. At a 12-hour session you swear it was only one. Now it's a sprawling kingdom. Time to deal with those pesky neighbors. This time will go different. Economic crisis? Raise the taxes. Allies uncertain? Buy their loyalty. Unleash your navy. Now you rule the seas. There is no need to wait centuries for history to happen anymore.
oh man, they got this camera on me.
fans now had no idea that I was a fighter. Then I'm Mike Tyson.
I don't think you can outrun this.
There's maybe from the guy in the Hangover movie. Hi. My story is my life with this man, Customado.
Guy comes to me with a spark, and I feed the fire to become the roaring flame.
And it's all because of Cuss.
Customado.
Shea Williams, life.
And we're back.
The dark truth of prison games, about prison games, just the dark side of the gang life that's running the prisons. Now I want to make a disclaimer really. In no way, shape, or form am I doing any games. I'm not attacking anybody, I don't need any blowback, I'm not dissing y'all, I'm not whatever y'all want to call it. And also, a lot of new gangs have come along. And a lot of states don't run things like that. There may be other gangs. I was reading up and gangs that weren't known for putting in work like that have now become.
Yeah, I see that.
And there's other gangs I'd never even heard of.
He dropped the link and nobody's joining.
Causing a lot of noise, causing a lot of chaos, a whole lot of pain.
I guess I'll join for a minute.
Making things uncomfortable. Guys, they rocking. Now, in my video today, I'm going to get into the bad that I saw. Now, with everything, there's got to be a good side, there's got to be a bad for the most part. That doesn't apply to every situation. But with the gangs, there's some good stuff, there's some bad stuff. We're going to get into the darker side of it. What it's going to be like for you if you're not gang affiliated. How you can expect your time to be, some of the things you can expect to happen. I've seen a lot go down, the majority of the time.
Or was sitting in his chair and shit.
The gangs
That was
fall
funny.
into themselves at times.
Who has seen me in Child's Play Ninja? He's back.
Either in their organization, not affiliated, owed money, something along those lines.
What up, Custom?
Gangs tried to
What up?
clash if they didn't have to, but it still happens. But the dark side of the gangs in prison, there's way more bad than there is good. Now, if you're with them, it might not be that bad, but I can promise you this: you will see bad happen amongst that gang. You will see guys in there that you cool with, that you rock with, that you kick with, and something or another fall victim to violence. Yeah, that's my homeboy. Honey, going bad. You can't do nothing.
Join the panel. Join the panel.
Yeah, I'm probably going to bed soon. I just had to have a smoke one last week of the night.
Yeah.
You end up over there with
I didn't realize it was getting so late.
It's barely 8 o'clock here.
Yeah.
There's a lot about the job that isn't actually that fun that I have now automated away almost entirely. It's really common that you...
Truthfully, I'm not even really that tired. I could watch some more Netflix.
But I have a green PRs.
You should watch Crime Circus.
And this is going to go through. And it's going to say...
I might watch that, some of that. No, actually, I want to watch this movie on Tubi called Shrooms.
Pre-push, or maybe it's going to merge conflict because it's like also changing it because we're...
The movie's called Shrooms. It's about a bunch of kids taking shrooms and getting killed by some killer in the forest.
prison gangs.
Oh, yeah?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
So
I don't know, these kids go on a trip to Ireland or something, and they met up with some dude who's telling them that they're going to be tripping in the woods. That nature is outside, you know, you're one with nature and shit. So what's better than getting tripping balls in the middle of the woods, getting killed by a serial killer? What's cooler than that?
I typed in prison and gang attacks and this and that, and everybody was the first thing about it. I watched them integrate into the prisons. And at first, it was a whole entire joke. There was a bunch of white guys that just came together that didn't have no type of, yes, y'all can do that.
I guess, do you like violence? Want to try sit and get fucked up worse than my life
And they just
is?
started saying what area. Until some of the real areas showed up. And I will say this. them guys put in work. They put in work. Them area dudes that weren't really area dudes. As soon as they got there, you know what I'm saying? Gee, that Swansea had. Oh, you got Bird on it. Oh, you did what? Oh, you just decided you wanted to get that. Here, hold my knife. Take that. Here, come here. Hold that knife. Hold that knife.
What are you watching right now?
Jay Williams.
Like I said, I can only speak for over here. So, not putting down nobody's organization, not saying y'all don't put in work. I'll write up on it and I'll see how the California
He tells prison
They've been around
stories.
for a long time. It can work out there if you have white dudes. Over here, white guys make up maybe 10-15% of the inmate population. So to think that they're going to come together and form this organization that's going to start shutting things down, it's not really going to happen. Not to mention, you've got a lot of white dudes, and when I say a lot, I'm talking
Vaughn.
white dudes that are locked up on drug-related charges. Thefts,
What's up,
things of that
E.T.?
nature. They're not naturally
What's up,
violent.
bitches?
Jacked up. You might, it don't matter
What
what
up,
you do.
Kyle?
The smallest guy, the biggest guy, with handcuffs on you, you're going to take that trip. You're going to go to prison.
Kyle,
Yeah. So you don't have that mixture of just a bunch of violent white guys that can form a gang. But they did come
Papa.
together. They did form up. The good in it,
Papa, who?
I don't know. I don't know if they joined up just to say they were in a gang. Or if they joined up for
Kyle ain't
protection.
gonna join the panel. Kyle fears the
You know how
panel.
powerful we are. I've never really seen them come together
Actual
and
fear.
do anything that stood out like the other games did. What I did see them do is beat each other. Just a fact. I watched them beat each other up time and time again. And most of the times when they beat somebody up, the order that came down to beat that guy up, beat for something that they were all doing. Wait a minute, you got the bat, and he's getting high.
Fucking link, bitch.
Go attack him. But it wouldn't be on some morals type thing. It wouldn't be on this is the law. It would be more along the lines of you like to get high.
Custom, how sarcastic was that apology I got today?
What?
That's what Stu said.
Or go attack him. But had he have broke bread, the large majority of guys wouldn't have been out trying to hustle. Shoot me, I'm just the messenger. They've been trying to get you mixed. They've been trying to do phones. They've been running around trying to find different things on the yard that they could use to.
Custom drunk. Leave him alone.
I don't know. He may have been serious, Stu. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell with Avon.
That they've grown in numbers. I was talking to a guy in the jail. He told me, he said, "Oh, it ain't like that anymore." He said, "I was up Red Onion and I mentioned a dude to him that I knew used to be a part of it." He's like, "Oh yeah, they got that. Like they put holes all in it. You got up there." What? I mean, yeah, that's not good for them to attack like that. They wasn't known for being savage. Like, oh no, they up in the hills are savage. It's like the dudes up there are really about that life. They're really doing that. And the dude you just mentioned, as soon as he got up there, he got in the yard because of the way he was running things wrong, broke them all up. That's the darker side of it. You think you're going to join something, you're going to be safe, you're going to be accepted, you're going to have a family.
What up,
And that's
Germs?
one of the Mansons, because at the end of the day, all it takes is one wrong move, and you go from being
Hey, Germs.
protected to the prey. You go from being the aggressor
You actually joined.
to being the victim.
Hello.
I told y'all I did see some guys show up. These were guys from out west that came out here, got in trouble, got locked up out here doing whatever they were doing. They landed
Yeah.
in prison. Those dudes were hard.
Well, we threw coins at each
Not so much.
other, and I lost.
Before. Gangster disciples. Now I know, like in Chicago and other places, they got a large following. I know they dominate in some of these states. Not the case
Custom,
out
turn
there.
that
There are a
fucking
lot of
prison.
GDs, a whole lot of GDs. And it's a mixture. I've seen GDs.
handcuffed. Motherfucker, right? Man. Hear him? So how was everyone's day?
Good.
Work was okay. I was on the forklift all day again.
Damn.
Yeah, and nobody would give me a lighter.
Damn. Cut that fuck off. Go to bed, dude. Yeah, it sounds like someone's air conditioner or fans going. My God. Bye. That's called conspiracy to homicide, dog. That was funny as shit when he said that. That still stuck in my head. Conspiracy to homicide. Yeah, it's cool. CPN's coming back on May 22nd. He's officially coming back to YouTube. Crazy McCormick's going to be in Tucson with him. If anyone didn't see last night, Child's Play Ninja was on Crazy McCormick's show. He wasn't on like camera, but he was on audio, and they talked for a couple hours, like an hour and a half or so. And then Crazy talked about some other stuff to wrap up the show. I didn't watch the whole thing yet, but I caught the tail end of it live, and I was watching the replay. I still gotta finish that. Nothing too important though, just talking about how he
Okay,
doesn't
bye. I have to go eat before I go to sleep.
Alright then. Child's Play Ninja does not have a felony for hitting Chuck in the head with a hammer. It got dropped to a misdemeanor, apparently. And he's doing better than ever. He's in good health. He worked out a lot in jail. And he's getting paid from his job pretty good, better than ever apparently. So CPN's doing really good for himself, and I'm happy to see him doing good for himself. I'm glad he's putting all that shit behind him and coming back to YouTube. YouTube beats CPN. Just doesn't seem without him.
I think he's boring.
Well, okay, y'all, it's been real, but I think I'm gonna get going. I lied. I'm probably gonna go out for one more smoke of the night in about an hour. So let's see, around midnight Eastern. Yeah, I guess I'll talk to y'all then. Alright, then, Custom.
So that's that. What up, Reckless? Watching some crazy boxing match. Is that what you're doing, Stu? Yeah, I'm watching. I'm watching boxing. I'm watching kickboxing. I'm watching kickboxing, man. You can see that in the reflection of my glasses. What's up, Vincent? What are you doing just sitting there? You had your treats, so what more do you want from me? Motherfucker, what more do you want from me? Hmm? What's the link, Vaughn?
Boss. Hey, Bunky, I'm gonna make some strawberry apple zappa when we get in for yard, bro. You think you don't want some? Oh, hell yeah, Ice-T.
Strawberry Abba Zaba.
What human beings can be, wrote the psychologist Abraham Maslow, they must be. In the early 20th century, psychologists were primarily concerned with the sicknesses that afflict the human mind. Abraham Maslow, aware of this one-sided approach, saw it as grossly inadequate.
You are some stupid shit, fucking Vaughn. Fucking Vaughn. Fucking Vaughn. Bada bada bing bing bang. Bada bada bing bang.
That white, black, Spanish, like.
Harold has metastatic prostate cancer. But like you, Harold has stuff to do. He takes New Becky.
New Becky? I don't know how that flies everywhere else, but over here, it's like, if you want to get down, you get down. See, GDs are all color. GDs, for the most part, stayed to themselves, you know? They would violate each other, but they wouldn't do it so everybody else could see. Southern niggas hear about, they would violate these dudes right on the door for all to see. Kind of to send a message, but not to be messed with, not even by our own. The GDs, anytime I would see, I hadn't seen a couple rare occasions where pop in the yard, just because that's how they had to get them. For the most part, they take it to the cell. When it came to beefing with other gangs, it wasn't something you saw a lot. These dudes were more chill, they were more laid back. They were on some get money, watch their time pass, kick it with each other, laugh, joke. And if it came to that, it came to that. Now, their numbers weren't the biggest. They didn't have the most numbers of all the gangs in the prison. But what I will give them is, they did have some solid dudes amongst them. They had guys that were locked up here from other states that were GD, and they all kicked in. And if you went at one of them, for the most part, I'd say 80% of the dudes that were standing around were gonna rock. They were gonna go. But it then falls back to that same thing. It was like a common thing for some of these guys. They were quick to jump on their own. Like I said, not in front of you, but even in the house, you wouldn't even hear it. You see it. You see the guys meeting up over there that flocked up and congregate. Over here, the conversations. You see the one guy standing there looking scared. You know what's about to happen. Now, they did one of the more brutal things I had seen happen, as far as one of their members were in the time, which was he had the option, after doing something foul, of either covering his tattoo in a very short amount of time. We're talking 2 to 3 hours, that tattoo would be gone. Or when he came out in the yard, they would take something sharp, cut it completely off of him. This didn't make a big company to try to do that to him. One, I've got schedules. I'll tell everybody else that 5 to wait for me he said, hey, he's gonna cut in front of y'all because there's gang politics, but now put him in a position where he's gonna get this done to him, Everybody else has got to wait now for this guy to get messed up. Nobody's trying to hit him. And letting him cut the line would cause all types of beefs and all types of chaos between me and the guys that use the tattoos. So what I did do was give this guy a backup tattoo gun, a little bit of ink, and then he went to his cell and sat there and colored over top of his tattoo. Just scribbled black till this thing was gone. But he chewed the skin on it. It became infected. It was such a nasty thing. You don't know what you're doing when you're tattooing. You just run over the same area. It's equivalent to taking a pencil on a piece of paper and coloring in the same spot to a fish in the paper. Except this is your skin. You get big holes, big infections. That was what it was going to be. It was going to be, you do that, somebody else covers it up, come out tonight, it was gone. Or we cut it off. They weren't playing. They had some big boys. When I mean big, they had some big boys. One of their leaders at one point was a big white dude, all day. And he was just a tower of a man. And he was as violent as he was big. And he didn't play when it came to the guys up. He'd laugh and joke with them. But when it came time to discipline, he ruled with an iron fist. There was going to be blood, there was going to be a lot of it. Whoever violated was going to get hurt. Next one, I had to thank on for the spot for number 2, number 3, Crip Movements. Now their numbers are large, but they're still not the largest organization out there. I know out some places you're going to go in and it's just going to be funny. You come in with another set, you come in from somewhere else, another neighborhood, you already know when you come in that they're going to dominate the jail, they're going to dominate the prison. They did have a lot of numbers, but not compared to another. There's another gang we'll get into that had much larger numbers. They would get busy, 100%. I'd seen them go to war time and time again. Now all these gangs over here have what they can common. They discipline them. Some take it to the extreme, and some just want to get their points across. But with these dudes, they were about getting money. They were about making their name, about having a presence. They weren't big on disrespect. They didn't do it. You disrespected one of them, it was going to be a problem. If you don't want these dudes got into it in the cell, then once you came out to the yard, it was going to be a problem. For the most part, they would try to lock them together. A lot of times you would see 2 in the same cell. You would never really see one walk on the yard by himself. He'd always have 2 or 3 guys with him. And they'd usually be walking over and click up with somebody else. By the time that red period hit, the large majority of them would go off on the ground. A lot of these dudes were known for keeping the pack, having guards on them, selling this, selling that, had their hands on everything. It was actually kind of limited in what they did because of some of the other gangs that had more numbers, had more power. They were a gang that once you were no longer with them, getting put out, it's going to be very, very bad. It was going to be a public display. It was going to be put out there for everybody to see.
There's a lot about the job that isn't actually that fun that I have now automated away almost entirely. One of them is Sentry. It's kind of a different type of automation where it's going to go through on whatever schedule, whatever cadence, picks off one of the top Sentry issues. So what this type of automation does is it allows us to focus on what is going to make the Codex app great, to use, useful, and joyful, and all of the things that like bugs and things that fall through the cracks that like aren't quite as fun to figure out, at least for me. That stuff can happen kind of behind the scenes.
Opioid addiction doesn't have one face or one story, but there's always that moment when you feel sick, when you feel like you're losing control, when you know something has to change. With QuickMD, you can take back control. Connect with a doctor online and start safe, trusted Suboxone treatment from the privacy of home. Stop cravings, stop withdrawals, start living again. Every story deserves a new chapter. Start yours today at Quip.md.
So they knew what it was. So you knew before going to join it that the possibility of getting hurt by your own gang if you did something wrong was real. Now this gang is predominantly black. I'm not going to say it's all black. I've done stories on quite a few white communities. but it's predominantly black. Not to say that whites can't join, others can't join, but it is mostly black. So the white dudes who join, you have to go harder than anybody else. Times I seen that they wanted to just do a violation, it's going to be a one-on-one. They'll put such and such case, you see how it goes, see how he blocks out. They would grab a white dude and really thump like that, really go. Put him against whoever wasn't got violated. So you got this guy that's in trouble. He's about to get beat down. And that, this guy that's got to beat him down that might possibly not be able to beat him down. And if it goes south, these guys will just join in, and then they'll all beat the hell out of you. Yeah, I'm gonna pass them. They weren't like other games. They wouldn't just recruit anybody. A lot of times they would approach dudes they had seen putting in work. They would approach dudes that they knew would get busy. Now they did have some stragglers, some guys in there that you're like, he's what? Well, it makes sense. How did he get? He's critical. But they're strength in numbers. I might get it, you know. I can't beat him. That's the point of a game. The more of them there is, the harder it is for you to take control. The harder it is for you to win. I had offers during my time. That's weird to say offers like this in the NFL. I had offers. I had guys coming in from different sets on different occasions trying to get me to join. That was the organization that tried to get me to join. Never linked up. I had homeboys that were GD, MS-13, Blood, homeboys from all different sets. I just never seen the need to get there. After watching what they had done to their own, what some of these guys had gone through, after trying to escape the violence that takes place in prison, only to be victimized by the guys they joined up with, I'm a pass on that. I'm good. We got an understanding. So I feel for the most part that if I got a problem with y'all, I come to you. I mean, Crip dude can get it out the way, or me and this dude can get it out the way. Why would I want to join? But a lot of guys did join. They would get money. Guys that didn't have any food would get food. But even that had a downside to it. I remember one point they had a dude that was running it that made it mandatory. And everybody that came back from commissary broke him off a certain amount every single week. How does that work? Now I do know this guy would put together care packages for new Crips that came in, you know, hygiene, some food, stuff like that. But for the most part, it was stockpiled. It was his. I don't know if they would use it to buy weapons, they would use it to buy certain things that come into the prison, whatever it may be. Pretty much had every one of his guys under him paying rent. I kind of like my food, my commissary, things that I scramble up, or people send me money and I'm able to buy. I think I want to give it away to somebody else just because I'm in a gang. Yeah, for the most part, to be honest, who cares? Still want to get on the mask. Number 2, the MS-13s. Now I want you to get this, because this goes back to something I said earlier about numbers. They didn't have enough numbers. These MS-13 dudes were outnumbered by a long shot. But there was a big difference in the Spanish guys that were coming in, opposed to everybody else. A large majority, very large majority of these guys coming in had bodies, very violent charges, had done heinous acts. So they get inside the prison, you get a bunch of men who are naturally violent, who are locked up for violence. You put them together, and more violence is going to ensue. And that's exactly what would happen with the MS-13. They stayed to themselves. They conducted business amongst the Spanish community. The only time we really see them rocking outside of that community is if it was business. When I mean business, I'm talking about something they had to do outside their organization. Say they needed weapons, or they needed metal, or they needed something they couldn't get their hands on. It's a no-brainer. You're going to have to deal with somebody else, and you're just going to go without. So then they would deal with the other race to get this and get that. Even with the drugs, it was forbidden one of their members just to be shooting up, getting high, doing all that. But if they didn't have somebody bringing it in at the time where they couldn't get their hands on it, they would go to the other games and buy bulk or whatever it was they wanted, and then redistribute it throughout the yard. The level of violence they displayed was like nothing I had seen before. I'd seen it in the streets, but not on this large scale. These weren't the guys that were going to stand around all day arguing. These weren't the guys that were going to just run up and give you a fair one-on-one. No. These were guys that when you found yourself in an issue with them, you knew you were going to get cut. You were going to get stabbed. And talking to one of my homeboys one time, I said, well, what's up with y'all, man? Y'all are like butchers. Like, every time y'all get into it with somebody, you just want to, you want to go on Michael Myers or somebody. That's just the way it is. He said, in the streets, you got guns. He said, but the main weapon of choice, machetes, knives, things like that, a lot of us have been stabbed, cut in the streets. Like, most of y'all ain't been stabbed and cut before us. We've seen those type of situations play out. We've seen dudes get hacked, chopped, and stuff, especially in other parts of the world, outside the United States and other countries. It's normal. So for him to stick somebody, it's not his first time most times. These dudes are heavily tattooed. Like they wanted everybody to know what they were. They didn't just get a tattoo on their shoulder, on their back. Sometimes they did. But a lot of these dudes were plastered right on their face, right on the side of the head, the back of their head. You didn't have to second guess what they were when you saw them. You've seen it coming towards you. You can't miss a giant MS right on somebody's forehead. It's very hard to do. Even though you're supposed to mind your business and not look all around, it's hard to do. Now, they didn't do things that some of the other gangs did, as far as messing with boys, forbidden. Let them catch one of those Spanish dudes creeping with the Lord in the shower. Boy, ain't nobody looking, trying to slide for what they said. It should be serious. Consequences, repercussions. The way they handle things, much different. They don't want you to know what they're doing when they handle things. Because they don't want you to get the right idea that you might be able to do. Or they don't want you looking down on them after they do it. And everybody's going to know they did it. Because 9 times out of 10, he's leaving out on instruction. They don't like being told them. So they try to do business where others couldn't see it. Or they would have somebody else lower down the totem pole to protect the big dogs. Now, anytime there became a large number, you'd see them. They would start off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they would build their numbers up with the compound until they got rather large. As soon as administration would see it, it would swoop in, break them up, start sending them all different types of supermaxes. So once you get up to the supermax levels, you see a lot more of them, then there's less movement. So it's less likely for them to do something, because it's harder for them to get to them. That building and this building may never come across each other. So now they've got to try to get word from this building to that building. Somebody in that building to handle whatever they got going on. When it comes to violence, just because of their ability to use weapons, get weapons, make weapons, and no real care of what happens, I'm going to say they got the trophy on that one. These dudes would act with no fear of the guards, no fear of the court systems, no fear of getting a life sentence for attacking a man, taking his head off, no fear of attacking right in front of a guard, taking your life. None. But everybody else in all the other gangs, 99.9% of the time, when they move like that, they attack. You want to get away with it. Not these dudes. They're going to attack somebody running that gang. They wanted to send a message. They wanted to do it where everybody can see it. Right on the yard, in the chow hall, in the boulevard, going from building to building. Where there's a large crowd, that's where you can usually be expecting to get hit up. Because what good is it for them to attack you like that? Everybody else don't see it. Yeah, they got their target. This could be a 2-for-1. They can get their target, eliminate their target, and send a message to everybody else at the same time while they're doing it. Nothing to make you think twice. Faster. Wow. Watch them here scream. When I mean scream, stuff nightmares of them scream at the top of his voice. Like a little girl. Because somebody else is bearing a piece of metal. As they grip onto his shirt and tries to pull away the shirt rips, and you can hear the skin pop every time they hit it. In those moments, all you can really think is, man, I'm glad that's not me. I'm glad that's not me. And you try to move away from the situation. This is something I saw time and time again with these people. They had no problem taking more down here. They weren't afraid what would happen if they did. That makes for a very, very dangerous game.
that you open here are also here. Choose from to share tabs across devices.
Number one, hands down, Bloods. There are so many of them Bloods. There are so many different sets. They're everywhere. When I left, and this is no exaggeration, when I left, I would say realistically, the yard consisted probably 40% of the yard was Bloods. Now you got to take into consideration that's 40% out of 100. Now you've got other gangs mixed in that might make 5%, 10%. And you got general population. They accounted for almost half of the inmate population. Before you knew about any gangs, you didn't know about them. I walked in the bars for the first time. New guy, going to my cell, became apparent real quick. They ran things. Now they tried to keep their beats, for the most part, to a minimum, because they had so much to lose. But even with that being done, a large majority of the time, if there was a beef or an attack, they were responsible for it. I was attacked by these dudes as soon as I while I painted out like I came in and want some Kimbo slice, some, you know what I mean? Like I was just in there. Like, I came in and got jumped immediately for no reason. Other than these dudes bullies who wanted to get their point across. I would see that same thing happen year after year after year. Violence is an understatement. They have a lot of younger members, 18, 19. These dudes get busy. Now the problem with this was they would act without being told to do it. They would just go out and attack somebody. It could be just anybody, and all of a sudden you get attacked by this guy just because they felt like messing with you. Now they're beating downs for everybody to see. We had this spot outside this corner beside the wall where it was at least 3 times a week. We also played handball there. They would come over to 8. Let us get the handball court from there. It's a blind spot. The tower can't see it. The guards can't see it. Guys can stand there and block in this corner so the vehicle riding around the outside of the prison all day can't see it. And then we send their members in there that have done something they've been told not to do or just decided to do on their own. The dudes would ride down there for a set amount of seconds and beat them down. The fight doesn't stop when you're on the ground. The fight don't stop once he starts losing. Now the clock keeps going. And they just keep laying him, beating him. The only thing I did see that I could agree with when it came towards the end, put boots on. Unless they really hated that guy, wanted to go all the way out, then it was all, anything goes. But they would just beat him and beat him. Their recruitment process was non-stop. When they weren't violating somebody in that corner, they would do what's called bringing them home. They would, you want to be blood? All right, go over the corner. You go over the corner, usually you'd have a trial period. They kick you with them, they get to know you, and then once they bring them home. They send you over that corner, 7 other guys going to run up on you. Now you got to prove yourself to everybody. You've got to fight. You're probably not doing that. It's not designed for you to win. It's designed just to see if things go left, you get busy. How are you going to help us fight them? You can't fight 3 of us. What are you going to do with 3 guys you don't know run up on you? So they were wrong. As far as the money went, the drugs, stuff like that, I'd say they had the largest hold on all. Now yes, OG dudes that were gang affiliated that got money. But for the most part, these Bloods had the most packs being brought in, had the most females, had the most guards. Read up on that. So they had control of things like that. He who has the most has the yard. You got the most weapons, you got the most drugs, you got the most money, you got the most numbers. The yard is yours. And they had all. These would be guys I seen with things that none of the other inmates had. Very obvious guys coming up with guards. You got guys walking around with big ass gold watches and big ass gold chains. And the stranger's not saying nothing to them. But then just like the other things that would come through, they would round them up, they would ship them off. But if you ship off 10 today, it's 20 tomorrow. What are you going to do? I'd seen these dudes go to war time and time and time again. They didn't care if they were going to war with gangs. There was times when they actually went to war with their own, sets within sets that they weren't really sure about. They thought were false flags, and we heard nothing about that. They brought up on them to put it down. Blood against blood. I seen blood on the boys. Kick it in, fight. We wouldn't see a lot of that in the old days. They ain't about to fight. Make us look crazy in front of everybody. They will. Check out a problem. On their head.
Dr. Genius here, and I live for operational excellence. Cute makeovers? I see shop instinct. Checkouts? Flawless. From game day crowds worldwide to running this shop. That's genius.
So we received a complaint. Obviously an attack on leadership. Scream sound!
I shaved Mrs. Thunderclap's name right into my chest here.
So I'm going undercover.
The violence they displayed. Now remember I told you they have a lot of young members. You think of younger gang members, this is one of the gangs that had a lot of young gang members. You're not going to convince me to take a knife and go do anything out of it. I gotta go home. Like, nice knowing y'all, I don't want to leave, but I gotta go right now type thing. They'll get these knives to these young boys and tell them, go to your mom. This boy's brain ain't fully developed yet. He looks up to them, expects them to lead him in the right direction, and put that knife in his hand. And you watch as he runs up and attacks. 2-3 years, now turn him into 30. Done time with plenty of them in the home. Then attack somebody. Like, no, I didn't even want to do it. I just guess, I figured I'd get my rank up. I figured I could show you what I'm really about. I was smart. Now you ain't going home for a long time. Could have been home by the time you was 24. Now you'll be out when you're 54. Good job. They were heavily into extortion, robbery, attacks, making people pay rent. How you make somebody pay rent? That's all dumb. They would find these dudes and they could pressure them to make them pay rent. There were dudes they were charged to use the phone. I'll make sure you're on the phone whenever you want. Anytime you want. Just gotta give me this amount of money each week. Whenever you want to use the phone, holler my name and I'll get you on the phone. See? Ain't never done it. But I've seen it. I will say this. I had a lot of cellmates that were broke. A lot. A lot of dudes I knew that were broke. A lot. Had minor beefs here and there. One-on-one fight one time, and some other little issues that popped up throughout time. But they weren't really a gang that I wanted to beef. You can't win against that many guys. This I know to be true, even to this day. They run the jails, they run the prisons over here where I live in. You go into the jail, it's a very, very good possibility you're gonna get jumped. They're gonna ride down on you, they're gonna run up in your cell, either while you're in there or while you're not in there, they don't care. Rob you, take your stuff, or steal it. Either way, you're gonna lose it. And that just continues to get worse. Now, if you get them on your good side and not have to join, it's a great thing. Because anybody else that wants to go to war with you, try you, take something from you, is gonna have to deal with them. And they're gonna think twice before doing it. But remember, a friendship comes with a fee, it comes with a cost. You gotta have something off of it. They can't let you just kick it like that for your good looks. I was the tattoo man. So I'm that exception. I tattoo everyone. What you don't do is get the tattoo man. What you don't do is get the tattoo man off. Because then everybody's mad at you. At any given moment, I might have 10 unfinished tattoos. I might outline your arm today, start Sylvester tonight, give it 3-4 days, come back and the heel's done, and you start shaving. Single need work, it takes a long time. So you and me get into it, you get me going and sent to the hole. The guy over there with a half-finished tattoo. And another guy upstairs with a half-finished back. This guy's got a half-finished quote. The guy's gonna be real mad at you. If you ain't got nothing to offer, you ain't got no type of position in there, you don't have anything that's good for everybody else, it's a bad day. They're a predominantly black gang. When I say predominantly, like I'd heard dudes say they were blood, I'd seen this and seen that, but they're predominantly black gang. I have heard the white dudes have started integrating into the bloods, and more power to you. You do what you do. I mean, I can't knock what you do, it ain't what I do. However you do it, you do it. But here at the time, it really frowned. And if you did find yourself in that position, you better go hard. There's a whole lot of guys that don't want you around, don't agree with you being around, and it's gonna try you. When they have a situation pop up, just like I said earlier, they're gonna see what you do. The darkest side of the prison gangs, if you didn't realize or didn't catch on to, one of the worst things about any type of gang is that when it becomes violent, a lot of times you participate, and a lot of times you're the target. I didn't want to get into too many stories of what I had seen, stories, things I had seen. If you want to see those stories, you can go back and check them out on my page. But I will tell you this, the moment you join a prison gang, you will forever change the way you will be. It doesn't stop on the day you go home. No. You don't leave your colors, you don't leave your set, you don't leave that prison, no.
Hot tub's busted. We knew our last Verbo was going to be incredible. We didn't know the hot tub was broken. But Verbo had our backs. They moved us. Better place, better hot tub.
Got any room for Dad?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, teenagers are full of surprises. Verbo is not. If you know, you Verbo.
Smart teams do big. And with framing, the sky's the limit. Publish hundreds of CMS pages in a single click. Ship websites worldwide with seamless localization, advanced hosting, and unified content across multiple domains. World's fastest companies ship with Framework. Moving visitors, zero compromise. Ship with enterprise needs at startup speeds with Framework.
I know guys that got out of prison, continued to gangbang, did something they were told to do. Somebody that was in prison that then sent them back to prison. My advice to you is if you don't have to, don't. They got enough numbers. They don't need you. Stand up for your own. Keep yourself out of situations. Avoid the conflict, dummy stuff, and drama, and you just might be okay. But know this to be the truth. You join a gang, you will be forced to put in work. And according to how you move, one day, it just might be putting in work. If you like this video, let me know. Drop a comment. And we'll do another one very similar, where I can actually get into some of the stories and the things that make them the worst of the worst when it comes to these gangs. Otherwise, we'll just keep it PG-13 for today. And if you want more information, like I said, go back and check out some more. I hope everybody's enjoying their Monday. Today, Monday, when you catch this, that means you're a little late, but today is Monday. I hope everybody's enjoying your Monday, making the best out of your life, making the best out of whatever situation it is that you're in. And for the most part, if you're watching this, you're free. I know I have a large following of guys that are not, but no matter what, you woke up today. You got to breathe again today. Live to see another day. For that, you're blessed. But anyways, these jails, these penitentiaries, these prisons, these gangs, they're all just crazy world. It's already crazy world living. And as always, y'all know what I'm doing. Just trying to keep going and saying, oh, you know, like always, this ends. Jake Williams, Let's Live Life. To all my rebels, all some rebels watching, y'all still watching me, and y'all know. So to take a second to say thank you to one by the name of Sarah, username Easy Like Sun Morn, for reaching out to me on a comment about a woman named Dawn that I spoke on a while back that was battling cancer. Another friend of hers named Bill Jester reached out in the comments section stating that Dawn succumbed to her battle with cancer November 8th, 2021. She lost her mom shortly before that kind of spot. My heart goes out to Dawn, the people that loved her, that she left behind. It's just an altogether heartbreaking thing. For my subscribers, longtime viewers, y'all remember I did prayers for Dawn. She'd been battling this cancer for many years. She was a soldier, she was a fighter. I've heard so many good things about her.
Nobody plans for this moment. It starts as something that's supposed to help, until it's the only thing.
But she left this earth in May 2021. She doesn't have to suffer anymore. The fight is over. And I just once again want to say thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Michelle Jester. And rest in peace, Dawn. Please pray for her family and anyone that would have loved her, cared about her. When somebody dies, it's not just someone leaves. It's much deeper. It hurts those that love them, those that remembered them. It's not so much the death that hurts everybody. It's knowing that you and this person will never see each other in the same time. So once again, prayers for Dawn, Dawn's family. Rest in peace, Dawn. Fly. And you already know what it is. Check William Plus. Life family. But being locked up is stressful. Stressful for a lot of different reasons. Everybody thinks because you can get a fight or somebody might try to take something from you. There's always the physical aspect of it. But to be honest, most of the worst parts of being locked up come from up here. It's not what you would think. It's not the everyday talked about stuff that makes it hard to be locked up. Today we're going to do a top 5 worst things about incarceration. Can't even begin to believe what's this. You might guess a couple, but you're not really going to get it. For ex-cons, people that have done a significant amount of time, they're going to say, yeah, that's definitely a fact. I enjoy doing videos like this because it lets people know what to expect if you get locked up, what to do, what not to do, what comes with the territory, yada, yada, yada. So that's what we're on now. Top 5 worst things about being locked up. Real quick, shout out to Bubblegum Big League Chew. Love this hat. When I get a dope hat, I have a lot of hats. When I get a dope hat that I like, I'll shout it out. This is by far one of my favorites right now. Also got a cotton candy New York Yankees hat. I don't do many Yankees hats. Nothing against the Yankees, nothing against New York. Big love and shout out to New York, but I had to have that hat. Now, I do more Boston hats than anything, and Chicago hats, but some Yankee fitteds are just, they're fun. I'm freaking out a little bit because I deleted some of my videos, and I think I deleted part 2 to the Banky Pound video, so I'm going to have to reach out to Google, have them email me my videos. I believe I can do that to have my videos restored. I was deleting old stuff, and I think I deleted it. Just had to share that with y'all as well. One more quick thing. I will not be moving to the beach. Got off work yesterday. Standing in my backyard watching my son run. We got 3 small dogs. Nico, which y'all met, and 2 miniature poodles. And they love the backyard. They love the grass. And I can't take them. Not to mention the apartment on the ocean front. It's very small closets. We have between me and my wife, we have a very large wardrobe. And I'm not getting rid of all my clothes, hats, and shoes to live in an apartment on the ocean. Plus, my son needs to be able to run around. You got tourist season down at the beach where you got all the out-of-towners. And that's cool if you go there for a couple of days, but it's never really peaceful when that's your everyday life. And you have to park in a parking garage. You know, you got people up to no good, bars letting out. That's not what I want my son raised around. I love the idea at first, just based on the fact that there's the rooftop that looks at the ocean. I could do my videos with the ocean in the background and the sun setting and everything that comes with the beach. You know, me and my family, my kids, we could go out on the beach, take the animals out on the beach whenever we wanted. But you lose the overall privacy that comes with having a house. You lose that serenity, that peace of mind. And that's why they call it a vacation. It's something you go do to get away every now and then. But living somewhere where it's just straight tourism and tourists all the time, that's not a vacation. That will quickly become a headache. So I will not be leaving the 804 and heading to 757. Staying put right here in Richmond. So without further ado, let's get into top 5 worst things you know. Coming in at number 5, the altogether feeling of just being helpless. Helplessness, if that's a word. Lack of control. Let me break this down to you. I've made videos in the past where I break down things I saw, things I heard, things that happened to guys, events, traumatic things that I had to witness others go through. Then people, and these are usually people that have never done time, will comment and say, how could guys stand by and just watch something like that? Why didn't you jump in and do something? Why didn't somebody do something?
Welcome back to season 2 of Clinical Trailblazers. I am your host, Alberto Guglielmo. This is a podcast for those building the future of medicine and for anyone curious about the real stories behind clinical innovation. Subscribe now to Clinical Trailblazers.
You're pretty much helpless in those situations. Guys put themselves in situations, don't heed the warnings from others. They're new, they think they're smarter than everybody else, just gonna figure it out on their own, and they end up in jails. They end up in really tough spots. It could be anything from somebody trying to violate them, to somebody physically trying to harm them by putting them mitts on, beating them up, extorting them, stealing from them, robbing them. The list goes on and on. You see these things take place, and it's saying, to put it in just the best terms, it sucks. And there's nothing you can or you're going to do about it. Unless it's somebody you really, really mess with. If it's your homeboy, somebody, you know, you've been down with a while, somebody, like I said, that you'll go to bat for, yeah. You're going to jump out there. Because you're willing to take whatever comes with it to protect that person. Because that's your friend. But when it comes to somebody you don't know, somebody that has put themselves in that situation, in harm's way, you can't just be Superman. There is no cape. You don't just run, jump in a phone booth, and dun-dun-dun, come charging up, run over there and save the day. You better not. Whatever that man just had going on has now become your problem. Not getting involved is what you're supposed to do. That's the rules. That's the prison code. That's the politics. Mind your own. Stay out of other people's business. This man and that man got a problem. You feel sorry for that man. You go over there and you intervene. Guess what's going to happen? He's going to forget about him for the moment and turn his attention to you. So what you just felt bad for watching that man go through is now going to become your issue. What are you going to do when you go over there and you say, hey, I don't like what you're doing, buddy? And the guy pulls out a 10-inch knife and says, what are you going to do about it? Now you're in a situation where you can butt your nose to somebody else's business and you can lose your life.
But what if in the middle of you trying to tell him, hey, don't do that, he punches you and knocks your front 2 teeth out? Now you've got to fight. Now you're going to the hole. Maybe you win. Maybe you hurt him. Now you're going to court. At the end of the day, you're going to be the one that ends up jammed up. That guy you defended, chances are he's going to end up right back in this situation because he's not used to doing time. He's going to make the same mistakes over and over and over. You defend him once, you take him to raise. You defend him once and then you put yourself in a situation only to see him do the same thing again a couple weeks later. Now you be mad at him. I've gone to bat for guys early on in my bid, seen somebody in the right, I would stand up for a guy and get into it with the guy that he's got a beef with, and then I would turn around and see the dude do the same thing. I had a friend of mine one time that owed all these people this money that he'd been store boxing, gambling, ran up this big ass debt, and these dudes were ready to do something to him. They were going to hurt him. I'm not going to say, let me rephrase that. I'm not going to say he was a friend, he was an associate. I was young, I was green, wasn't fully hip to the game yet. What did I do? I went to these dudes. Hey, I need to clear his debt. Don't give him nothing else, but I'm going to make it right. There's no way he could possibly pay y'all. I know y'all going to hurt him. I've seen these guys hurt people in the past. I'm going to take care of his debt. He can't pay y'all. Lay off of me. I'll take care of it. I just inherited his debt. With that, I also just inherited any beef that comes. Now it's my job to pay it. If I don't pay it, they're not looking to do anything to him. They're looking to do it to me. I paid off the man's debt, and it wouldn't be but a couple weeks later after his slate was wiped clean that he was in debt again, and ultimately ended up getting hurt. I put my nose where it shouldn't have belonged, jumped out there to try to help somebody get out of a situation, but watched them put themselves right back in. Lack of control. Let's break that down. You will not control the jail. You will not control the prison. The people that run the prisons. Inmates like to say, man, we run this, we run this. No, you don't. Because if you ran it, you would go home. If you ran it, you would go to the commissary and take what you want. If you ran it, you would come and go as you please. We don't run it, we do what's told. For the guys that think they do run it, they end up doing all the time in confinement. But you literally have no control over your life. The guards, the institution, the state, they control you. And those situations where you see a man being victimized, you have no control over him, the situation, the subject at hand. Whatever somebody has decided to do to him, they're going to do it. Well, Jay, why don't just stand by and watch that man do that? Let me tell you something. Unless you're gang related, which I'm not, there is no real strength in numbers. I got a couple of homeboys, but I ain't got hundreds of homeboys.
My name is Andy Crowley. I'm a public school educator, and I teach at Casa Grande High School in Petaluma. I was in the history department when I got my bachelor's in history, and then I stayed for the teaching credential program. And stayed there until 2020. I've always known I wanted to be a teacher, and a lot of that was because of the teachers that I had in the rooms with me as I was growing up, both through elementary school and high school and college. One of the big parts about being an educator is that you're not just someone who teaches them information, you're a trusted adult in their life, and I hold that with the utmost respect and gratitude, and so it's a huge honor, and teachers have a lot of impact, and I'm a very community-based person, so it felt like a perfect fit. One of the things that was a pivotal moment in my teaching career was that I got the opportunity to chaperone the East Coast trip. I was watching their faces light up and understand that history was a living, breathing thing that still exists today. So I would say that there's two main experiences that really helped shape my connection from history at Dominican to history in public school and teaching it. One being that we got to study public history at Angel Island Immigration Station, and so we actually got to work with different groups and work with California Parks to make some really cool resources and understand like the flow of about how history is taught to different groups of people in the public. The other would be my capstone project. My capstone project was a really good way for me to explore history curriculum before I was actually a teacher, and understanding the importance of what history you teach and how you teach it.
Around here, we see a lot of people headed. No matter where they're going, you just make sure they're ready. Before you hit the road, get a free trip safety check at Les Schwab Tires. It's free.
If we can't guarantee it, we won't sell it.
There's no real unity in prison, and I can prove this to you in one small theory. There are a handful of guards on any given day working their shifts. Larger prisons like Greensville, let's say there's 3,700 inmates. There might be on that shift anywhere from 50 to 70 guards working that entire prison for almost 4,000 inmates. Here's why I say there's no unity. How do they keep us safe? The fences, right? Razor wire, a guard in a tower with a gun, vehicles are riding around outside the prison making sure nobody's escaping. If there was really unity amongst us inmates and we had control, at any given moment we could walk over there, everybody just put two fingers to the chain link fence, and over 3,000 inmates, pull the fence down and walk right over top of it. We can walk up next to the next fence as they fire their guns, put our fingers to the fence, not even the whole hand, that many people pull the fence and walk down on top of it. But there is no unity. And when guys see somebody going through something, everybody's not going to speak up. If they did, there would be no such thing as booty bandits. Jay, how y'all gonna stand by and watch this man do that? Go over and do something about it. Go do something about it. If you ain't never stepped up and been the one to do something about it, don't speak on it. That man is 6'7", 360 pounds. He'll grab you and do what he wants to. He can grab you by your neck and choke you till he feels the life leave your body. You wanna die? And if he doesn't kill you, now you're in a situation where you gotta kill him. It's fight or flight. It's definitely fight. You should put yourself in a situation. You can't run from it because there ain't nowhere to go. This ain't the real world where you can talk shit on the phone or get a little troll on the keyboard and go back to your regular little life. No. This is prison. Where you're gonna have to stand up behind what you do. Things you say are gonna be tested. The fabric of what makes you a man or woman is going to be tested. So when you put yourself in that situation, trying to help that next man, you better be ready to take it there. What happens when it gets there? Do you win? If you beat him, say y'all go at it, you and this man go to war, and you're not going to keep extorting that little dude. You're not going to keep beating up your little cellmate, or why are you messing with the old man? And do it as you go at it with the dude that's doing it. And you beat him. Worst case scenario, you kill him. Defending somebody else. You just went from having a release date to not having a release date. This is not the movies. You kill someone in prison, it's the same as killing someone out here in the world. You're never coming home. You just turned a couple of years into a life sentence because you're trying to help somebody. That's why I said you become helpless. Lack of control. These are the things you don't think about. It is a sickening, gut-wrenching, dirty, disgusting feeling. Watching a whole entire piece of human garbage take advantage of somebody else, hurt somebody else, and all you can do is stand by and watch. I didn't make the rules. I don't make the politics. I came into prison like every other man, and my mission and goal is to keep Jay safe and to get home to my family. I'd have to call them and say, well, I tried to defend another guy and he was being bullied, and I hurt somebody really bad. Tell my son, I'm sorry, but I might not never be coming home. You have to mind your business. You're gonna see things you don't like. You're gonna hear things you don't like. And if you put yourself in situations you shouldn't be in, well, you may just end up on the receiving end of all the things you don't like. So that was number 5. Helpless. Lack of control. You go in there, you understand real quick why I said, mind your business and you stay out of others. That man's problems will pause, not be his problems, become your problems. And when the situation is settled with you and that man is going to go back, and that dude's still going to have his problems. Let's get into number 4. Coming in at number 4, the lack of feeling and emotions. I know a lot of people be like, oh, big dog, you gotta man up. I'm in there, and love don't live here no more, right? Getting locked up, being incarcerated, not a whole lot of emotions you'll be able to deal with other than anger and happiness. When you're sad, there's nobody to turn to. Nobody to talk to. Most men aren't going to look at their stomach and say, dog, I'm sad. Somebody's going, what the hell? If you don't go to sleep or carry your soft ass on somewhere, when in reality, you get sad too. That lack of, when I say emotion, it comes with physical, the aspect of the physical touch as well. The lack of all that is just, it's cold, it's bitter, it's lonely. Being locked up is one of the most...
There's a lot about the job that isn't actually that fun that I have now automated away almost entirely. Like, we have a very large code base and we have a lot of contributors and we've got some controlled chaos going on. But here, I'm asking Codex to look at the last day of commits into this section of our month and basically like group them, tell me who worked on what got done, what do I need to know about. And so I wake up in the morning with almost like a, if you use ChatGPT Pulse, it's like a personalized pulse. I open the app in the morning and sitting there is like, here's what happened yesterday in the code base.
We get used to the look and feel of our homes. It wasn't until a friend said something that I realized my walls were turning yellow and the furniture smelled. I was using Google Inside and it was leaving behind a toxic residue called very high smoke, which sticks to furniture, walls, and all belongings. Not only was it damaging my property and reducing the value of my home, it contains the same cancer-causing chemicals as secondhand smoke. Learning about third-hand smoke helped me make decisions to protect my home, and it can help you.
It's one of the most loneliest things you'll ever experience, especially considering that you are constantly around people. There are people around you all day, every day, every race, every type of individual you think about is around you, but you're lonely. I hear this a lot. I'm cold. I don't know how to communicate well. I'm numb. I don't express emotions like the normal person does. I've heard that a million times, not just from my wife, but in past relationships as well. I want you to do this. Imagine sleeping on a little skinny mat, about the equivalent of a gym mat from high school, a little green mat, with a sheet on it, a sheet on you, and a wool blanket. And that's all you have, year after year after year. There's no warm body next to you. Nobody to make love to. Nobody to say, I love you too. Nobody to greet you in the morning. Nobody to hug you when you need a hug. No one to tell you, hey, you look nice today. You smell nice. I'm proud of you. All of that is stripped away from you the moment you get locked up. I slept by myself, was alone for such a long period of time that even to this day, a lot of that is transferred to the streets. I still sleep on my side. I sleep on my left side. That's because when I was locked up, I slept on my left side with my back to the wall. That way I could just roll and be straight up. I didn't sleep on my back. I slept on my side facing the cell door. When I was in a dorm and I slept in the back, on the back wall, on the back bunk, I slept on my side. So that any moment I could roll up and go in that direction. Emotions are a big part of what makes us human. A man with no emotion, no type of Law of Any is a dangerous man. The penitentiary is full of men just like you. Men that forgot how to love, what it felt like to be loved, that do not know or remember that soft, caressing touch that comes from a woman. I became that person. I would go to those visits and I would see family members, people that I cared about, and then they would leave, and it was a sickening feeling. It was sickening to know that the most affection I would receive would be for an hour, and then it would be gone. I would get on that phone, and at times there was people I talked to from the past that would say, I love you at the end of the conversation, ex-girlfriends, things like that. And when they said that, my response was like, I will take care of this. I expected to get left behind, done wrong. I expected them to disappear from my life. You don't know what loneliness is until you're surrounded by nothing but men. If you're gay and you're willing to indulge with other inmates, then this might be the best of both worlds for you. But for straight men like myself that are incarcerated and there's no women around, you have no options. Zero. For a gay man, he's got all types of options. But for straight guys like myself, there are no options other than to be alone. When something happens, you call home, such and such died. You get off that phone, you have to maintain the image you put out. You have to continue to be this tough guy in front of all these other men. You're dying inside. You just got bad news. Somebody you love is dead. You walk off from that phone with a grin on your face. You can't cry, so you're angry. People try to, hey, you all right? No. So instead of being able to reach out to someone and let them know that you're hurting inside, you could possibly reach out in a violent manner because you can't express your emotions. You bottle them up. I came home and I had so much bottled up that the first time I really just sat down and reflected on everything I've been through and I actually cried and I let it all out, it was a scary, scary feeling. I had so much coming to surface all at one time that it was damn near overwhelming. Things I had thought about, situations I hadn't dealt with, I never had come to terms with. Now I'm free. All these emotions are rushing. The emotions that come with, oh God, these people let me go. I'm out here.
Oh, that was little Jimmy.
Wait, what's going on?
I'm getting a hand from LegalZoom for our will.
Let's just have AI do it.
And who's going to double check the AI? More AI? We need a lawyer to look at it to get whether it works for us.
If AI can map the human genome, I think it can let it win.
This is missing from 401k and life insurance. It needs a lot of work.
See?
For an affordable, attorney-backed will or trust, visit LegalZoom.
Better sleep is simple. Just track your activity and provide frequent exposure to natural light. Or maybe you just need a little more from your mattress. An adjustable base offers personalized comfort through customizable head and foot positions that can help relieve back pain and alleviate snoring. Elevate your sleep at Ashley.
The air just smells different. There's females, there's family members, of all these options of things I can eat. Then you think about everything you just went through. People you left behind, and the emotions come. All the pain, the frustration, the anger, everything you've held in for all those years that you couldn't show anybody else comes pouring out. I sobbed like a little boy. I remember that day I got out, my mom had a barbecue and family over for me. And as everybody was doing all that, I got to thinking about my friends, the guys I left behind, thinking about everything that I've been through in the last decade. I walked out my mom's back door, stood there on the steps, and I just completely broke down. I can't tell you the last time I had shed tears prior to that. But in the moment you think that I would be so happy, all those years of pent-up aggression, hidden emotion, sorrow, sadness came to surface. And my mom walked out back and see me crying. Like, I was in a zone. I couldn't hear anything. It was almost like I just woke up being knocked out. Everything was just kind of ringing and quiet. Even though there was noise going around, everything got real quiet. And the next thing I remember was my mom touched my shoulder and kind of startled me. And I turned around and looked at her, and there was just tears pouring from my face. She said, "You all right?" I said, "Yeah, I'm okay." It's the same day I got out of prison. What's wrong? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know what's wrong? I don't know what's wrong. What had happened was I finally was coming to terms with not just one or two events, or the fact that I was free. I was finally able to express how I felt and come to terms with everything that had happened over the last decade, over the last 10 years, everything I had held inside that I could not turn to anybody else with had come to a head, it had come to surface. That's why I put number 4 as emotions. Nobody wants to hang around the guy that's always crying or the guy that's always sad. Or, "Hey man, I'm kind of feeling down today, buddy. Would you like to talk?" Man, you don't carry your whack ass on over there somewhere talking about how you feel. Man, we don't do that up here. I get chills just thinking about it. I hug my children every day and I tell them I love them. I don't want to let them do it sometimes. My 4-year-old, I kiss him right now. Wait. I kiss my 4-year-old right now. I love them. It makes me feel magical, special. I don't ever want him to get any bigger, man. I know it's selfish of me. Because I know one day he's going to be too big to kiss his dad on the mouth. Come on, Dad, just don't want to. I'm trying to kiss me in the mouth. Weird or something. With my son. I love being able to express myself to people. Even with y'all. I love to let y'all know when I'm happy. You can see when I'm sad. You can see when I'm angry. But like I said, when it comes to prison, jail, incarcerations, the only real emotions you're going to see are happiness and anger. Everything else really doesn't matter. Coming in at number 3, waiting. You will wait to do everything. Are you a patient man? Are you a patient woman? If not, you will become. Everything is a waiting game while locked up. You use the shower, there's a line of 10 people getting in the shower. Who's got next on the shower? Not who's last in the line. Who's next? If you ask who's last, then that gives people that are in the line the opportunity to say, well, he had it in front of me. He had it in front of me. Might have been 6 people, but now you let your homeboy jump in the line, and it quickly turn into 15 people. You don't wait to do everything. You want to make something in the microwave? You got to wait to get the microwave. There's a line. Visiting day. People come to see you, ain't seen nobody in a while. You're all dressed up. By the time your visitors get there, to the time they make it to the visiting room, it'll be an hour and a half. You're going to wait just to get on that phone, to talk to the people, to see when they're going to be there. You're going to wait. I got sick one time. Me and my I was selling Woody. Woody gets out this year in October. I have an awesome bank for Woody sitting by the right to show y'all. Self-taught, man, it's amazing. Doing 25 years, Woody will be coming home this October. Me and Woody had the norovirus back in the day, 2011, I believe. We were deathly ill. So we could die in this. We put a request form in the medical, emergency request form. Hey, we're sick. Something seriously wrong with us. We need to see a doctor. It would be 3 days before they got us over to medical to see a nurse. By that point, our stomachs had balled up in knots.
Privately owned and serving the community since 1904. Islam honors all cultures, rights, and traditions. Let us take care of all your funeral planning needs.
explosive diarrhea, projectile vomiting, sweating, laying in the bed, just feeling like you're on your deathbed. And it took us 3 days to get to medical because there's so many other guys that you have to wait. The story of my homeboy Fly, who was 5 months from going home. Getting over to medical was a process. Told the medical staff he didn't feel good. He was throwing up blood. Told him, fill out a form to be seen in medical. They took him over to medical and told him he had kidney stones. This is a week after he's told them he's throwing up blood. Fly would end up puking up blood everywhere in the bathroom, falling out the floor when they got the guards. They got him over to medical. And because he had to wait and everything was, they'll get to you when they get to you, by the time his cancer was diagnosed, and he had a couple months left to live. By the time they diagnosed him, it was less than 90 days. He was dead. Never made it to the 5-month mark. Never made it to get home because he had to wait. They say patience is a virtue. You've never met a more patient person than someone that has been locked up. If you are indigent, indigent is the act of having no money. You have no help on the outside world. This could be for many reasons. Your people could be poor, struggling just to get by. Your people could suffer from some type of substance abuse, whether it be alcohol, drugs, something of that nature, and all their money be dedicated to that. And then I've met people whose families were loaded, but they refused to help the son, the nephew, the grandbaby, whoever that was locked up because you wanted to go out and be a criminal. Get yourself locked up. You can sit there and be hungry with your silly ass. What you need money for in jail? A lot of people don't understand that you need money. You can't eat what they feed you. You're not going to commissary. You're going to wash your ass with that soap they give you that dries you out. They're going to give you a little bottle of state shampoo, state toothpaste, all the stuff the state supplies to you. It does the job, but it's not ideal. It's pretty much what, they would give to a camp somewhere full of refugees or something. It's like Red Cross medical supplies, or, it's just bottom shelf. With being indigent, you rely on the state to feed you. Every bit of food is going to go in your stomach. It's coming from the jail or the prison. You go eat breakfast, you're hungry. Not a whole lot of food on the tray. You will survive by eating state trays. You ain't never seen nobody go to jail super skinny, come out skinnier than they went in. You're going to eat, and they're going to starve you to death. You're going to eat potatoes 3 times a day. Potatoes breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They'll feed you a lot of cabbage, a lot of beans, things that are cost effective and that put weight on you. But if all you get are those state trays because you fall into that category of indigent we just talked about, well, then you're going to have to wait to eat. The luxury of your refrigerator is no longer there. The store is no longer there. At Greensville, sometimes we would go every time. It was 2 weeks, but then every few months we would skip a week. So it'd be 3 weeks before you go to commissary. You gobble up all your zooms and wham-whams. You made all types of swole, sheen, cheese. You made all these different meals right out the gate. You ran out of commissary. Your ribs are touching. Feel your heart and back won't touch you. Your stomach is tight. You don't see commissary for another 3 weeks. You have to wait. Waiting is by far stressful. Tell the guard you need something, I'll get to you. If you got an issue, I'll get to you. Hey, I need. You don't have to wait. If you're not a patient person, your boss, you want everything right when you want it. Everything's got to be your way. You got to keep your dumb ass out the lockup. Because when you get in there, one thing that's guaranteed, you can do a whole lot of waiting. Waiting on everything you can imagine. There's one thing you're waiting on more than anything. You're waiting to be released. Coming in at number 2, the disrespect and being treated less than human. Hear me now. Disrespect that you're going to receive being treated less than human. The guards are taught when they go through the academy to not fraternize with the inmates, to not talk with the inmates unless it's work related or got something to do with the prison or the jail. So when you go to them and you have an issue, they handle it almost as if a robot was handling it. Or they handle it with some type of attitude. You're gonna feel disrespected. You have certain guards at times that walk around with a chip on their shoulder, and you could be having the best day that a man can have while locked up. And you look over and you see this guard, and your whole day just goes to crap right there and there. This man can be disrespectful, rude, obnoxious, and get away with it. Nothing you can do about it. You can write him up on paperwork. Hey, the guard got in my face, called me a bitch, and said, do something about it, punk. And you know what? The paper you're writing is going to go to somebody that he works with. They're going to read it like, oh man, he called you the punk. He said he was a bitch. Yeah, he is a bitch. And they would tear it up and throw it in the trash. The guards will disrespect you to the point that you just want to explode. And you know that if you so much as push him, he's going to press assault charges on you. The level of disrespect you will receive from other inmates at times is unfathomable, especially when you're locked behind that door. You find yourself in confinement. You find yourself in the hole. I had an issue with a dude one time that was being shipped. And we're in the hole, and this dude would just talk.
There's a lot about the job that isn't actually that fun that I have now automated away almost entirely. It's really common that you run into merge conflicts. You're finally ready to merge something and it's conflict. Your CI is failing. But I have a Green PR's automation here that uses some of our skills. And this is going to go through. And it's going to say, like, do any have CI failures because of, like, something we did wrong or, like, didn't get caught in the pre-push? Or maybe it's going to merge conflict because someone is, like, also changing it because we're rushing to, you know, finish up a project or something like that. My PRs are always ready.
Overall, trusted for over 60 years.
Cash shit to everybody back there. I'll do this about your mama, this about your sister, man. I'll get home and go see your girl. And like, this dude was talking crazy outside of his neck. And there's nothing you can do about it. They used to take us all from the hole and put us in a big dog cage for our 1 hour record that we got out. It was 23-1. 1 hour a day we got to come out that cage, right? We out to sell into that cage. This guy wouldn't go to the ring. So he would run his mouth every day, disrespecting, calling me the worst names you could ever imagine, to the point that your blood pressure is boiling. Your blood is just, you can feel it trying to push its way on top of your head. You feel like you're going to explode. There's nothing you can do because he's going to get shit. Then you'll have other guys in the jail. I've seen situations where guys know that people are coming to bomb them out in the morning. And they get on their door and start talking. Man, you lucky I'm leaving in the morning. I was going to punch you. Doing all this, got everybody else hearing what this man is saying to you. And all you're thinking is, please, God, don't let him make me before I get my hands on him. Let us come out this cell for just 45 seconds in the morning before they call his name so I can hurt him. Because this man is disrespecting me past the point of what I can take. And I'm going to hurt him. There's nothing you can do about it. Those females that you got on the streets that loved you and were one way to you, that were there for you, every time they start to get angry at you, it goes from you calling, laughing on the phone. And I had this happen on my last video, to them being mad at you. I was with this Puerto Rican chick prior to me getting incarcerated. This was my actual girl at the time. I was working at the strip club. She was the girl that became, I checked the ID. She was the girl that you go get ones from. And, you know, she would give you a t-shirt that said under 21 if you were 18. Me and her were real close in the short amount of time we were together. She was the one that took me to court and told me no matter what happens, I'm gonna ride for it, right? I get sent off, I get locked up. Everything was fine at first. And then she became angry. It went from us laughing and joking to her hanging the phone up in my face, screaming at me, cursing at me, because there was somebody else in her ear telling her lies. Or he knew he was going to prison, or he just used you to get her money for a lawyer. Or you look stupid right now sitting that dude is locked up. She started to hold a grudge against me. She started to say things that were disrespectful to me on the phone. You know somebody's disrespecting you when you call over there. She wants you to know that your homeboy is doing it. How's my homeboy doing it? You've been disrespected past what the definition of disrespect can cover. There's nothing you can do about it. You hang up that phone and you look around you, there's stupidity all around you. People doing things that you don't agree with, things that irritate you. And the disrespect you just received on that phone might be the reason you hurt somebody a little bit. Let's get back to the guards. I've had guards walk by the cell, and you need something. You rely on these guards for a lot of things. Because you can't just do what you want. Like I said, you're gonna wait. When you need a door open, that guard is the one that opens it. If you need anything done inside the prison, you're gonna need what's called a request form. You have to fill this request form out and submit it. And if it gets approved, then they'll let you do whatever it is. Whether it be, I need to see medical, I need to see a chaplain, I need to see a psychiatrist, I'd like to send some property home. These guards have the power. In fact, guards walk by the cell. Hey man, can I holler at you? I need some toilet paper. Not right now, Williams. What you mean not right now? I ain't got time right now, Williams. You know what I mean? Figure it out. I had a guard tell me one time to wipe my ass with a sock. I said, hey man, I'm sitting on the toilet and she walks right door. Hey, see over. He stops. Come on, man, why you stop while you use the bathroom? I had to use the bathroom. I need some toilet paper. I ain't got nothing for you. All he's got to do is walk over and open the closet. That's how easy it is. He's got the keys. He's got the power. You know what I mean? Like He-Man, he's got the power. Just walk over there, turn the key, reach in there, grab his toilet, roll toilet paper. Here you go, Williams. Nah. Wipe your ass with a sock. It's disrespect. What did you just say? I said, wipe your ass with a sock. Not wipe my ass with a sock. Well, I don't know what to tell you then. Figure it out. And he keeps it moving. So now when these doors pop, I gotta look this dude face to face that just treated me less than a human. And there are gonna be times that you are treated less than human. It is an inhumane environment at times. Guards will take you from the hole, and I took almost a year full of freebies and cold showers, which in the summertime, it was cool. It was great, because back in the hole, it had no AC. So you are drenched in your sleep with sweat. You're drenched when you wake up because you're sweating. Your sheets start to smell like urine because your sheets are literally soaked. So in the summertime, it was cool to go over there and take a cold shower. You look forward to it. But in the wintertime, however cold it is outside, it's that much colder inside because you're inside of a concrete room with no heat. They would lead you over. This goes back into being treated inhumane. They would lead you over to the shower in handcuffs, back up to the door, put your hands through it's a shut metal door with a great padlock you in this little small 4x4 shower area. Put your hands through the door and they uncuff you. You turn the water on, and the water will be cold, but just as cold as whatever the temperature was outside. It would be the ground temperature. So if it's 16 degrees outside, that water coming out of that pipe hitting your body at 16 degrees. It would sting. It would burn. You're freezing as it is. You're already cold. And now you're standing there naked. And the water that's in you is the coldest thing you could ever experience next to just running out and jumping in a lake or a river full of ice. And the guards, can y'all please do something, turn the water up? You know, like our water temperature don't come to prison. We're clowning. I seen a I told you story, y'all need to watch it. An officer by the name of C.O. Brandon, real crazy with his mouth. Used to love to talk fly dudes. Get to running his mouth to him. He would call you bitch, boy, whatever he wanted to. Hated dude because he was a guard. Didn't nobody want to put their hands on him, even though there have been several situations where it almost happened. He got the right one. Called him bitch, called him all these different names, squared up with him, right? Put his hands up, was ready to go toe-to-toe with this dude, right? Everybody broke it up because we were going to wreck. We didn't want to be locked down because dude beat the guard up. Short time later, they let him wreck out. He was stabbed cigar after time going out back way. I was 5 feet from the whole thing and watched him take place, messing me up. I'm not gonna say the guard deserved to be stabbed like he was or attacked like he was, but I will say that he played a major part in it. I will say that he had it coming and I expected it to happen a lot sooner. You will be treated in a manner that you've never experienced before. If you were a lawyer on the streets, it doesn't matter. Have all the money in the world on the streets, it doesn't matter. Who you were in the streets does not matter. You're going to be disrespected and you're going to be treated like everybody else. And you better hope and pray that you don't come across a guard that has a grudge, that does not like you, because then you're really going to figure out what disrespect is. Your friends. Let's get into it. Coming in at number 1, the anxiety.
Chipotle honey chicken is back. Step into summer with fresh grilled chicken, spicy chipotle peppers, and a perfect touch of pure honey. Open the summer with Chipotle honey chicken. It's taking heat and sweet to a whole new level.
Give your nonprofit the productivity apps they know and love. Eligible nonprofits now get a 75% discount on Microsoft 365 Business Premium. Get started by clicking the link or visiting us at Microsoft.com/nonprofits.
Anxiety, PTSD that comes along with being incarcerated. Shout out to my homeboy Chuck. What up, Chucko? Somebody else spoke on the anxiety and PTSD that comes along with being incarcerated, not only while incarcerated, but afterwards. Another YouTuber, I'm gonna give her flowers while she's here. Amazing channel. Make sure you go check out Jessica Kidd on their YouTube. She did a video on it, and she nailed it. She hit the nail on the head to the T. The anxiety of being incarcerated, the anxiety, everything that you're gonna go through, starts the moment those blue lights come on. Starts the moment those handcuffs are put on your wrist. And it never fully goes away from that moment after. Unless maybe you do one night in jail and you never return back, then it's short-lived. But there's going to be so much anxiety in that night, more than you've ever experienced in your life. Take all the anxiety you've ever felt, multiply that times 1,000, that's how the night's going to be for you. Now, over extended periods, long stays, long periods of incarceration, anxiety never goes away. You don't recognize it as anxiety because you've become used to dealing with it. Red Bull, pause. You don't see it. You don't even know it exists, but it's there. You're in a hostile, crazy environment where things jump off on the regular, where violence is just part of your life, where things you've never known anything about are now a day-to-day norm. It causes an anxiety that forever sticks around. Watching the evil that man can do. Watching someone else be victimized or hurt comes with a certain level of anxiety. Even if you're not the victim, just seeing it gets your heart in your chest. It causes you to get all jittery feeling. Which way do I go? And you usually freeze up because there's nothing you can do about it. Long after that situation is over, you don't realize that there's anxiety associated with it. You don't realize that you have PTSD from what you just saw, but it's there. From that point forward, anything that slightly resembles whatever it is you saw when you went through yourself, anything that slightly resembles that is going to kick your anxiety into overdrive. When things don't go your way, or anything's out of the ordinary, your anxiety is going to come into place. People listen to these stories I tell, and we laugh and joke and stuff, but the bottom line is the things I went through and the things I saw, they stay here. When telling them stories, my anxiety is in overdrive. Sometimes for days afterwards, I'll take a break from doing videos because the toll the last video I had, just from telling it, the anxiety and the PTSD comes to life. I know for a fact I have. Somebody asked me in the comment section, how do you know you have PTSD? I've seen a psychiatrist, I've seen a psychologist, reoccurring thoughts, avoidances, all these things combined. The things I saw, witnessed, went through, the years of anxiety, stress, the not knowing, the fighting, the unenviable caused the PTSD. My psychologist said chances are you had PTSD way before you became incarcerated because I grew up in an abusive household. I grew up around a man that physically harmed all his children, that would take his fist and punch you as hard as he could in your face, or that would hit you with any object laying around. So we walked on eggshells in my household. I make my way into the prisons, the jails, the detention centers, these facilities, and I've already got anxiety from what I go through at home. So I come in with anxiety. The anxiety turned all the way up when they put those handcuffs on me because I don't know what's going to happen. The anxiety associated with what's going to happen when I go to trial. How long am I going to sit here before I go to trial? Why isn't my lawyer contacted? Did the man just tell me to take a 27-year plea bargain? Is he crazy? The anxiety of going in that courtroom and not knowing the outcome. The anxiety of not knowing who's going to leave you, who's going to ride with you, not knowing what's going to happen from second to second. You could walk out on that red car and be just a normal day, and the wind can blow, you can feel the violence in the air. Doesn't sound crazy. You can sense it. And instantly your anxiety kicks in.
Make it cool.
With AC Pro, anyone can recharge their car's AC. Like a pro. Be a pro with AC Pro.
My grandfather's home was his most important investment, but sometimes he would smoke inside. I didn't notice the walls turning yellow and the tobacco smoke lingered. I learned it's because smoking leaves behind a residue that sticks to furniture, carpets, and walls, called third-hand smoke. It's difficult to remove and contains the same cancer-causing chemicals as second-hand smoke. He would want me to keep memories, but not his contaminated furniture or home. Learning about third-hand smoke helped me make decisions to protect my health, and it can help you too.
Calm, collect on the surface, but inside, the heart's racing. Because you don't know what's about to happen. You feel it in the air. This is something directed towards me. Is this because me and old boy got to argue the other day? Does everybody know something's about to happen to me? You look over, you see some scared dude, you see a crowd of dudes going at it, and the anxiety kicks in because you can only imagine what he's going through or what's about to happen to him. The anxiety that I carry from day to day, from being incarcerated, is real. The PTSD that I deal with day to day is real. In the middle of a Walmart, I can be sitting on my couch, watching TV, and something come across the TV that brings up a memory of something that happened while I was incarcerated, or something I saw while I was incarcerated. Everybody else is enjoying the movie, and my heart's beating, breathing heavy. And I'm over there going through something nobody understands. 62 degrees in my house, and sweat beating up my forehead. And I'm not even paying attention to what the movie's got going on anymore, because I'm thinking about what's happened in the past. The anxiety of getting a new cellmate. Never know who they're going to put in the cell with you. You can go from having a halfway decent day, a halfway decent bed, and they put some racist piece of crap in the cell with you that you just absolutely hate. This guy can be white, he can be black, he can be of any race. Racism comes in all shapes, colors, sizes, and forms. Or they can put somebody in the cell with you that you're not compatible with. Now the anxiety comes into play. Because you know this ain't good. So I am with me putting my hands on him and putting his hands on me. When we lose a draw, we have to see what it is. Anxiety is pretty much associated to everything in prison that's not positive. And let me tell you this, there's not a whole lot of positivity in prison. You will meet some positive guys, some guys that have good heads on their shoulders and uplift your spirits. For the most part, it's a dark, gloomy, and negative environment. The PTSD takes place in there as well. You can't tell me that after watching a man get stabbed, or watching a man get bludgeoned with something, or something that slightly resembles what you saw in that day, that immediately, internally, you don't start to panic. Because this is familiar. You know how this is going to happen. It may not even end that way. The PTSD and anxiety kicks in, and instantly that's where your mind goes. I learned at a young age that if we're going to argue, for me to go ahead and strike. And I don't agree with people putting their hands on one another. I don't agree with people fighting, solving violence, solving issues with violence. We should all be smart and have to lash out, physically harm somebody to get our point across. But I learned a long time ago that standing there arguing with somebody, all that does is give them an opportunity to reach out and punch you in the face. All it does is give them the upper hand at the time to hurt you. So now, and especially while incarcerated, the moment I see that there was any type of friction, that we had any type of problems, I am obligated to just pull back everything I have and hit you. Because I'm not going to let you do that to me first. I can't stand there and just wait for you to strike me. I did that before. And it ended bad. So when that anxiety kicks in, the moment any traces of something familiar surface, you become the worst version of yourself. Like I told you, the anxiety will start the very moment you realize you're in trouble. And you don't even recognize that for the rest of your incarceration, even if you don't feel it, you don't feel anxious, you don't feel none of it, it's there. It's there when you're sleeping, you hear the noise, you move, because you don't know what's going on around you. It's there when somebody's standing too close to you, or you and somebody walk into each other, because instantly you expect it to go to violence. Anxiety is by far, that associated with PTSD, is by far one of the worst parts of being incarcerated. The fact that you always feel like the unknown is about to happen. The fact that you always feel like worst case scenario is right around the corner. The fact that you feel that you have absolutely no control over what's going on in front of you and all going on in front of you, and all you can do is sit back, get ready, and prepare for it.
It's just like a very cool way to prototype extremely quickly. If I go here in Figma, I just have this design that I pulled together. I can just take the link, I can copy a link to selection, and then I can go to Codex and I can just paste the link. Use the Figma skill to implement the automations page in my app. It was like 90% of the way there.
Nobody plans for this moment.
It starts as something that's supposed to help, until it's the only thing you need. 1 in 30 Americans live with opioid addiction. Most never plan to, but this moment, you can take back control. With QuickMD, you can connect with a doctor online as soon as today. Visits are affordable, and there's no insurance required. Get started and book a visit today at quick.md.
I make these videos with a purpose. 100% with a purpose. I do not want anyone to walk in these shoes, live that life through these videos. If you're intrigued by it, watch the videos. If you want to know about it, watch the videos. But don't go out and do something that's going to make you part of a video or make you capable of producing these type of videos. There was nothing good about the 10 years I spent locked up, except for the fact that I found myself and found who I was. I met some good guys along the way, but being locked up is all bad. It is stupid. It means that you can't last out here in these streets. It means that you don't do what you're supposed to do when you're supposed to do it. You go the other route. And I get it. I know what it is to be hungry and have to come up with some money. I know what it is to have eviction notices coming and the door lock's about to be changed. You gotta come up with the rent. But the bottom line is, for a lot of us, we are responsible for being in that situation to begin with. Not all of us. I know things do happen, but everybody's not got money. Or some people got lots of responsibilities, they gotta pick and choose what they can take care of. But I can tell you now that getting out here and doing the wrong thing to take care of those situations is gonna make it 100 times worse. Because the people that depend on you to take care of them are the ones that suffer and are left behind with no one to take care of them when you're locked up. They become responsible for trying to take care of you. So there you have it. My top 5. Aside from that, y'all already know it is Friday, which means it's payday. Gotta get this money, gotta get the guys. Hey, appreciate y'all tuning in. Stay tuned. More coming soon. I cannot wait for the weekend, man. It's time for me to get up out of here and get home. Going live this weekend, 100% facts. It is proven. Make sure y'all check that as well. Anyways, these jails, detention centers, prisons, facilities, all just crazy worlds inside this hard, crazy world we live in. And as always, y'all know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to keep y'all entertained. Are you not entertained? Like always, this is Jay Williams Life. To all my real ones, and all some real ones watching. But y'all still watching me. And y'all know. So,
if you're 62 or older, your home could be your most powerful retirement asset, and most people don't know how to use it. A reverse mortgage lets eligible homeowners convert a portion of their home's equity into cash, with no monthly mortgage payments required. You stay in your home, you keep the title, and you can receive funds as a lump sum, monthly payments, or a line of credit. The loan is repaid when you sell the home, move out, or pass away. And because it's a non-recourse loan, you'll never owe more than the home is worth. The most common reverse mortgage is the HECM, backed by the federal government and regulated by HUD. Before you can get one, independent counseling is required by law to make sure it's the right thing for you. Want to learn if you qualify? Click below to get a free, no-obligation info guide and speak with a licensed specialist today.
Introducing the Honorable Language Series, the world's most elite podcast.
y'all already know what what it is, Jay Williams. That's the life, and we're back. Just because you're a guard don't make you better than nobody. A lot of guards was in the streets and they was young, committing crimes, just didn't get caught. A lot of these guards I met didn't abide by the same rules and laws that were laid down in the prison. There are certain things that we can't do that they can do, which is expected. We're being punished. But there's certain prison, rules that we can't do and they can't do either. I met some good guards, I met some bad guards. I had some guards that hated me. I hated them. Me saying something out the way, them coming out of pocket, saying something to me, the way they treated me, it could be anything. I had quite a few guards in the past I did not like, for whatever reason. But throughout the years, all the years of where my stupidity landed my dumb ass, I see some dumb things, especially when it comes to guards, and them thinking that because there was these rules, the place didn't have to follow. Let me tell you what happens when they don't follow. Let me give you a couple stories on some of these idiots that thought they could slide below the radar when nobody else is looking. I know I done seen it, I know I done lived it, so let's read it. I could probably write a whole book on correctional officers, guards, turnkeys, whatever you want to call them. There were some of the nastiest people out there. When it comes to like breaking it down for you on some of these dudes, it would be a book. But some of them stick out in my mind. Today I got 3 stories for y'all. On shitty ass officers, shitty things they did, and their shitty demise. Watching them lose their jobs, watching them get fired. You don't ever want to see somebody lose their job. When somebody comes to work and their job is to make your life live in hell, like they literally don't come there to be a guard. They come there on an ego trip, a power trip, like they are just, down on you for no reason. The day you see them leave, it's glad you're gone, right? First dude was an older black man. He had the weirdest last name, probably it's in the top 5 of weird names I've seen. But it was like Rozalowski or something. It was so hard. It was like Y's and Z's, K's, and just letters that didn't belong in last names that we were used to. So we all just called him G. Officer G, COG. Some people called him Car because COG. But for the most part, we just called him Officer G, right? This dude, to say was power tripping was an understatement. He was every bit of pushing 60 years old when he walked into my pod for the first time. I don't know if he was the guard prior to this. I don't know if he came from another prison, another part of the prison we were in. I just know this miserable old son of a bitch showed up where we were. When we first, when he first showed up, you'd look at his name tag, like, what the hell? What does your name tag say? And he'd pronounce it, and you would try to pronounce it, and he'd be like, that's not how you say my name. So we just started calling him COG, or Officer G, right? As soon as dude gets in there, he starts writing people up. And for y'all who don't know, a prison write-up, they have an inmate rule book. It's a book that all inmates must abide by. You got what's called a 200 series. 200 series charge is like, it's equivalent to a misdemeanor in the streets. You got 100 series, which is equivalent to a felony, which could be everything from, possession of drugs to a knife to murder, the more serious charges. This guy's whole mission in working in the Department of Corrections was to see how many, infractions, charges you could write in. He's like that state trooper that pulls you over for going 1 mile over the speed limit. That is, ain't gonna be no breaks today. You don't speed in my state. He was one of those guys. Not to mention, he was old. When I say old, like, I'm not talking about his age, I'm talking about just his appearance. Like, he looked like he had been drinking beer since he was about 7, and the only thing that ever gained weight on him was his stomach. Shaped like one of them little worm guys from Men in Black, right? So he's got a chip on his shoulder. Never has nothing nice to say. There are some officers who come in, how you doing today, that, you know, are just pleasant people. Just one of those guys that no matter what happened, he always, at all points of the day, looked like he was chewing on shit flavored bubble gum. It wouldn't take long for me and this dude to bump heads. She's walking through the pod one day, and I'm standing in my homeboy's doorway, and you're not allowed to go in other people's cells. That's how they cut back on, I guess, stealing. That's how they cut back on gang activity. They cut back on drug use. If we see you in somebody else's cell, you're gonna get a charge. They have a yellow line drawn at the door. But if you're standing past that yellow line, it's called a 229. That is the code for the charge you're gonna get. It's an unauthorized area.
As far as we know, compromises can be compromising.
You installed this?
Yeah, even had a few screws left over.
It's supposed to sound like
Cutting corners can leave you drowning in regret. If it's important, it's not worth compromising. That's why with farmers you can get quality and savings. A for effort, though. A-minus, baby.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Me and COG get off to a bad start. He's been in our pod a good 3-4 days now. Comes like goes off, his shift ends, and they go like 2 days on, 3 days off, 3 days on, 2 days off. That's how they rotate. They don't do 5 days, 7 days. It's just what I told you. I have a neighbor that lives in a cell right next to me. The guy lives in the cell next to me. And at the time, he was still smoking in prison, so he had asked me for some tobacco. I said, yeah, I'll bring you over some. So I go over to his cell, and I'm standing in his doorway, this little, probably 3-foot doorway. Not even, it might be 32 inches, 30 inches. And I'm standing there with my back in the doorway, and I'm not in this guy's cell. I'm just standing there. I just gave him tobacco, which is also another thing you can't do, is transfer any type of personal items, commissary. You get a charge for that, right? G comes in and he sees me hand the guy something. And instead of walking down the line of cells, looking at everybody's cells, and then doing this turn the corner and coming to where I'm at, he sees me stick my hand in and I'm leaning my back against the door frame, he beelines straight across the pod to where I'm at. What'd you just give him? By now, the guy's taking the tobacco, laid it on the counter, dumped it out, you know, give him nothing. Step out the way. What? I didn't give him nothing. Step out the way. I step out the way, he goes in, proceeds to tearing this dude. There was an old dude living in the cell next to me at the time. Proceeds to just shaking this man's cell down and making a mess of this man's cell. Most of the tobacco, probably an ounce or 2 of tobacco I gave the dude, got knocked off the counter. Other stuff got mixed in with it. This dude just went in there and just went ham, just went nuts in this dude's cell. Thinking like he had really just like caught like El Chapo passing off a brick or something. All I did was get an old man some, you know, something to smoke. You know? So he steps up, get up against the wall. Get up against the wall. By now he's called another officer. He starts patting me down. He's searching my pockets. I said, I don't have anything. I didn't hand him anything. Which I did. He was like, I saw you. I'm like, you didn't see me do anything. I reached in the door, that dude up, I was talking to him. This guy was so petty that as he was walking away from my neighbor, if you want to call it cell, I had 1 foot over the yellow line. I was like, man, dude was tripping, man. My bad, man. I ain't even see him come in, man. That's my bad. He looks back, sees my foot over the yellow line, and does like an about face. You know what the military and about face means? He does it. Looks over his shoulder, sees me, and just like, whole body just spins 180. Walks back over where I'm at, he goes,
Go ahead and let me get your ID. And you have this prison ID. That's, you know, if you're going out and about, it's supposed to be clipped in your pocket. If not, it's just in your pocket or in your cell, whatever. I said, I ain't got my ID on me. Oh, you ain't got your ID? What's your name? This dude hadn't paid enough attention to me. He didn't even know that I lived in the cell directly next to this. I said, Williams. What's your first initial? J. What's your inmate number? 1188-376. What cell you sleep in? Cell directly next to 21. Why, what's up? You're in an unauthorized area. What do you mean I'm in an unauthorized area? Your foot, you're inside that man's cell, you're not allowed to get in. Somebody stop playing with me right now. Do not play with me. Stop. Oh yeah, you're getting a charge. You gonna read about it? That's what they always say. You gonna read about it? He writes me up. Sure enough, I get called upstairs. We're gonna, you know, issue a $5 fine, 2 weeks lost to commissary, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. These little things like this can add up to messing up your good times. Little small, stupid, petty charges can change the day I go home. It can make it to where I don't get home to my son on the date I'm supposed to, which I've already done that several times. My date's done changed several times because of my stupidity in the past. But he's writing these petty charges that are going to change my release date. I might spend another 5 days in here because you said my foot was over the line. So I told her, you know, I take my little plea bargain. Now, I don't like COG. Do not like Officer G, Turnkey G, Roger Laskowski, ZZZ, whatever his name was. Did not like the dude. So when he would come through, everybody knew when this man came through, he would write you, he would walk straight over to where people were playing poker at, tell them get up, check their pockets, make sure they had no poker chips. Like dudes that got smart, we had ways around it. I'm not gonna get into it. Poker chips are right there. Everybody knew when his shift came on, it's like, man, we gotta deal with this dude today. This whole entire idiot. Gets to a point where when he walks by my cell, rather than just walk by, he would like to stop and make little slick comments. What you got going on in here? What you doing in there today? So I'm being locked up. Bitch, what's it look like I'm doing? Like, come on, man, go on somewhere. I ain't got time to play. I'm not one of your great-great-grandchildren. Like, carry your ass on, man. Go bother somebody else. I ain't doing nothing. I'm sitting and watching TV. I'll be back. Don't worry about it. Me and this dude bump heads. By now, this dude has done wrote me all these different charges. Beauty in the matter was, with me being the maintenance man, there was times I could get upstairs and slide in the sergeant's office, and I would grab G's whole entire stack of charges. He wrote everybody, roll that shit up, shove it down in front of my pants, and it would never make it to the sergeant's lieutenants. Nobody would get rolled up, right? I did this a bunch of times. Dudes used to be like, I will pay you to get this charge off that desk, man. Is there any way you can get the sergeant's office? Like I said, when we being the maintenance man, I would be able to slide up in there sometimes. Might go up in there with a little rookie CO sitting up in there just bullshit. Like, hey, they told me earlier somebody's computer keeps shutting off. Let me check the electrical wire and stuff. I'm gonna need you to move out. I need to move this chair. That was the power I had with the little bullshit prison job I had, man. I knew something was off with dudes because there was days he would come in and he would be worse than he was any time of it. Like it was like almost like this man looked like he was on the verge of having a stroke while walking. He was just struggling. I'm at the same exact setup a couple weeks down the line. Standing there, talking to the dude that lives in my cell, in the cell next to me, older gentleman, been messed a lot of people, who was about his business, been down a long time, never going home. I like talking to the dude. The dude had a lot of wisdom. I gave him a lot of respect. I learned a lot from him. So I would just chop it up with this old man, you know, here and there. G comes in, is walking, does his rounds, and I see him. And I'm talking to the dude, and I look up because I heard the door pop, and I see him when he come in. I look down. My foot's not under the line, right? It's not over the line. So I said, okay, I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm standing there and talking. G's coming my way. I said, I'm going to go ahead and back up. That way, me and dude don't, you know what I mean, he don't bump into me or try to make some bullshit charge. But right in front of cell 21, there's a staircase that goes up to the second level. So I backed out of his way and back underneath the staircase to let this piece of shit officer go by And when I step under the staircase, he goes, just caught you. Unauthorized area. What the fuck you mean I'm in an unauthorized area? I'm out your way. He's like, not allowed to congregate or be underneath the staircase. That's a 229 unauthorized area. I said, man, you got to be fucking kidding me. I'm getting about tired of you writing these fucking charges, man. Like, oh, what is that? Is that a threat? Are you threatening me? Or you want to run to do something to me? I said, man, whatever. Man, get your clown ass the fuck out of here. Write your charge. Stick it in your ass. I don't care what you do. Now I spaz out on you. He's walking away, and as he's walking away, I'm like, fucking clown. Turns around, comes back, and gets right up in my face. At the moment he got in my face, I realized what had been going on with this dude the whole time. We had never got that close for me to be able to smell him or him to be able to smell me. When he got in my face, that dude reeked of alcohol. That dude smelled like he took a bath in Jack Daniels and rinsed his mouth out with, Hennessy. Like, dude just reeked of liquor. So he's standing there running his mouth, and I was like, damn, bro, you need to brush your teeth or something. Get your funky ass out of my face. Smell like, you stink, man. You smell like a whole entire trunk. Why do you be running around here so mad? You hungover? Like, fucking with people, man. Why don't you go find you a chair somewhere and a couple gallons of water and sit down and leave people fucking alone? I get called up for my charge. Other dudes telling me, man, you need to put his drunk ass on blast. I said, tell him. Even if you tell on, even if I tell on him, that's still telling. You can't like kick sides on who's cool to tell on, who ain't cool to tell on. If you're gonna tell on him, you'll tell on the next man. I said, nah, I'm wearing my little bullshit charge. I go up there, the lieutenant at the time knows me, the sergeant's not on. It's a nighttime thing where they brought me up there for that charge. And I told the lieutenant what happened. I said, he also wrote me up for cursing, abuse. It was like 3 or 4 charges. And I told him, I said, man was walking by, backed out the way, stepped underneath the staircase. Then he started, running his mouth. Somebody should give me an unauthorized area. I was only there to get out of his way so he could do his job and keep his ass moving. Get up out of here, you know what I mean? The lieutenant throws the charges up. No, I'm not going to process these. He's a bullshit. Yes, I said, had he not, and even, started messing with me about being underneath the staircase, we'd have never gotten to the verbal altercation, none of that would ever happen. And he said, that's not what happened. You came out underneath the staircase, running your mouth. I said, that's exactly what happened. I was running my mouth because, you know what I mean? You was pressing me, like, talking about some dumbass charges again. Stop writing me up, man. Like, what is your issue? She would walk through there and dudes would be like, hey, COG, I need a request form. That's not what I'm in here to do. I'm just going through to make sure everybody's alive and ain't nobody doing nothing they don't need to do. And if I got to write some charges, that's what I'm going to do. You need a request form, talk to the officer in the booth. Dudes would be like, hey, man, my son needs medical. Do I look like a doctor to you? I'm not a doctor. I'm a guard. You need to talk to somebody else. That ain't my job, right? This goes on for months with this dude. I'm stressed to the point that he's got me so angry over things we got bumped heads with and all these dumbass charges he's wrote me in the past that I'm at the point now, I'm like, man, something's got to shake. If something don't shake with this dude, he don't somehow get up out of here, I'm going to end up putting hands on this man, and that's 5 years. You hit that guard, go ahead and know you just took another 5 years, dropped it in your backpack, and that's what you're going to wear. You're going to do the 5 years for that guard. One day comes around where everybody knows we're like, COG's supposed to be on today. Supposed to be on today. We hear the door pop first thing in the morning. They just call it standby for chow, standby for first call for movement, for school, blah, 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 all these different things. And we hear the door pop, and in walks a guard we ain't never seen before. A guard that actually, other guys knew, cool guard came to the other side of the compound, right? And I'm like, nah. Yes, we ain't got COG today. He's not in here. I don't care why he's not in here. I don't care. I'm just glad he's not here. Don't talk him up. Don't talk him up. Yeah, you're right. Let's just live our best life as long as we can with what we got going on, right? That guard that came in was super cool, super chill. He goes on to tell us that the day before we were locked down, and you locked down for like lunch, you locked down for different things. Just different things. You have to lock down for count. And the warden that come through, and the warden was walking with some people from a program that were coming to look at the prison and what they had going on. And COG is in the control booth. The warden is outside of the main gate that's going to let him into, like, the pods, the two pods that call the vestibule, Sally Port. And once you open that gate, it slides open. These bars slide open. You step in. Directly in front of you is a control booth with a door that opens where you can go up in the control booth if you're a car or have that power. And then there's two sliding doors with bars to your left and your right that slide open and let you in either which way you're going. The warden is standing there with these people, and he goes, he gets on his microphone. He tells him, hey, Officer G, open the side port door. Officer G, don't respond. Officer G, open the side port door. Officer G doesn't respond. He's sitting in the chair with his back to him. Now the warden's banging on the glass. This man's just sitting. He's, Officer Basilowski, open the door. He just keeps sitting there. They go over to the elevator. Get on the elevator, go to the second floor, come out the second floor. Now the doors at the end of the top tiers have a key you can put in and unlock. They unlock the door, the warden walks through the top tier. These people, comes down the staircase, now he's inside the pod and going to the side of the control booth where there's a little hole and you can see it's all wrapped in glass and you can see the guard sitting in there. Warden walks up, bangs on the glass. Oh, hey, what's going on? Why didn't you answer your radio? I had to bring these people all the way through the elevator on the second floor around to get down to the control booth. Oh man, I didn't hear my radio. It's clear he was just asleep. Somebody could have been getting killed. That warden could have been getting murdered. Those people could have been murdered. Somebody could have been out of the cell. He's in there just asleep. Now the warden has told him pop the door, goes up to the control booth. It's going to show the people that he's brought with him the operations, the control panel, all the lights, what these buttons do, panic buttons, the spray they spray you with, all these different things, right? To show the control booth. And I guess that the inside of the control booth reeked of alcohol. They take this old son bitch out, and just like they would give us drug tests, they could give us breathalyzers if if they thought you were intoxicated. They take him to the third floor. He refuses. Tells them, I can't believe y'all were coming at me like this, blah, blah. This is all what this cool guard told us, right? Can't believe y'all were coming at me like this. Just running his mouth because the man is intoxicated. To make it worse, the next officer that they take G out the control booth, lead him to the front of the compound, firing him. Well, actually, they told him that he was going to be put under review, they were going to look into this, and blah, blah, blah. Pretty much you're fired. That's their way of saying, get out of here without there being conflict. The next officer that comes in the booth, because they have to have somebody take over his station once he leaves. And G would always, if you could see him in the booth, he'd come out with a trash bag with napkins, brown paper towels, paperwork, all the stuff balled up in it. The next officer that comes in the booth finds this small, empty, clear plastic bottle of it sitting in the trash. Sealed old Mr. G's fate. COG is up out of here. Now they're wondering, was he bringing liquor in for the inmates? Because if he snuck this in for himself, could have snuck it in for the next man. We can't drink, but he can get drunk, walk around here and call shots all day. A lot of dudes started pushing paperwork, one little bullshit charge that he had wrote up, overturned. And y'all had a drunk man writing people up. How did y'all not know that man was drunk? How did y'all hire that man? He looked like the drunk. Oh, Ned DeWano looking at him like he breaks into cars and sleeps in the back seat for the night and then goes on to work. It's all about a happy day. Nah, that was one of the greatest days ever. Seeing old COG, Razalowski, get the hell up out of there. Old drunk ass. And I hope you see this. I hope your bum ass is unemployed. But in all reality, I hope you got some dope. Crazy. I can't tell you how happy I was to see COG. Thank God you got so much time. Got time for one more, man. I was giving y'all three, but I took too long on that first one. Unless I chop and screw it, get the second one. Sergeant Whitfield, Anybody who's ever up GRCC knows who Sergeant Whitfield was. Sergeant Whitfield was like a grown-ass skinny kid, but didn't look young in the face. The face was weathered, old, just nasty-looking old man. Like he had his teeth were so dirty, like he had George Washington teeth in him. Like he had dentures made of wood. Like they molded his teeth out of cardboard and just put that in his mouth. Like he had some old scraggly ass, just the dirtiest teeth, man. This dude had a complex. At being maybe 5'8", 160, 165 pounds, he had that Napoleon complex. And he was a sergeant, so he walked around all day with his shoulders bent back and his chest poked out, like trying to look like he was big. Like one of the type of dudes that would put on like 6 hoodies to make themselves look big. That was Whitfield, but he was really just this little scrawny, loudmouth, obnoxious ass guard. And at the time that Whitfield was there, the rapper Chamillionaire was out, right? And he had that song Riding Dirty. They see me rolling, you know what I mean? That jump. Whitfield, you be coming out of chow hall, and Whitfield be standing there smoking his long ass Salem 100s, right? Smoking his cigarettes. You walk by, he be like, hey, come here, I know you riding dirty, come here. And he'd shake you down, pat you down like a bullet ball. That was his famous thing. He'd walk in the pod, I know y'all riding dirty, I'm in here. And he just walked through cells. And if he seen anything, it didn't have to be anything wrong. You could just be standing in your cell with your back turned to him. He's gonna walk in there and look around you to see what you're doing. Like, now I'm standing there making something to eat. Whitfield chain smoking. Whitfield would be walking through the pod, like I said, you smoking prison at this time. So Whitfield be walking through the pod with a long ass cigarette hanging out of his mouth, just on shit, very unprofessional, right? He'd be sitting in the office, smoking cigarettes back to back, outside the chow hall, outside the gym. You might see him on the rec yard. He was there at nighttime sometimes and didn't even work night shifts. He would just be in there, hadn't gone home yet. We come to find out, Sergeant Whitfield also has a wife that works in the prison, but she works on the other side of the prison. I'm in S3, which is a whole entire unit by itself, separated by a bunch of fences, no way to get to the next part of the prison, or the first part of the prison. His wife worked in S1, he worked in S3. 2010, they take smoking out of prison. Now that didn't just affect us guys that smoke. It didn't just affect the prison politics, the prison money, and cigarettes was a big currency. You owed somebody a lot of money. Say you ran a gambling board, you got hit on a parlay ticket. Parlay ticket is a slip, that guys make up based on basketball, football, it's, like Vegas odds. They pass out these slips. And if you got hit on it by somebody in another building, you'd have to take that money out to the yard. Cigarettes were great because you owed somebody $100, $200, for them winning on this gambling ticket. You take out a couple boxes of cigarettes, tuck them in your shirt, cover it up, nobody can see it. Now when they take commissary out, ain't nobody trying to take $200 in stamps. You're not about to pay me the money you owe me, $200 in stamps. So dudes would have to have like 5 or 6 guys now smoking this commissary out on the yard to get to this dude, and then this guy's got to pass it off to all these different people to get it back in the building. This ain't snitching, they know this shit. If you think they don't know it, you're tripping, because I got caught plenty of times, right? So when they took cigarettes out, it didn't just mean that we couldn't buy it or we couldn't smoke. It meant tobacco products were not allowed to be smoked on the prison premises. That goes for us, that goes for the guards, that goes for everybody. Your visitors, if they pulled up in the parking lot, they were standing outside their car smoking a cigarette, and the guard seen them, they would tell them you need to put that out. You're not allowed to smoke on prison grounds, right? Even after they shut down smoking, here's the thing, if you're not a smoker or no one around you smokes, you can smell it a mile away. Now you walk by somebody just smoking a cigarette. If you don't smoke cigarettes, you're like, damn, he stinks like cigarettes. Whitfield didn't just stink like cigarettes. Whitfield smelled like he had a pocket full of half-smoked cigarettes at all given times. This is after they take the smoking out the prison, right? I'm on the 3rd floor one day doing something. I'm coming down the staircase. I was up there working, And I look out the window, the front of the building is solid, plexiglass, big thick glass. I look out and I see Whitfield, and he's almost standing at the corner of the fence in the other building, and he's smoking a cigarette. I said, "Oh, you son of a bitch, man. How bad I want a cigarette? Like, I ain't took smoking out. This bitch is just out there smoking like it's new, right?" He would come through shortly after, reeking of cigarettes. Everybody knows Whitfield ain't giving a shit about these little, you're not going to smoke, he's going to continue to smoke. Like I said, he smoked these Salem 100s. Whitfield standing out front of the chow hall one day, dude comes out, he says, "I know you riding dirty, I know you riding dirty, I see you, come here. And dude comes over there, Whitfield searches the guy's got some oranges on him. Most likely he was going to make some wine. And it ain't a lot, it's like 5-6 oranges. Whitfield says, "What's your name? Give me your ID." Reaches in his pocket to pull out his little pad and his little, like a little flip pad and a pen. Pulls a pen off his shirt pocket, reaches in his pocket to pull out the little pad, and when he does, his pack of cigarettes falls out and hits the ground. We're coming out the chow hall. I'm just coming through the door with a bunch of other guys. Another guy I know, there's a couple of guys in front of me. When we see it hit the ground, I'm like, I know he heard that. Everybody's looking. Whitfield's got his back turned. He's writing this guy's name and his state number down to give him an institutional charge for stealing from the chow hall, contraband, just dumb little bullshit, right? Dude looks around and all the guards looking, nobody else seen it, but the inmates. Snatches back cigarettes up, puts them in his pocket, right? Now, when they feed in the chow hall, they release certain pods at a time to keep us and these people and all these different people from mixing together. They'll allow, like, our pod, when our pod's almost done and we're about finished eating, they'll let the next pod out and they're coming right behind us, right? Whitfield realizes cigarettes are missing. He knows the last pod that was in his 7 Build 100 pod. Just called 200, cigarettes already gone. Had to be somebody out of 7 Build 100 pod. We're in there just doing what we're doing. I hit the door pod. Clang. There he walks in. He walks in the middle of the pod. He says, "Whoever's got what belongs to me, better give it up. Better give it up. I'm not playing. Otherwise, everybody in this bitch is riding dirty. We'll come in and we'll tear it up." Everybody knew what he was talking about because dude is already, the dude that got the cigarettes didn't smoke. So he's in the midst of selling these things. You know what I mean? $5, $10. He's like selling these, we call them Cadillac. He's selling these Cadillacs off as quick as he can, right? What's left in the pack. Whitfield tells him, "I want what belongs to me back. I'm going to be in the booth. Okay, who brings it up there? Just bring it up to the control booth and drop it back inside. If you don't, we're going to come in and we're going to tear this motherfucker apart." Somebody else at the door. "You can't tell them you brought cigarettes in, bitch. You can't tear nothing apart." "Who said that? Who said that?" "Oh, you riding super dirty. Who said that? Who said that?" "Oh, you'll see. We'll tear this son of a bitch apart." He leaves out. Gets in the control booth. Sends the officer out. Gets with the microphone. He said, "I'm not playing. Whatever's mine, I want y'all to bring it up here and drop it all over a pack of cigarettes. I want you to drop it in the control room for last warning." We're thinking, he's full of shit. He can't go tell these officers or anybody because he's just a sergeant. You got lieutenants, unit managers, captains, wardens, assistant wardens. Your country ass better not go tell nobody you brought cigarettes in here and let the inmates got them up off you because you dropped them. And now you want to search everybody because you brought something illegal in the prison. You could lose your job. You will lose your job if you're caught in possession of cigarettes in the prison. It's the first thing they're going to think is, "Oh, you're passing out cigarettes to the inmates, right?" Whitfield will leave out the booth, out there in the day room, bullshitting with some people. It's later that evening. They ate eating a chow, and then nighttime's coming up. He should have been gone. His shift is over. He should have left at 5:30, 6 o'clock with 5:30 count. Door slides open. In comes Whitfield. 4 or 5 officers with him. They're all putting on gloves. Rubber gloves. Because apparently you gotta wear rubber gloves because, catch something from us. But I do understand the rubber gloves part. There's some nasty motherfuckers in prison. You do not want to touch some of the shit that you need to touch. Some of these dudes don't bathe. They're not with the water sports. Some of these dudes are just nasty. Just a lot of weird shit that you might come across, right? They start at cell 1 and they start tearing shit up. Whitfield calls the first 2 men out the cell, walks up and sniffs them. sniffing their clothes, see if they smell like cigarettes. Now go ahead, give it up. And the other guards don't really know what he's talking about because he's not saying like you want cigarettes. He's saying whatever y'all got that's illegal, give it up, right? He went through that whole part, accused several people smelling like cigarettes. Crazy part is the guys he accused of smelling like cigarettes didn't even smell like cigarettes. Dudes that washed their hands, took their clothes, rinsed them out in the sink. Like, dude, convicts, you're not gonna catch us slipping like that, right? Writes a couple different people charges for a little bullshit he finds in his cell. Nothing tobacco related. He took an L on that, right? Everybody's laughing like, tell me, you know what I mean? He would still come through reeking of cigarettes. But after that, he was a whole different type of asshole. He was a whole new monster after he felt like he was the laughing stock of 70. Like, and he's like, I know y'all, but he would never say this stuff in front of another guard because he would have to expose what's going on, right? Whitfield is making our life a living hell. When I mean a living hell, if you knew he was on this shift, there is nothing you can do, you better do. You better now break out a tattoo gun. If you got wine, you better move it to a crash test dummy cell because he is just in there every chance he gets, randomly shaking down. He's not even looking for cigarettes. He knows they're gone. He's just in there now. Oh, y'all want to fuck with me? Y'all want to fuck with me? Make me look stupid. I'll tear this bitch apart. Oh, some Nino Brown type shit. You know what I mean? Do you know who I am? Just like training day. Like he's just Denzel. Remember I told you Whitfield's wife worked on the other side of the prison. I told y'all, when you're a piece of shit, when you do bad things in life, and you think you're gonna do something to get over, it always ends bad. It always ends bad. So I tell y'all, don't commit crimes, don't be out here doing dumb shit, so that you end up locked up like my dumb ass did. Whitfield is one of those dudes that if you had to ask him to describe himself, he's an old school dude. He'd be like, I'm a Mac Daddy. You know what I mean? Last time you heard somebody call himself a Mac Daddy, like late 80s, early 90s, on Pimp Talk, right? I'm a Mac Daddy, I do that with the females. He would push up on every female guard that came through that. He didn't care if they were big, small, fat, skinny, black, white, old, young. Whitfield was trying to, get his dipstick wet. He was on these females. Several of them that complained about Whitfield, his actions. He was cool with the lieutenant. They didn't do anything about it, right? One of them really pushed it. She goes to a place called Atmore Drive, which is here in Richmond, which is the DOC headquarters, and files a sexual harassment complaint against Sergeant Whitfield. So now Sergeant Whitfield really got an answer for this. And where this shit took place at, there was cameras. So we caught the whole incident of Whitfield being up on her, brushing against her, conversation, and trying to, get a little touch on, trying to think that him being a sergeant, he could sleep with her and help her move her ranks up the way in the penitentiary system, right? We stopped seeing Whitfield. And I told you we got what's called inmate.com. Inmate.com is where all the information comes from within the prison. There's no computer attached to it. It's just this person hears it from a guard, overhears these guards talking and tells this person and this person. It's like gossiping. It's like the World Wide Web. Whitfield gets fired trying to sexually harass this other guard. Whitfield's wife works over in S1, continues to work in S1, and divorces Whitfield. Told y'all, it always ends bad. It went from him being mad because somebody smoked up his smokes. He tried to smoke us behind it, tried to make our life a living hell. And at the same time, he wasn't living right. He wasn't doing right. He wasn't no stand-up officer. He should have never been a sergeant. He had a wife. Well, you got a whole entire wife. And you in here trying to holler at these little hood boogers, these little bugaboos, these little nobodies. You know what I mean? Like, he is hollering at some of these white chicks look like they came straight out of like the dirtiest trailer park you could imagine. Some of them look like they let their mama stop brushing their hair when they were 7. Some of these other chicks just looked like that wasn't even a skin color, like they forgot to bathe. Some of these people didn't take the best care of themselves. Whitfield in the game. Whitfield was right down on top of him. Like I said, he had no standards. The worst part of the matter is, once I realized I had to go to the infirmary one time for some stuff, and I seen who Whitfield's wife was, Whitfield's wife was bad. Light skin, you know, that good caramel complexion. Beautiful woman. And he's in here making our life a living hell. And chasing around these little vagabond correctional officers. Be careful how you treat people. If you want to preach something, live by it. If you're going to talk about something, stand behind it. Don't say one thing and then do something else when nobody else is looking. He pretended to be a good man, pretended to be a good officer, pretended like he abided by the rules. And in the end, his own stupidity got his dumb ass jammed up. Moral of the day's story is, do right by people. Be a good person. And that's usually what it'll come back to you. Karma is real, but karma's also a bitch. You just better make sure that bitch is beautiful. You know, you don't want your karma to be ugly karma. Make sure it's beautiful karma. You can do that by how you act every day. Anybody watching this and ain't been locked up, don't get locked up, please. If you're thinking about doing something stupid, or you think that what I'm talking about, you know, yeah, some of it's comical, yeah, some of it's crazy, but it's nothing you ever want to experience. I tell y'all all the time, I love each and every one of y'all, man. All the good people, I got nothing but love for you, whether you love me or not. And I don't ever want to see y'all end up with a COG making your life a living hell, or Sergeant Whitfield pressing down on you day in and day out, making what's already a bad situation even worse. This is your life. You only have one life to live. Regardless of what's going on at the moment, you do your best to make sure that every day you live your best life. Let's live life. But anyway, detention centers, jails, institutions, these facilities, they're all just crazier worlds inside of this already crazy world we live in. Y'all know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to keep y'all entertained. Are you not entertained? Like always, this is Jay Williams. Let's live life. To all my real ones, awesome real ones watching. Just still watching. I know how we do. So.
Granger knows that if you're a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility and your machinery isn't working right, you need to understand what's wrong as soon as possible. So when the conveyor motor falters, Granger offers diagnostic tools like calibration kits and multimeters to help you identify and fix the problem. With Granger, you can be confident you have everything you need to keep your facility running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Y'all already know what it is. Jay Williams, that's life back. So, thank y'all for watching yesterday's video. Yesterday was a little stressful day. But I want y'all to get the moral of the story just before we get into today's story, which is a bang about it. With yesterday, I just try to show you that no matter what you're going through, it could always be worse. There it is the following day. I'm alive. I'm well. Went to sleep. Woke up. Got tested for corona yesterday. I came back negative. That's a blessing. That would have been the third time I had corona. No longer here. Just the flu and bronchial infection. But I just wanted to show y'all that things are going to happen. Somebody made a comment. Well, that's what you get for trying to put all that money in a Hummer, blah, 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 blah. Appreciate your time. Not all of us get to drive our grandma's car. So anyways, just take yesterday as a learning example. Take it as the next time you go through something, realize this is going to pass. Yes, it's irritating, it's frustrating, it happens, but it'll pass. As I was standing there dealing with all that, all I could think is somebody's going to do something much worse. Pulling the truck off that trailer, cut one of the tires, so that I will have to come out of pocket for. All the radiator hoses blew, the truck overheated, so it probably blew the head gasket on the motor. It should be, the transmission shop was responsible for that because they did a bad job with installing the transmission. This is a 5-star transmission shop. A place I've taken tons of my vehicles, work trucks and other vehicles to get transmissions working. But it's not that serious. It's really not. If I gotta get up today and walk to work, that's what I'm gonna do. I throw my earbuds in, listen to my music, and I'm gonna keep it moving, I'm gonna make it happen. So just remember, it can always be worse. That's all I can tell myself. Listen, I was just vent to y'all. We're family. Me and life is me, my viewers, my subs. I look at y'all like family, and I love you all. I help people, and y'all help me. Whether you know or not, just by comment and watching, I don't need to speak, y'all help me. Now let's get into the purpose of today's video. Prison fights, prison fights, prison fights. If you're gonna sit here and tell me that you went to prison and you didn't see anybody fight, I don't know what prison you went to. Or you're PC'd up all the time and never in population. You're somewhere where nobody else can get to you. Where you are like the honor theory, like you are a low custody level, like a level 1 institute somewhere. And even there people fight. Even there dudes have disagreements. Because your level 1 don't mean it's soft, it just means that's what you got called for, that's what your points call for. But today, we're talking about some of the fights I saw, some of the bad fights I saw, and the importance of not running your mouth after you get your ass beat. You're not going to win them all. Say what you want, say what you may. You're not going to win all the fights. Impossible. Some dudes I've seen, Biggie, K, dudes of that caliber. Yeah, them dudes was, I don't know if they never lost a fight. They may have been younger. These are the type of dudes who would take 5, 6 grown men to take out. Not a whole lot of y'all out there. There's a lot of big men out there. There's a difference between being a big man and being a big, crazy ass man. I know big men that are gentle giants. I've met guys who are 6'4", 6'5", 300 pounds that you can overhead slap in the face and would just turn the other cheek and walk off. And I've met guys who are 6'4", 6'5", 300 pounds that if you slap them in the face, you just pretty much committed suicide because he's going to tear your ass apart like the old Teddy Russell. He's going to pull your legs, your arms, everything off and leave you laying there like a broken Mr. Potato. Like, you run up on him and slap if you want, you can get your damn slapping board. But you want to lose fights. Fighting, and I'm going to say this sometimes in this video, it's not something I condone, it's not something I want to see anybody have to do. But when it comes time to do it, do it. Do it and get it out there. Just not fighting, walking off from the fight. They say it takes a bigger man to walk away. In prison, the bigger man does not walk away. Walking away from a fight does not make you the bigger man. You may feel like the bigger man, but what it's going to do is it's going to cause more problems for your ass in the long run. Because once everybody sees that you pretty much just got chunked up, it's open season. You just got a big ass spotlight from right on the side and everybody's looking at you. Yeah, whatever I need, I'm going to take it from good because it's going to turn that walk away. I go and slap shit out of him. Like, he would be ready to turn his cheek and walk away. Even if you lose the fight, guys are going to respect the fact that you had enough heart to get out there and fight. I have no more. I've won more than I've lost. That's a damn. I mean, for damn sure, that's a known fact. I've won way more than I've lost. But I've lost too. So today when we get into getting into fighting, some of these guys I know, what happens when somebody starts rolling their mouth after the fight? When somebody puts a bat in your back and winds your ass up like a tic-tac to it, you take it right back over there. You're messing with that same dude again that just messed you up. Sometimes you just gotta know when saying enough is enough for call it quits. Anyways, y'all know how to sing it, you know how to live it. So, let's read it. Toronto McCall. Where do I even start with Toronto? With a name like Toronto, you think it's Canadian. He's actually a black dude from Norfolk, Norfolk, Virginia. I linked up with Toronto through Sullivan Wine. That's how I initially met him. Told you at times where I was the wine man, he'd come down, we cop wine from him. He had made a name for himself. Before I knew who he was one of those dudes you already knew who he was. Now there was a lot of things about Toronto I didn't know initially meeting him. Some of it I would find out while locked up, some of it I would find out afterwards. Toronto McCall and his homeboy Edie in 1994 killed another young man, 19-year-old by the name of Brian Gardner, the high school student. They were supposed to rob him. His weed, his gun, his beeper, and $600. Edie gets out the car to go get back the cigarettes or something along those lines. Toronto's in the back seat. Toronto pulls out. Shoots him. Kills him. Later, they were seeking the death penalty due to the fact that he was 15 years old at the time that he killed this boy. He ended up with 123 years. I want y'all to hear what I just said. 15 years old with 123 years and that gave somebody's life. The alternative was death, but the judge didn't feel that. The judge felt he was too young to be sentenced to death at such a young age. I've done some reading, and as y'all see, I posted some clips. It said that Toronto went on to testify against Edie, which I guess Edie was the one that set the robbery up. And Toronto, I believe, took his older brother's gun and shot and killed these dudes. So since Edie set it up, somebody died in the state of Virginia, even if you didn't pull the trigger, you're just as guilty as the trigger man. If me and you, we decide to rob a bank and I decide to kill somebody in that bank, you just got a first degree murder charge as well, because you were there for it all. Had you not been there, you wouldn't be facing them yet. Toronto is, to say the least, he's a powerhouse. He's 6, maybe 6'1", light skinned, bald head black dude. And he's got that physique of a man that's been locked up since he was 15. He was 94 when he got arrested. It was 2000, I want to say 2008, when I met Toronto. So, I mean, he's been down, shot a 19-year-old in the head. Don't take offense to what I'm going to say, but this is what they said in the article, that people described as mentally retarded. I get all right with Toronto. You're going to deal with dudes like people think down on gay people and stuff. Let me tell you something. There's so many gay people in prison, dudes that mess with good boys, dudes that are boys. That shit is just as normal. And I'm not going to say the aspect of what they do is, sexually, but interacting with dudes that have boys and stuff like that, that's nothing. There's no way to get around that. That's going to happen. Just kidding. So after meeting Toronto, I realized, after start doing business, I started watching him a little more. He lives in the same part of it. I'm like, he mess with the boys. Whatever. Live your life. Not what I do. Well, messing with the boys, there's going to come problems. I've told y'all,
3 things you avoid: gangs, gambling, and games. Stay away from the gay dudes. If you ain't got no business messing with them, no business with them, like they're not doing no service. Service being sewing some jeans, or putting some pockets in some sweatpants, or something that them dudes do as a hustle. It's not nothing funny. If you ain't got no business, dealing with them, try your best not to do it. You ain't gotta be rude. You ain't gotta be obnoxious. You ain't gotta cuss nobody out, call nobody no names, because that's gonna get you in some shit. But if you ain't gotta deal with them, try to stay clear of them, because a lot of them dudes, and not to stereotype them, but a lot of them dudes stay in some drunk, stay in some shit still. Pause. Toronto, I've told another story when Toronto got into it down at the weight room or whatnot. Toronto will bang out my. It's a female. You gotta think the man's got 123 years. Been locked up since he was 15. He ain't, ain't no going home for him. He's done. He gets into it with a dude named Black. Toronto's not in the club one day. He's the right guy. He goes out, gets the right equipment. He makes sure the water coolers are full and all the weight on. Weight equipment is wiped down. And any trash out there is picked up. That's his job. If somebody's got to do NCOs ain't doing nothing but being COs. All that cleanup shit is left to us. He does his job like clockwork. He's outside one day, and the dude named Black tries to push up on Toronto border. Crazy shit, right? Toronto comes in from rec. This is 8:30 rec in the morning. We would go out from 8:30 to 10:30, and then come in, do your little stuff, shower, lock down a little bit after 11, close to 12, come out for lunch. When Toronto comes in, he goes to the cell. I've been out there that day working out, lifting steel, lifting weights. We all come in at the same time. In Toronto always work out. Jacked up, dude. The dude just, not like Debo big, but just you can see he had that raw power. Black ain't no slouch, and Black got his name. This isn't the same Black from another story, but every Black I ever met, which was a lot of them, they all had their name for the same reason. Most of them were black as hell. You know what I mean? I'm talking coffee black. I'm talking about 3 o'clock standing in the closet in the morning with no light on black. I'm talking about fresh port, asphalt black. I'm talking about the outer space black. Black was a black ass dude, man. I don't remember seeing tattoos on Black. You didn't even. When I noticed that Black had tattoos, Black was blacker than his tattoos. His tattoos just looked like whelps, like scars almost. So Black tries to holler at Toronto's boy while Toronto's outside. I don't know the full extent of it, but he said something to him to piss Toronto off of him. Toronto lives on the top tier, I live in the bottom tier, so we come in from rec. I see Toronto shoot up the staircase real quick. He's going to his cell, going to get his stuff so he can go get a shower. I'm doing the same. I'm trying to hurry up, get to my cell, get my stuff so I can get over to the shower before he covered in dust, sticky ass, just sweat on. You're hot, exhausted, just lift the weights for 2 hours. It's time to take a shower. I'm coming across the pod with my stuff in my hand, headed towards the showers. And I look, and Toronto's not got no shower stuff in his hand. He's coming down the staircase and beeline for Black cell, right? As he's going towards Black cell, Black comes out the cell, walking over to talk to somebody else, and Toronto tells me, yo, I need to holler at you, go back in the cell. Black ain't happy, Black's not in the cell. Plus Black cell is an older dude with y'all ain't fighting here, break my TV, knock my stuff over. Y'all don't lost y'all's mind, right? So Toronto tells him, come holler at me underneath the staircase, right? Come holler at me underneath the staircase. They go up underneath the staircase, I guess Toronto was talking to him. By now, I'd have been on my way over to the shower. I didn't know they were getting ready to fight. Nothing had been really said other than, let me holler at you. I heard that passing. I'm in the shower and I hear do. I know somebody's fighting, so I go to the shower door, lean over the door, look out, make sure ain't none of my homeboys engaged. You always want to check me, you know, it's just for all I know. You be one of my dudes down there. And like I told you, me and Toronto were cool. I look at Toronto and Black are going at it up the staircase, right? We're all on the lane. Fight. The staircase is kind of like a blind spot where the control group can't see underneath the staircase. They can see everywhere else except under that staircase. Under that staircase, it goes down. I look out the door and I look towards the back, and there they steadily fight. Toronto gets low, and this is like some world star hip hop shit. Toronto gets low, picks Black all the way up in the head. I'm talking about he grabs you like underneath the back of his knees, like the crease in his legs, picks him all the way up in the air and just slams. Boom! When he slammed Black, it felt like you could feel that whole damn pod shit. Everybody in there heard it. They heard his head hit the ground, heard his body hit the ground. If you've ever been slammed, next from the impact of your head hitting the ground, your body hits the ground, 99.9% of the time, no matter how big you are, all the air is coming out. You're gonna lose your weight. When the weight gets knocked out of you, the fight is over. You're gonna get your ass whooped because even if you've had your head knocked out before, you know it takes you a couple minutes to get your air back. Now imagine somebody's on top of you beating your ass and your head just got slammed. Toronto finished him with a slam. Broke him off with another 4 or 5 punches. Called it a day. Left Black lay there, all sprawled out. Dude just, oh shit. Like, that was probably one of the most vicious slams I've seen. Usually when something like that happens, the loser takes it on the chin and keeps it moving. Usually. Some dudes can't take it. Now, under normal circumstances, Black's ass was good, right? He had knocked, Toronto had knotted his shit all up. And it's hard to put a black eye on a guy that's that black. No offense to my extra black dudes. Hey, it is what it is. God makes us how he makes us, right? It's hard to see a black eye on a guy that black. You can visually see the different colors around Black's eye where Toronto nodded his eye up, where he had all these knots and welts. I mean, different messed up parts of his face. Not to mention his damn goose egg he had on the back of the head where Toronto slammed him. Like, he had a whole entire, like, mother goose egg sitting on the back of his head that looked like a damn tumor. It looked like his head was trying to go on another head off the back of it. Like, there was meat on the back of his head. He can't go to medical. If he goes to medical, they're coming in, they're locking us down. They're gonna strip us all down, check our hands for any type of damage. They're gonna figure out who did this to him. So Black's got it right. The problem with Black is one of those dudes that just does not know when to shut up. Even prior to him and Toronto getting in the fight, I didn't like that. Black's a dude that just ran around all day, being loud, always in other people's business. He was like that kid in 2nd grade that would instigate things and get you and the other kid to fight. You know what I mean? He'd be the one to come and tell you, dude said this, dude said that. Now y'all should just fight. That was Black. Black was like that. He was an instigator. And he was a self-proclaimed tough guy. I'd never seen Black fight from his size. You would think, all right, well, he could probably, do some damage. Being big don't mean you can fight. Being big just means that you're strong and that there's a possibility that if you get in a fight, you can overpower somebody. But that doesn't mean that you can fight. Black tried to always make it seem like he could fight. I'd seen Toronto fight in the past. Toronto's been in prison since he was, 15 years old. Serving 23 years sentence. This man ain't, say his first rodeo. He came into prison when he was just a teenager. And it's pretty much like I've told y'all in the past. It's like dropping a goldfish into a bowl full of sharks. Like, either you're going to get eaten alive or you're going to transform and become a shark. Toronto will become a shark. Because Black liked to run his mouth and tell everybody what he was going to do if he got into it with somebody, what he had done in the past. This is why I tell you don't run your mouth. You started higging me, just kind of picking at it, making little comments, coming by to check on his second head. Hey bro, what's up, man? Just going by to see if that other head had formed any eyes yet. He's not feeling that, man. Like, nobody wants to lose a fight, first of all, and And nobody wants to be picked on about the fight. Second of all, dude's going by himself. Damn, dog sound like he broke the earth when he slammed you. Like, I swear to God, it sounded like a comet just hit the parlay. You alright? Like, is that thing on the back of your head gonna crack open or something crawl out? Like, bro, you got an egg on your head and you an extra black man with a black eye. How does that happen? Like, dude just saying real shit. Dude's ego was hurt. Black shit that just took it on the chin as, hey, I run my mouth a lot. Already got my ass beat. I can't beat him. And leave it on. He doesn't leave it on. Word makes it, he's telling other dudes, oh, this shit ain't normal. Once this shit heals up, I'm gonna run that back, but this time I'm gonna make sure I win. Comments like this time I'm gonna make sure I win. If that comment makes it back to me, that means the man's gonna use a weapon. Or he's gonna sneak. I'm gonna make sure I win. If you can't beat me one-on-one, you can't beat me on a head-up fade, then the only way you can ensure you're gonna win is to stick me with a knife, stick me with a poker, or catch me when I'm not looking, rock me upside my head or something, right? It hasn't been a full week since he went to Toronto fought. He's not coming out to sell much. He waits till we get certain guards on that are cool, that if they see you got marks on your stuff, they don't care about it. They don't get caught up in it. I mean, they're not there to do a bunch of paperwork. I had people locked up. They want to just do their job and go home. So Black more or less come out of the cell when the right shit was on, man. About a week into it, man, he's still it's not a tumor. It's starting to go down in the back of his head. His face is starting to heal up some. His eyes not as, it was swollen, it's shut now, it's halfway open again. I'm in my cell, it's first thing in the morning, everybody's come out, we're on stand by for chow, getting ready to chow, so it's probably 6:30, 6:45 in the morning. First thing in the morning, I hear sneakers. Skr. Somebody's fighting somebody. Without drawing attention, I walk out my cell, already brushed my teeth, got a cup, hot water, and I got coffee, and I want to hot water. And there's a walker, and just started scanning the room, see where the fight's coming from. And I look over, Toronto's in Black cell. Toronto's on top of Black, and he is punishing Black, beating Black up. Like, he done did it to him once. Black wanted to run his mouth, he's doing it to him the second time. Like, Toronto's asking me, he's yelling this shit at this point. And it's a good thing we had the right shift on it. They would call people in. I know the car on the roof. I know she heard it. I know she had to see all the people looking on me at the right, because it was that early in the morning, whether you intend to draw heat or any type of attention you're going to, because you're just, it's like shock. You just woke up and somebody fighting, right? You're gonna look in that direction. She didn't do anything. She just went about her business, acting like she didn't do it. Didn't see it. All you can hear is Toronto when they're going, you will say anything else? You will say anything else? I gotta watch my back. You really gonna make me do this? I gotta watch my back. Oh, you gonna win the second time? You win the second time? What about the third time, bitch? You gonna win next time? Say it's over. Say it's over. Say it's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. He pretty much made that man pay. And now I can see it clear as day. Him sitting on him, and he's sitting on Black's back. Like, he's got him pinned down, and he's sitting on his back, and he's holding his head, and he's punching beside his face, and he's punching that big ass alien head in the back that he's got on the back of his head, smashing his face into the floor. After that, it was over. I got to talk to Toronto about the whole situation. Toronto was seasoned. You know, like I said, he fell. Y'all see the clips. He fell in 94. And he said, y'all deal with things different. And he said, when I came to the system, it wasn't none of that talking shit. And he wasn't gang related. He never got caught up in the gang. Yeah, he messed with the boys. But he made it clear when I came in, words meant something. You said something to a man, you better be ready to wear what comes with it. You take your ass whooping, take it like a man. That's why I tell y'all, all that matters is that you fight. You don't want to fight. I know guys that went their whole entire bed and never got into a single fight. But to do that, you're going to have to deal with shit and take shit that you're not going to feel comfortable with. People talk to you crazy. People are going to owe you things and not pay you. I was never one of them to really stand for them because I had too much time to be letting anybody talk to any type of way or take anything from me, because you do that, I've got years left to be in there. might as well just take my shit and go out the cell and say, hey, come get it, I'm a bitch, I ain't gonna do nothing about it. Y'all can do what y'all want to. I've lost fights in the past. You didn't hear me talking about how I got in my feelings and ran up in there and got my ass kicked again. Hey, you take it for what it is. You win some, you lose some. And to the ones that say you're undefeated, I've never lost, there's only two possible ways that's happened. A, you haven't done a lot of fighting. You may have fought, but you haven't fought 20, 30, 40 people in your lifetime. And B, you're picking and choosing who you fight.
Planning for your family's future? Put it in the right hands with LegalZoom. It's too important to let it fall into the wrong hands. LegalZoom is the simple, affordable online solution for estate planning. If you need a will or trust, LegalZoom guides you through every step to ensure your loved ones and assets are protected. So if you need a legal hand, visit LegalZoom. LegalZoom provides access to independent attorneys and self-service tools. LegalZoom is not a law firm and does not provide legal advice.
When you got a whole entire nutcase that's known for breaking people in half, and he runs up on you and says, let's go. It's probably one of those fights you don't. Because that's probably one of those fights you were taking. That would be your lost story. Yeah, there are some people that are undefeated. But we didn't see that's not what really happens. Sure, most people jump in the comment section, I've never been beat, I've never been beat, I've never been beat. Y'all watch MMA, y'all watch boxing, y'all watch all these different things. Even the toughest beats his match, man. Don't go run your mouth. Don't take your ass whooping. Do you go in a fight? It's always good to win. It sucks when you lose. But at the end of the day, what matters the most is that you want to win. I do want to say rest in peace to the young man that lost his life. My heart goes out to the families. Anybody affected by that, it's a devastating thing. I don't want to paint like Toronto out to be like this, this moment. He killed somebody and he's doing his time behind it. I just have to make that clear. Rest in peace to the young man that lost his life. Next story is about my homeboy TJ. Sadly enough, TJ lost his life after being released. I know I've done a story on TJ in the past, but he's no longer with us. Some of his family, his cousins, and him tapped in. Hey, salute to y'all, man. TJ was part of the 22nd and T Street Boys. He did a roundup back in the day. All these dudes out there that was hustling, dope dealers. They came through and they got a whole squad just out in Churchill area, which cleaned up the area, took these boys off the street. TJ got caught up in the street. TJ told me, he said, Jay, I knew you sell crack. He said, I was a dope dealer. Straight up. He said, I saw heroin. Still on the block all day out, some on 22nd Street. I'd be out there doing hand to hands. He said, figuring up on the dope. So, you gotta keep the money coming in. People come through ask for crack in there. So, I went and got a pack that night, was just serving crack, hand to hands with crack. One of the people he serves gets pulled over. I got it from the John Norman's Black. And TJ, anybody in the comment section, man, knows TJ, Nightingale the third. Y'all can look up his story. Nightingale with a K. Hill the third. TJ was larger than life. TJ was just, I told y'all, a man came in my cell, he had to turn sideways to come through the door because his shoulders were so wide. And this is a young, this dude is in his early 20s. So I can imagine what he would look like at 40 if he had made it to 40. Unfortunately, TJ got out and was killed in his mother's driveway. He was robbed, shot dead in his mother's driveway. And ironically enough, don't quote me, but I want to say it was 19 years earlier, this same thing happened with his older brother. So my heart goes out to the Hill family. If y'all see this, hey, I love y'all son. It's like family to me. He's a real good friend. Had he not passed away, y'all would definitely, have met him. Hey, good to talk to you. Anyways, TJ comes in. TJ's my celly for a while. TJ's one of them in the streets, he had beef. Like, he's not a dude that you would run up on and try to fight with. Because A, he was like that. B, he was that big. And C, gunplay was nothing to him. I read the police report. They had charged TJ with a whole pile of guns that they found in the vicinity where he was at when he was hustling that night. And all the gun charges got dropped. The guns they found weren't even his. When he was hustling that, he didn't even know. He knew dudes kept guns stashed, but he didn't know at the moment that there was guns out there. The cops get to searching around. They find multiple weapons hidden out on this corner right there and charge him with all of them, right? When TJ comes in the pod, there's a little bit of friction. There's other Churchill dudes with North Side dudes, South Side dudes. And if he was in the streets at that point in time, he was out 22nd Street, he was out Churchill, you knew who big TJ was. TJ's got beef with the dude. The way I find out TJ's got beef with the dude is TJ's got some cash, his baby mama bought his some cash. He's got a $100 bill, he wants to get some weed. He don't really know nobody like that yet, so he's like, let's sell weed, man. I'm like, get us a sack. So you buy it? Yeah, I'm buying it. So shit, we get money. So he gives me the money, I go holler at another dude, right? This dude is in the pod next door to us. This dude had just got in the pod next door to us a couple of days prior. This dude was from another complete building, just got sitting next door. I knew who he was, I dealt with him on the dog. Now he's right next door. I go to the control booth. Hey, it's Williams, man. I'm the maintenance man. The next door says something's messed up with his outlet. Let me next door. I can do that all day long, but all with a question. Pop the door, let me through to the other side. So I go over there and I go to dude and I'm like, what's up, man? We're talking bullshit. So look, nigga, get some weed up off him. Give me some you got. So he breaks out what he's gonna give me and I'm looking at it and I'm like, nah, this ain't a 100 piece right here. This is like 2 box pieces. I got a $100 bill. I'm not trying to buy, you know what I mean, what you would do with pluck. I'm not trying to buy what you would do. Like, this is 100 cash. I gotta get at least 340s. You can't, I'm not taking this. That's what it is. I said, all right, let's do it. I'm not messing. So I go back over my side and tell TJ, I said, nah, man, dude ain't playing fair. He's like, well, who you trying to holler at? I said the name. Right? And TJ had to cross paths. When I said the name, he was like, you said his name was? It was his name. I told him again, he was like, where's he from? I said, I don't know, Richmond somewhere. What does he look like? Call it to the back gate. You know, you can go to the back gate of the pod, and that gate would let out go to rec. And right around that gate was another gate that was the pod next door to us. There's a wall that separates, but you can yell to the gate and talk to a guy that's 2 feet, you know, from you. There's a gate separating you and a wall. So I called dude to the back. I said, yo, go get such and such, man. My son wants to holler at him. TJ goes back there, I'm standing there, and he's like, hey, man, what's up, man? It's Jason, man. I'm trying to get the weed off you, man. He said, you're trying to play fair. Yeah, who am I talking to? I'm talking to TJ. You know who I am. TJ 22nd Street? Yeah, man, big TJ. What's up, man? Oh, I ain't got nothing for you, dude. Pills out. After pills out, I'm sitting there talking to TJ. I'm like, what's up, buddy? He's like, he was a bitch, man. I was like, dude, TJ's a big boy. Like, y'all see the picture. TJ was a big ass dude, man. I can't stress that to you enough. Dude was huge. Like, should have been in the NFL somewhere, right? TJ said, dude's a bitch. And straight up, he said, like, I done had issues with these dudes in the past. They came around where we was at, talking that fly shit. They shot at us, so you know, I shot at them. You know what I mean? I straight walked on them. They called one night, the dude that's next door was driving the car. I don't know if he got hit or not. I don't really care. But I know that we had beef on the streets and dude was talking shit, so probably ended up busting this dude shit, taking his weed. Oh man, look, TJ, chill out, man. You know, when that shit's in the streets, we're in prison now. Nah, it don't matter, man. Like, we had real beef, like, fuck all this shit going on. Like, we had real beef, like, gunplay involved, like, not just, it can't just die down, because now the dude knows I'm over here. I don't know how they had cross paths. Now the dude knows I'm over here, like, he's gonna feel some type of way. I'm like, man, dude ain't built like that to be coming at you, blunt. Like, I can see y'all fighting, it'd probably be a good fight, but I don't know. He's like, nah, it ain't even gonna be no fight. Like, He knows how I get down. If he comes to me, he's coming to me with a knife, coming to me with a weapon, because he knows I'll beat his ass, right? I've told y'all before, man, this stuff always. Now, we had just come off a major lockdown, right? Maybe 2-3 days before this, right? So we haven't been having no wreck. We haven't been going outside. So now it makes sense now I think about it. Why they had seen each other. We haven't been on the rec yard, none of that. Rec's about to come in. We're supposed to start going back to rec tomorrow. TJ's already told me, look, I'm gonna holler at dude, see what's up with him, and if he wants pressure, then I'm gonna give it to him. I might just break him off just on the strength of he got beat in the streets. I'm not gonna walk around this bitch watching him back. Not that TJ was scared of nothing, just TJ's straight, dude is not stupid, right? Before we can ever even get to rec, word makes it back between us. Homeboy calls me to the gate. Hey Jay, you wanna sit down with Big TJ? Yeah, that's my dude, what's up? The dude over here is talking. Reckless out the side of his neck, word. And dudes always do this. They like to stir shit up, but then say, well, look, leave my name out. Because he ain't the type, he ain't built to fight this big ass dude. He don't want no problems with big ass dude. That shit he just did, get it to where his head's cracked. I said, well, what he say? He said he's gonna wet him up. He said when they get on the yard, like, TJ try to kill him on the streets, they get on the yard, he's gonna make an example of him in front of everybody, right? I said, all right. I said, so what you want me to do, man? You just told me that you want me not to say nothing to TJ, or you just telling me to give me the heads up? He's like, I'm messing with you. TJ's good people. Like, let him know, but don't let him know it came from me. Like, dude didn't tell me, but I've heard dude telling his dude what he's gonna do when they get on the yard. Besides, bro, we looked at man. My dude's not nobody that's gonna lie. He's not gonna come to me unless it's some real shit. Not only that, whatever pops off for TJ, me being to sell me rocking with him, me walking with him, there's 100% chance that I'm gonna be right there in the middle when this shit jumps off. What if I start attacking TJ with knives? I'm obligated. I have to jump in there. I have to fight. I have to do what I have to do. It may lead me to stabbing somebody. I'm almost 1,000% gonna get stabbed because this dude's not gonna come to TJ by himself. Man. TJ's talking to somebody. No, TJ was on the phone. I said, yo, when we got the phone, holler at him. He gets on the phone with him on the cell. He said, what's up? I said, yo, dude wants all the smoke. He's like, twin dude wants all the smoke. Bitch ass dude ain't gonna want the smoke. We was talking about him. He said, as soon as we get this right back, we go outside. He's got guys on squads. This like this shit. I tell all the boys heads off. Like, none of the boys want to see him. I'm gonna be able to smash that dude. So what's he saying? What's he doing? Fight. Fight. Like I'm doing it right now. Fight. I said, nah, the time was, you know, what you said he was going to. I said, look, man, you're not going to, you know, I can't do it. I'm just giving you a heads up. Dude's going to let you up when you get on the road. I'm more than likely going to be with you, so we need to be ready when we go outside, because it's going to go down. It's going to go down. First time we have wreck, you know, him and his squad, his boys from where he lives at, they coming up on us, and we got to get the wrecking, so get ready. You know what I mean? I'm going to get the knives out of the band spots, and we'll just take it to the yard. I don't need no knife. I don't need no knife. You big TJ. I need no knife. I'll knock his head off, right? So I'm taking my knife, and I'll take yours too. I'll take both of them. I'm Jay. I'm not TJ. I'm not 6'2", 6'3", 250, 260. You know what I mean? I'm 5'9", 215, 220 at the time. I'm taking two knives, and you don't want yours, I'll take yours for you. Following day, they called standby for wreck. When we went to child that evening, TJ was looking for him. Kept sitting in the child hall parlaying, just taking his sweet time. I'm like, bro, you looking for trouble. There's too many guards in here, there's too many witnesses, and we don't need to do this shit, man. What if they come in? You sitting here waiting to see if they come in. If they come in right now, it pops off. It's because you're parlaying, trying to make it pop off. Well, anybody gonna run you from nowhere. Look, man, I'm not saying nobody's running you from nowhere. I'm saying this is not a good look right here. This is we're going back to court when this shit, this child hall done with. People get stabbed, we're gonna stab people, like people want to get hurt, sent to the hospital, man, flight, people might die. Like, this is not the time and place for this shit, TJ. Eventually they tell us he doesn't get up on his own guard. You know, they tell him, hey, y'all done eating, y'all need to go ahead and clear out. We go back to the building, now we're standing in front of the building, in front of the open area, just standing there waiting. Like, guards come in, hey, y'all done ate, man, get back in 100 o'clock, get back in 100 o'clock. We go, man. That's the Following morning, we go to chow, we come back, we're on standby for rec. And they would usually let us out the front door, and we go around the side of the building, come down, they'd unlock the gate, we'd all go into the rec door. They also have both gates at the back of our pod, one of ours, one of the pod next to us. They would unlock those gates, unlock the fire emergency over the back of the building. Every building's got a fire emergency exit. They unlock both those gates at the same time, unlock that main door that goes to the rec yard. We all, both different sides of the pods, make their way down and boom, out that gate, out that door. We go out the door, we're like the first maybe 10, 15 people, and they let us out before they let that side out. We're outside. I said, come on, bro, let's spend some tracks. We'll catch them when we come out. TJ's like, no, I'm gonna stand right here and wait for them to come out the door to see what it is, right? They still have not seen each other eye to eye. Just that small conversation they had through the gate, and that was it. We're standing outside the building, we hear our gate clang shut. It's only about 8 feet from the back door. We hear the second gate clang open, and the guys from 200 cars start coming over. Dude goes ahead, walks out, he's got like 3 or 4 of his homeboys with him, walks right past, lean back against the wall, and TJ's watching. They walk by, and TJ slowly just starts walking behind him, says, yo, he turns around. Imagine what it would sound like if you took Thor's hammer and smacked that bitch against a tree. Or one of the greatest home run hits you ever heard, just that scrack. You hear that baseball bat hit that bat. That is what it sounded like when TJ punched that boy in the face. TJ punched him, his eye, his cheek, and all that shit supposed to look all pretty one time. Without a word, dude turned around and looked, and we looked, TJ hit him. Boom! Didn't look like he even gave me 100%. Like maybe gave me 60%. Dude stumbled back a couple feet, and you know, you see somebody get hit, they stumble back, and they recoup. Dude stumbled back a couple feet, but instead of recouping, he just kept stumbling until he fell over. Boom, and hit the dust. Out. I'd seen so many different people get knocked out. One of the quitters in prison. There's some knockout artists in prison, and TJ was one of them. TJ knocked dude, slumped him all the way out. Squared up with his homeboys and were like, what's up? By now, I pulled the knife, come up beside him, standing with the knife beside him. We still got a guard standing beside the building. TJ's done jumped the gun, banging around on my side like, oh my, I'm going to prison forever, man. I'm never getting out of prison. First person I stabbed, soon as somebody else, surprised they hear the punch. That car's going from where I was doing. Here I am caught, right? Dudes reach over and start helping their homeboy up. They're watching TJ at the same time, like, homie, you don't swing off from one of them. All right, you got it. He finally gets up with his face sitting up like this. TJ's still standing there. By now, I don't think they bang your way because they ain't proving no weapons. They ain't got no knives. And we're just standing there. TJ waits for him to wake all the way up. Asked, dude, you got anything you want to say? All that shit happened in the streets was in the streets, but you want to bring it to prison and run your mouth, bro. I knew this shit was going to happen. I knew I was going to run into dudes. Y'all know what I'm about. Don't ever come to me like that again. Dude is just playing the dummy role, like he don't know words that made it back to TJ's gonna let him up in the yard. Dude is just still like grog, just got knocked all the way out, look, not really sure what happened. Probably don't even remember getting punched, right? TJ said, man, this shit. We going back and turn around. We went back in the place. Man, this is crazy. Linked up with some other homeboys, spent the rest of the work period. That was it. Never heard nothing else about it. TJ ended up going to the hole over a damn pancake tray. Big dude, another 2 pancakes wouldn't suffice. You know, TJ's having to tell me, chow all in the morning. TJ bucks on the second tray, eats the pancakes from the sergeant, came and locked him up. It'd be the last time I saw him. He was getting killed him. But yeah, goes to show you, run your mouth. TJ damn near took him out the first time, but he didn't kill him. You should have came to prison and said, hey, this shit we had going on in the streets is dead. He knew he didn't want to smoke. He got what he was looking for by running his mouth. I miss TJ, man, looking back. To be such a, you ever met somebody that everybody else is afraid of, or somebody that the average dude wouldn't even approach? But you get to know them, you're like, damn, this is a good ass dude, man. TJ was a good dude, man. He is me, standing in front of me. But I gotta give him to him, man. That one hit a quitter, he nigga on old boy. was some World Series shit. I'm talking some Sammy Sosa type shit. He crushed through his face to the point that whatever that dude's homeboys had playing going on, they all took one look at what TJ had done and was like, yeah, they don't pass on that, man. You know, kind of like having my cheekbones sitting where they should be and being able to eat food without a straw. Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that. Yeah, once again, R.I.P. TJ. Mr. Heaven. Salute. I tell these type of stories. I'm grateful. I ask myself, would I be here today if I'd done one thing different when I got out? If I went back to where I used to be, would I still be alive or would somebody be making a video? I made a lot of changes so that I could be. From what I've read, TJ got a little bit more trouble once he got out, but he turned his life around and was on the up and up when he got hurt. All it takes is bad judgment, making enemies, wrong place, wrong time. My time is spent at work with my family. I don't want to look up a statistic. I'm not ready to go yet. And I definitely don't want to give up. No mother or father should ever have to work with a child. And then for the guy that killed TJ, he's got parents as well. And they've got to deal with that child being locked up for the remainder of his life. He got a life sentence to kill TJ. That's why I tell you all, think before you act. Don't run with these dudes. Don't cut them off. Go ahead and be normal now, because you're just going to end up growing up to be normal one day anyway. Start now, until you're 50, 60 years old, and decide, you know what, man, I just want to be an average dude. I just want to work a job. Don't wait till you done did 10, 15, 25 years, been shot 3 times, and now the system to say, hey, you know, the purpose of life is to love one another, look after one another, and just live it to the fullest. Sucks sometimes telling these stories. People you never thought about in a while, situations you never thought about in a while. Play over. After I'm done with this story, man, I'll think about TJ for the next few days. You know, I think about it from time to time. Telling the story again makes it fresh. It makes it real. Reality that he's gone. A lot of my friends are gone. Most of my friends are gone. The ones that are gone are in prison, really bad off on drugs, on their way to prison or to a grave. And I've got a small, select few that actually make it. You can make it all. But anyways, man, these detention centers, these jails, these penitentiaries, these facilities, they're all just crazy world. It's already crazy world we live in. And as always, y'all know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to keep y'all on the time. Oh, you're not in the time? Like always, this is Jay Williams. Let's live life. To all my real ones, there are some real ones watching. Y'all still watching me? You're not. So, rest in peace to you.
It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with today, Helwani Stitch Town, now the inmates are running the asylum. The creatures of the control room front and center this time around. It's the Rick and GC show. Or is it the GC and Rick show? Either way, here are your hosts, Eric Jackman and Connor Burns.
Hello and welcome to another GC and Rick edition of the MMA Hour. I am Eric Jackman, aka New York Rick. Ariel Helwani is in Paris for the Olympics, so you are stuck with us. I'm going to bring in my partner in crime, Connor Burns, aka GC. GC, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing fantastic, man. How are you? You mentioned the Olympics. I'm ready to go. Got the USA hoop shirt on. Got the stars and stripes behind me. I'm fully in swing with the ring. You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying. I'm excited about the Olympics. I'm excited to be here today with you. This is number 2 for us since Ariel's been at the Olympics. What do we got in terms of wagers? Who we like for the Olympics? What are we doing right now in terms of bets?
I'm all over the path. I got Iga Swiatek pretty heavy in the women's tennis, and she just had to go to a third setter with Danielle Collins, but she got it done. John Florence in the Serpents, still waiting for that to get going. Dude, I got a million. I'm heavily invested in USA hoops. It's just a smorgasbord. Denmark handball, I'm huge in. Got a giant win over France in the qualifiers. Been a Denmark handball guy way back since the Tokyo Games. So I'm a diehard. I live and breathe and die with Denmark handball. But yeah, man, there's too much going on to keep up with.
One of the things I love about you is the variety of bets that you make. I'm very conservative, right? I know MMA. I feel like I have a little bit of an edge there. I stick to that, and these days, very rarely. I used to more. But I love the variety. You've always been somebody who's kind of like had these odd wagers. What's the research look like for wagering on all these different things? How deep are we going? How do we come to the conclusions that we do?
Not that deep, dude. A lot of it is just vibes, and a lot of it is like, I know I'm gonna be able to watch it too. You should see me scrubbing through the Peacock app these days, like desperately trying to find something, because if I'm gonna bet on it, then I want to watch it. And so, like, finding Denmark handball is more difficult than I expected it to be, and like there's so many sports going on at the games that like it's difficult to keep track of when it's happening. I've missed a lot of things that I did wager on. So yeah, research is not heavy. A lot of it is just American. I'm just supporting the U.S. and then other ones are just like the most random sport that made my boys good fun.
Yeah, I get it, and I love it. This is a good kind of transition point just to remind everybody that the MMA Hour is sponsored by DraftKings. You'll hear more about them throughout the show, obviously, as we do Parlay Boys and GC's picks, the MMA and boxing picks that we'll do later in the show. But DraftKings, the crown is yours. So yeah, we'll get to all that betting stuff. Thank you to DraftKings for their support. But in the meantime, like, man, we've got a loaded show. We've got Aljamain Sterling coming on. I'm excited about that. We haven't heard from him in a while. And there's a lot to talk about with Aljamain Sterling. We'll have a preview of the UFC heading to Abu Dhabi. We'll talk Terrence Crawford versus Madrimov. We've got the PFL playoffs kicking off. There's a lot on the docket. We'll answer your questions. So we've got a lot going on. GC, are you ready for everything that we're going to talk about today? There's a lot to get to.
I'm ready because it's a jam-packed weekend. There's so much to dive into. We still got to react a little bit to some things that have happened this week. This isn't our first interview, doing this edition of our show, but it is our first time interviewing a UFC fighter on the show.
Yeah, our last one we had Ben Nabane. Shout out to Ben Nabane. We had Ben Nabane after his fighter. A fighter.
Get into the ring.
Yeah, after his fight against Gabe Silva. But this will be our first UFC fighter on the GC and Rick edition. So I'm excited about the opportunity to do that. Shout out to Ariel Helwani and Aljamain Sterling for connecting, and then we're connecting and making it all happen.
Helwani had nothing to do with this. Helwani had the weed.
No, come on.
Laid the ground. Who the fuck is we? We hit the pavement, we went and knocked on the doors and rang the doorbells, and that's how we got this case.
Well, as you know, like Aljo and I, New York guys,
way back. You guys go way back.
Yeah. No, that's just all. Not all Helwani. See, now you're giving. I wanted to give a little bit of credit that you said don't give any. Now you're giving no credit. You're giving too much credit.
I stepped away from my phone for 5 minutes. I come back to it, and there's 90 text messages, and by the time I'm done scrolling, it's just like, all right, Aljo's jumping on in 2.5 hours. I was making scrambled eggs at the time, and then I had to scramble to figure out what I was going to do.
Yeah, but no better time to talk to him. As I said, there's a lot going on that we want to talk about, and there's a lot going on with the UFC in Abu Dhabi. That's a pretty decent card on the heels of Manchester. So the momentum keeps rolling for the UFC.
Oh, very good card. I mean, this thing, especially the main card, the prelims, I'm not as interested in, but this main card is going to be fantastic. There's a lot of really good fights on this thing. And a lot of undefeated Russian prospects going. We got Sharapova undefeated, Umar's undefeated, Mirzakhanov undefeated, Dudakova's undefeated. It's going to be great, man. And we have potential title eliminator on our hands with Sandhagen Umar.
Yeah. No time to waste. Let us bring in our guest. Aljamain Sterling is going to do the Emmerich edition of the MMA Hour. So let's bring in Aljo now.
Money is being stolen out of your pocket and put into the hands of people defrauding you. Not on the margin. This is happening at the highest levels of the American government. Elon Musk and surely opened the door. A Daily Wire investigative reporter Luke Wozniak is now busting through that wall like the Kool-Aid man. The Daily Wire is serving up their receipts of widespread fraud, which the president and vice president can wipe out entirely. Billions of dollars of Medicaid stolen from you, the taxpayer. We see the quality hearing centers and suspect behavior of thousands taking advantage of state-level programs. This is massive fraud that we're uncovering on the federal scale. Conservatives have always stood by the notion that government screws things up. Democrats build systems where waste, fraud, and use as the feature, not the bug. They love stealing money from some and giving it to others, all to make people more dependent on the government, or broadly while blaming the free markets. It's disgusting, and it has to end. Get into all the receipts in a moment. And speaking of disgusting, Tucker Carlson just did a crazy interview with the New York Times that proves once and for all he is not remotely on the right, and in fact, he now stands for the worst enemies of American ideal. Apparently there's no daylight between these would-be revolutionaries, Carlson, Bernie Sanders, and Son Piper. Welcome back to the Ben Shapiro Show. Daily Wire insists to bring you the truth. We do that in a lot of ways. Our commentary, we got our documentaries, our films, and not least with our investigative reporting. So this week, we have a series of bombshell reports after our reporters have spent 2 months investigating the extent of welfare fraud in Ohio, where billions of dollars have now gone missing down the rat hole of government entitlement programs under the guise of home health care. And our goal at the Daily Wire is to smash the supposedly untouchable pillars of the welfare state. It's time to return to true conservatism. Truth is the only way to get there. So fraud isn't just happening in blue cities where you might expect. It's happening right under the nose of Republican governors, too. In Ohio, for example. Think, one address, 93 companies, no windows, only empty, billed to you, the American taxpayer, $66 million over the last several years. Shell companies, fake billing, fake services, covered tracks, until this very instant. So, Daily Wire has now uncovered via Luke Wozniak and our investigative team, Medicaid millionaires. In a piece titled, Medicaid millionaires, how the feds pay immigrants billions to hang out with their own families. Luke points out, quote, under the guise of health care, Ohio pays people to go to Medicaid recipients' homes to perform homemaking and chores like cooking and cleaning. The people performing these personal services tasks don't have to be healthcare workers. In 2024, Ohio spent $1 billion on home health care. So they literally pay people Medicaid money to go to other people's houses to perform homemaking and chores. And as Luke writes, the new welfare queens aren't the recipients whose low incomes qualify them for poverty programs. They're the companies getting rich off of them. His overall impression that 99% of the facilities I visited have the hallmarks of waste, fraud, or abuse. We are talking about alleged criminality at a breathtaking scale. So, for example, this here is a picture of 93 offices in Columbus, Ohio. It is 6161 Bush Boulevard. So, as you can see, all the windows are covered, which is weird. Typically, you have an office, you like to have windows because people like there to be some light in their office. Why would you cover all the windows? Well, because there's nothing there. According to Luke, what's inside is 93 different companies signed up to bill Medicaid, each with a tiny office, often marked with a sheet of paper claiming some generic company name ending in Home Health LLC, and sometimes another piece of paper claiming the employees had just stepped out for a break. Again, this building, this address, billed taxpayers over $66 million over the last several years. And as Luke points out, if you try to track down what exactly is happening at any one of these home health care companies, what you will find is an endless rabbit hole that says you'll find years of unpaid taxes and debts, sometimes criminal records, an astonishing number of LLCs created in other industries, as if the millions they are making from Medicaid are just a side gig. The government is not and cannot be monitoring the people to whom they write million-dollar checks. They all share combinations of just a few names like Ahmed Mohammed and Mohammed Ahmed. And the population of Columbus, Ohio, is the second biggest Somali population outside of Minnesota. They spell their own name multiple different ways within a single document. Many of them have their birthdays listed as January 1, because we don't know when they were born. Pretty much all of them, according to Luke, are registered voters for a boyfriend or the Democratic Party. Not a shock. So the business model is fairly simple. A 40-year-old Somali gets paid for spending time with and maybe cooking for his own 65-year-old mom. Sitting in the middle is one of these thousands of home health firms that have an NPI number necessary to bill Medicaid, and then the 40-year-old becomes an employee of that company. But the only patient is mom. There's no way to verify whether he's providing services unless his mom is willing to rat him out. Maybe he even gives a portion of the pay to mommy as a kickback for allowing her social security number to be used. Virtually, apparently all of these home health care companies are owned by foreigners. As Luke writes, when we asked what home health care companies did, one man threatened, "Journalists, who cares? You guys pay my bills. I'm going to tell everybody you guys are racist." Yeah, there it is. Isn't that nice? So this is the way the magic works. Defraud our Medicaid systems, defraud federal taxpayer dollars, and then when somebody comes knocking on the door, you just claim that they are a racist. And as Luke points out, this poverty program is different from others like food stamps because it doesn't have a monetary cap. To the extent it's not decided by politicians, but by any doctor willing to sign a form saying you could use some help around the home. And one doctor can sign a billion of these forms. You bankrupt the state this way. Again, this is just part one of our series. What's coming tomorrow is so much worse. So much worse. I mean, already we're talking $66 million in potential fraud right here from 93 companies at one address. Industrial scale alleged fraud happening right here. So how do we get this information? Well, there was a quiet Doge document drop in February of this year. So again, people were ripping on Elon Musk over Doge, Department of Governmental Efficiency. Well, they had a lot of after effects though. One of the things they did is they revealed information into the public that allows journalists like Luke and our team, our investigative journalists here at Daily Wire, which have been building for a couple of years, to go out and actually dig in. Luke was able to dive in thanks to those Doge documents. For decades, Medicaid billing data was a black box. It's one of the biggest government programs in human history. The public could not see a dime of it, and Doge changed all of that in February with a quiet data release that a lot of people missed. Well, again, this week, we're going to reveal a lot more about what's going on in Ohio. We talk about one landlord who owned buildings with 300 different Medicaid companies that billed the federal government $250 million. I mean, this kind of fraud has consequences. And again, it is a feature, not a bug. Can you imagine that there would be Democrats out there who are upset with this kind of fraud? After all, if you're an advocate for a government program, you should want every dollar of that taxpayer money to go to someone who deserves the taxpayer money. But that's not what's happening. Democrats are irritated by the fact that people are uncovering this stuff. Now, the good news is Ohio is Republican governor. Mike DeWine is the governor of Ohio. Vivek Ramaswamy is very likely to be the next governor of Ohio. And President Trump is on top of this, and Vice President Vance is heading up the waste, fraud, and abuse policing here. So we are very hopeful that there will be action here, and that's what we need. That's what we need. We need you to get involved. Share that story from dailywire.com. It's not paywall. We need to help spread the word and hold people who are defrauding the American people to account. We need government hearings. We need prosecutions. We need doors kicked down. We need investigations. And again, Republican governors, federal officials need to fix it. That is what we are working on. That is what we are pulling forward. Because true change can be effectuated here by criminal justice. And this is a unique time to do it. The Trump administration has made policing waste, fun, and abuse possible. It's not going to happen under Democrats. It can happen under Republicans. But people need to know about the story, and they need to get that out there. So head on over to dailywire.com and help spread that story and be part of the movement that ends welfare fraud in the country. Coming up, Spirit Airlines is now a ghost, and that's what people are bringing passengers, but rather than getting it. Tucker Carlson's a very, very long interview with the New York Times, and something. Get to it first. Getting a wide variety of whole food ingredients into my diet is a priority for me, especially when it comes to travel. Our sponsor, Balance of Nature's whole health system, makes it simple. A convenient blend of fruits and veggies and easy-to-take capsules is kosher. It ensures I'm getting essential nutrients every day without the hassle of prep work or meal planning. It's an effortless way to support my wellness goals while managing a busy, on-the-go lifestyle. Balance of Nature's whole health system supplements are incredibly versatile. They're easy to work in your daily routine. The fiber and spice supplement blends smoothly in your favorite drinks, adding a warm, aromatic depth from its spice blend. And, if you prefer, you can open up that fruits and veggies capsule and mix the powder directly into a smoothie or sprinkle it over your meals. What makes these supplements special is that they're packed with 47 ingredients from 100% real whole fruits, veggies, spices, fibers, everything from psyllium husk, flaxseed, to cinnamon, turmeric, mango, pineapple, wild blueberries, shiitake mushrooms, spinach, kale, cayenne pepper, and so much more. It's a simple way to give your body the nutrition it needs every day in conjunction with healthy habits. If you love Balance Nature Company, I bring with me on the road. You should do the same. Go to balancenature.com today. Get 10% off the whole health system supplements when you use discount code Shapiro. Again, that's code Shapiro for 10% off the whole health system supplements. All right, meanwhile, on the economic front, one of the most astonishing features of the way that the left use economics is they block the free markets from working, and then they blame the free markets when something fails. So, over the weekend, Spirit Airlines finally gave up the ghost. Spirit had entered bankruptcy in August of last year for the second time in a year. Into the Wall Street Journal, developed a game plan dubbed Plan Charlie in case the company's fortunes could not be turned around. So they tried to negotiate with the federal government. They were hoping for a $500 million government bailout to the tune of 90% government ownership in Spirit Airlines. Okay, I'm just telling you. You know what I don't need to own? You don't need to own, taxpayers don't need to own Spirit Airlines. That is not the way that failing companies should be bailed out. In fact, when companies fail, when they are falling down, what should happen is that they find another private buyer. They go bankrupt, run into the ground, or they merge, or they seek outside funding, because, again, when it comes to risk-taking that is necessary in private industry, the next step of failure is you have to go out and you have to demonstrate a turnaround plan. You have to show somebody else that you are willing to make serious changes. And then you can bring in new capital, or maybe you can merge. The problem, of course, is Democrats are responsible for the death of Spirit Airlines because Spirit Airlines tried to merge with JetBlue last year, and Democrats stopped it. Now, Spirit is trying to blame the jet fuel prices for its bankruptcy. They're trying to declare that the war in Iran is what the real problem was, but that wasn't the real problem because, again, the other airline companies are not going bankrupt right now. Spirit is running on non-solid footing. Again, Spirit was famous for very, very cheap airline fares. But now, what's happened is competition has actually made airline travel better. I know, there are a lot of people right now who are living on the airlines. I get it. I travel a lot. I traveled coach out to LA yesterday. And I gotta say, it wasn't the best. I was flying JetBlue. But one thing that's happened, for example, is JetBlue provides free internet. So it used to be, it still is on some of the airlines, that they make you pay for the internet. And now it seems that more and more airliners are going to move toward the free model. Competition, and more competition in this area, leads to better results. When JetBlue was trying to buy Spirit, they were trying to merge with Spirit. That was blocked by Democrats because Democrats have a theory. And that theory is, if business gets bigger, that is inherently bad. There are two theories of antitrust. The antitrust is the idea that you can't have a monopoly dominating the market because then it can set prices wherever it wants. So if you had a grocery store monopoly in your neighborhood, theoretically, it could set the price twice what it normally would be because you don't have any other choices. Now, true monopoly is incredibly rare in the market because if the prices tend to skyrocket, somebody else wants to get in on that action. They'll go to the grocery store across the street. Typically, true monopoly requires government intervention on behalf of the monopoly. But there's a second theory of antitrust that is not about the consumer at all. The first theory of antitrust says you should only police for monopoly when the consumer is harmed. And then there's a second theory of antitrust, the Democrat theory, which is if something is big, it is bad. That is the theory pursued by Senator Elizabeth Warren. So Elizabeth Warren is now blaming President Trump for Spirit's bankruptcy. She put out a tweet saying, spiking fuel prices from Trump's war was the nail in the coffin for twice bankrupted Spirit Airlines. For what it's worth, the JetBlue merger failed because a judge appointed by Ronald Reagan said the deal was illegal. Republicans are desperate to shift blame from higher costs hitting families, but that's not true. And the reality is, there was a block by the Biden administration on the merger between JetBlue and Spirit. In fact, here she was tweeting back in March of 2024 triumphantly that the JetBlue-Spirit merger had been ended. Quote, I've warned for months that a JetBlue-Spirit Airlines merger would have led to fewer flights and higher fares. The Justice Department and the Department of Transportation were right to stand up for consumers and fight against runaway airline consolidation. This is a Biden win for flyers. So do you feel like you're winning now? There are fewer flights available. Do you feel like you're winning? By the way, the ex-Secretary of Transportation, a man who really, really loves choo-choo trains, Pete Buttigieg, for some reason is considered an elite Democratic contender for the presidency after legitimately running the trains off the rails during his tenure at the Department of Transportation. There was Pete Buttigieg in March 2024 talking about why they blocked the merger that would save Spirit.
Our department, the Department of Transportation, has generally not gotten involved in these merger cases, but that's changing today. It is so important to make sure that passengers have choices, that they have access to low fares, that they have access to competition, and yet we've seen less and less and less of that competition over the years.
Okay, again, the lack of competition is not going to be alleviated by things going bankrupt. Ridiculous. Now, again, this is the Democrat shtick. The Democrat shtick always and forever is government gets involved in a thing. Government makes the thing worse, blame capitalism. And for people who don't understand free markets and don't understand capitalism, that's always an easy pitch because we live in a very, very prosperous country. We are richer than any human beings in the history of mankind. And so we tend to think that the natural state of things is being rich. Again, if you took a person from 1800 and dropped them into modern American society, they would not know what is going on. They would think that they dropped into materialist heaven. Because you can get anything you want at the press of a button delivered to your door with a magic device you hold in your hand. And that thing was sourced from 70 different countries. And you can do it affordably. I know people talk about affordability, and affordability is a malleable term because no one ever considers anything truly affordable. But let's just put it this way. Back in 1800, an hour of candlelight might have cost you several hours of work during the day because you had to go get wax or you had to go get whale oil. Okay, today, electricity is free. You flick on a light, it just stays on all day, and you don't even think about it. And because capitalism makes things better, and it makes things cheaper. But also because of that, we tend to not understand how capitalism works. So, when something fails, we blame, quote-unquote, the system. But we never allow the system, meaning free markets, credit for the success. You want to know why it is cheap to fly coast to coast, and it is, by the way, comparatively. Look at the percentage of income people had to spend on an air ticket in 1960 versus the percentage of income that you have to spend on an air ticket today. Way, 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 way low. And why? Competition. Why? Because of innovation. But if a company goes bankrupt, that must be the evil of capitalism. Okay, so the reason that we have to argue in favor of capitalism is because if capitalism dies, America dies. We lose. We lose to our competitors. Also, because capitalism is in fact moral. Now, one of the things that I've been railing against in the conservative movement for a long time is this idea that capitalism and free markets can only be defended on a utilitarian basis. And free markets and capitalism are only good because of their products. And the problem with that argument is true. It's true that capitalism does make things better, and it does make things cheaper, and innovate, and that's all true. But if you don't defend capitalism and free markets on a moral basis, you leave room for true grifters and demagogues, ranging from Tucker Carlson to Bernie Sanders, to suggest that true morality would be ditching the free markets in favor of a centralized governmental system that is fairer in some way. See, the true Marxist appeal, the appeal of Marxism was never that Marxism was going to make life better for people. It was that it was going to change men's souls. It was always the religious appeal of the Marxist philosophy. It is not that you were going to have better stuff cheaper, that you were going to be more prosperous. That may have been Marx's original theory, but it was abjectly wrong, and clearly wrong. Okay, but undergirding that theory was a different theory. That true justice for man springs from the idea that a centralized government can provide cosmic justice. That free markets are somehow inherently unfair, that they are immoral. Not that they're not productive, but they are immoral. Okay, so you have to make a moral defense of the free market. So here's the moral defense of free markets that conservatives should be making. First, man is made in the image of God. And we're all made in the image of God. That means we are creative, choosing people with autonomy and power. And that means that we have a right to the products of our own labor because we're individuals. So if we make something, we own that thing. Free markets are rooted in that simple recognition. I own my property. I ought to be able to trade it. I ought to be able to dispense with it. I ought to be able to invest it as I see fit, so long as my decisions are not infringing on the equal rights of other people. And finally, free markets are just. They are. I understand there are a lot of people who believe that free markets are unjust, and some people prosper and some people don't in the same measure. But that is a misinterpretation of the concept of justice. Justice does not mean that we all have the same result. Justice is the proposition, as Aristotle suggested, that equals should be treated equally and unequals unequally. You might be mad at God or at nature for not making the world the way that you would want it. But that's not justice. It's arrogance and stupidity and childishness. If you're just mad because some people are better at things than you are, that's the way the world works. LeBron James is better at basketball than I am. I am better at talking on camera than LeBron James. It's just the way the world is. It is a natural state of the world. We are all provided equal rights by God, but that doesn't mean we all have equal quality. And there is no way for a centralized government to rectify that, absent some sort of Kurt Vonnegut, Harrison Bergeron, burden the people who actually achieve in order to achieve justice. Thomas Sowell points out that justice is usually considered a process, not an outcome. That's why the justice system, for example. We're not God, that we should just declare there should be equality or there should be justice. There is a universe, there's a world of real facts, and we have to determine whether we are making things worse or better when we make a specific change in that system. And by the way, free markets actually do promote true freedom because I get to value my labor however I choose. That's what the pricing system is. The pricing system is an aggregation of what I think something is worth and what you think something is worth and what we all collectively think things are worth. Free markets prize diversity in a very, very serious sense. They take account of every individual's needs and wants and desires, and then they allow for that diversity of opinion to emerge on the value of products, goods, and services. So why am I explaining all this? Because what we are watching right now, Spirit Airlines is a great example of this. What we are watching right now is an anti-capitalist revolution. Already coming up, Tucker Carlson does an entire interview with the New York Times in which it becomes clear that he and Hassan Piker, they're basically the same thing, except that Tucker, does a shot of the cabinet, Hassan Piker does his show from Hardy, and other than that, kind of the same thing. First, there's been a lot of talk lately about how AI is going to make the world a better place. The answer is that's true, probably, but the real question is better for who? Well, it's better for your insurance company, which now has the ability to scrape your data and figure out exactly how to raise your premiums based on what you've been searching for on WebMD. It might be better for the HR department that can quietly filter candidates based on browsing history. Probably better for political campaigns that can target you based on personality profile, what you do online. Not necessarily better all the way around for you. Now, the reality is that your online activity, that's your business. And you don't want to be scraping that data, which is why you need ExpressVPN. Your data is being collected, it's not being used right now, it will be used later by people you don't know for purposes you didn't agree to. That's why I use ExpressVPN. That's why you should do the same. ExpressVPN is an app that encrypts 100% of your online activity and reroutes it through secure servers. That means no one can see what websites you visit or what apps you use. Not your internet provider, not data brokers, not any malicious artificial intelligence. The private browsing logs can't be used against you because they don't exist in the first place. It's also incredibly easy to use. You open that app, you tap on a button, and now you're protected. It works on your phone, your laptop, your tablet, basically anything that connects to the internet. And it's fast. So you're not sacrificing speed for privacy. It's also been ranked #1 by the experts at Verge and CNN. So don't wait until it's too late. Use my special link. Get 4 extra months of ExpressVPN privacy protection. Head over to expressvpn.com/ben. For a price as low as $349 a month plus 4 extra months of service, just go to expressvpn.com/ben. expressvpn.com/ben. Okay. A lot of people have asked over the course of the last several years, I've been highly critical of Tucker Carlson. When I first noticed that Tucker Carlson was going wrong. So, Tucker Carlson, I will say that the Tucker Carlson's dislike of capitalism was the first clue. The reason I'm bringing this up is because Tucker did a very, very long interview with the New York Times over the weekend that struck a lot of conservatives as odd. It struck me as odd because, of course, I've been watching what Tucker's been doing for a while. And what he's representative of is a demagogic right that despises free markets and meritocracy and believes there need to be special carved-out rights for particular groups. It is the mirror of the grievance party left. That's why I suggested that the horseshoe right and the left are basically on the same page. They just have different groups they're trying to benefit. And essentially, their argument is the same. American society is a big conspiracy. Free markets, a gigantic conspiracy. Constitutional government, a gigantic conspiracy. That must be broken through. There must be a revision of how we think about the role of government in our lives. And free markets have to be brought to heel. The meritocracy is a lie, and you're suffering in your life. That's the fault of these vague systems. And there's conspiratorial elites who are in charge of those systems trying to harm you. Now, a lot of people are saying that right, and they're saying that left. But the clues were all there. The clues are all there. So back in 2018, this is the moment where I first noticed that Tucker was off the rails. So back in 2018, now 8 years ago, I interviewed Tucker Carlson. This is a younger, more innocent Ben Shapiro interviewing Tucker Carlson. And Tucker was still on Fox at the time. And he had written a book in which he really ripped on capitalism in some pretty significant ways. In this interview, by the way, he endorsed the economic proposals of, say, Bernie Sanders, openly. And I asked him about self-driving cars. And one of the things that he said about self-driving cars is that he would ban them. He said he would ban them because it would save trucker jobs in the Midwest. And which, again, is a Luddite perspective. The reality is self-driving cars make things cheaper for people all over the United States. Transportation costs go down. Guess what else goes down? Their costs. Productivity decreases cost because it increases supply. And so I asked him in this interview about banning self-driving cars. And he said he would. But this was the part that really struck me.
Capitalism is the best economic system I can think of, I think that anyone's ever thought of. That doesn't mean that it's a religion and everything about it is good. There's no Nicene creed of capitalism that I have to buy into. What I care about is living in a country where decent people can live happy lives, actually. And so, no, I would say, no, are you joking? And I maybe would make up some pretext for public consumption, like, oh, they're dangerous. The technology's not quite finesse. No. But the truth would be, I don't want to put 10 million men out of work because you're going to have 10 million dead families and the cascading effect from that will wreck your country.
Now, you'll notice that Tucker, even then, was doing this game where he would say, I love capitalism. Capitalism is wonderful. I just think that capitalism isn't something we have to adhere to. It's something that we can ditch on behalf of the greater good. Okay, when the exception beats the rule, you don't have a rule. If the idea is the greater good trumps the individual rights of the market, there's no limit on that. You can use that argument for virtually anything. For virtually anything. Okay, so this was reflected in Tucker's interview with the New York Times. So, Tucker was asked if capitalism is evil. And here's what Tucker Carlson had to say about whether capitalism was evil. He said this to the New York Times.
The current system, and I don't know what you would call our economic system. I mean, I'm often told it's free market capitalism. It doesn't bear any resemblance to what I thought free market capitalism was. I'm not sure the name is important, except as a way to mislead and bully people into being quiet about it. But in the economic system in which the overwhelming majority of the rewards go to an ever shrinking number of people or proportion of people is a doomed system because it makes people revolutionary. I saw this in Venezuela. We tried to visit it as a child. It was a prosperous kind of first world country, beautiful country actually.
Okay, so the idea, first of all, that Venezuela is a model of capitalism until Hugo Chavez came around is ridiculous. They had serious corruption problems in Venezuela well before Hugo Chavez. But again, he's not defending capitalism. He is ripping capitalism in precisely the same terms that leftists rip capitalism. And Tucker Carlson is not in any way on the right at this point. I mean, here is Hassan Piper with the folks at Trigonometry basically saying the same thing, that capitalism will inevitably lead to authoritarianism.
My fear is that is where capitalism inevitably leads if left unaddressed, because capitalism is always going to deteriorate. It's slowly going to improve material conditions as opposed to feudalism. It's a far better system, for sure. It's far better than monarchies, right? I agree. But there will come a point where it outlives its usefulness, and those who own the capital, the owners of capital, will have to make a decision. There's too much instability, there's too much chaos, and we need to restore order.
Okay, so again, Tucker Carlson and Sandpiper saying the exact same thing. And here was Tucker Carlson again in this interview with the New York Times saying that what we are watching right now is a total destruction of economic opportunity. Again, this is demagoguery at the highest level. This is true demagoguery. We have an unemployment rate in this country of under 5%. The notion that nobody can get a job is a lie. It is a lie that is fostered by people who are attempting to destroy free market systems. Here's Tucker Carlson again. He and Hassan Piper believe the same things about these issues. There he was.
The other night, with a bunch of kids from Stanford who are smart. They're at Stanford. And one of them said, oh yeah, his best friend just graduated with a degree in computer science last year. Has nothing to do with a job. Stanford computer science has nothing to do. So that's like a window into the total destruction of the economic opportunity for young people. And what looks to me as a non-economist like the true hoarding of capital by a tiny group of people. It looks like a very lopsided and unfair economic system that is guaranteed to radicalize young people. And not just young people, but especially young people.
And so, again, this idea that he says one Stanford student to say that there's a hoarding of capital at the top level is just Marxist claptrap. Okay, yes, AI means that there are obviously transitions in the job market. But this idea that this is therefore somehow to be laid at the feet of free market capitalism itself, what we really need is government intervention. It's insanity. Again, Hassan Piper says the exact same thing. Here he was saying that profit seekers criticize him, right? It's the profiteers, people who are hoarding the capital. And this is pure Marxist language from Tucker, which is why he and Hassan Piper are again holding hands here.
I am the danger. We are the danger. And I need them to understand this. We're dangerous to the corporate bottom line. We're dangerous to profit seekers. And that's the only thing that our politicians and many in the media care about right now. So in some respects, they are correct. The danger is what might happen to profit seekers who want to paywall health care. And I don't mean like divine retribution or punishment of any sort. I mean the worst punishment of all. Where they can no longer justify multi-million-dollar salaries. I am a danger to those who seek profit and put the interests of profit over the interests of people, and that's precisely the reason why they attack people like myself.
And the interest of profit over the interest of people. It's the same thing that Tucker is saying. Here's Tucker in this New York Times interview saying that banks have an incentive to foment conflicts. It's just conspiratorial worship. I mean, truly, this idea that the folks at Citibank are sitting there being like, let's do war. Let's do war. Banks have zero incentive to foment conflicts. In fact, banks lose money typically during wars because it turns out that the government gets very, very into the business of how banks run and then tries to seize their capital. Anyway, here's Tucker.
For most Americans, people who are born here, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, doesn't matter, any race, the real concerns are economic. And I do think that certain forces, the banks, people loaning them money, have a real incentive to foment dissent within the population against each other. Fight amongst yourselves, or we'll continue to charge you 25% interest on your credit card.
I mean, again, it's indistinguishable. No, Sandpiper. The banks have an interest in what? The BLM riots? The banks have an interest in destruction of property? What the hell is he talking about? And the left and the right here are on the same page because in the end, what they hate, what they cannot stand, is the idea of a free market system that rests on individual freedom and wants to restructure it in line with their own preferences. And Bernie Sanders' view on AI is basically the same as Tucker Carlson's view on AI, which is the same thing, by the way, as the Chinese view on AI, because China is trying to destroy us on the AI front. They're trying to outcompete us. Bernie Sanders, over the past couple of weeks, hosted a panel with literal members of Chinese universities on AI safety and governance. And at that panel, he said, quote, the richest, most powerful people in the world, acknowledge, respect, quote, we need to cooperate. We need dialogue. Again, the reason that Bernie and all the rest of these characters are ripping on AI is not because they have some sort of principled stand against AI excesses. And we all agree that AI is scary because we don't know quite what to make of it. That is not the same thing as what Bernie is doing, which is literally aligning with the Chinese government on this matter. And here is Bernie on the AI moratorium.
If scientists who are Nobel Prize winners, guys who've got the Turing Award, which is the major award given to people who do science, if they say to you that humanity is in danger, do you think you might want to do something about it? Or am I missing something? You tell me.
So, no, it's the percentages are also saying, oh, there's only a 10% chance humanity is destroyed. Well, I don't like those odds.
Only a 10% chance. God,
I know.
And the anti-capitalists over Pod Save America and Bernie Sanders and Tucker are all on the same page. And where does this end up? This ends up with the Grievance Party. A true Grievance Party, a third party that is rooted in grievance. Here is Tucker Carlson in his interview with the New York Times saying that he wants a new party, basically. A new party that is isolationist on foreign policy, that is restrictionist on immigration, and that is interventionist in the economy. You might call it a national socialist party. Here is Tucker Carlson.
You know, you can't just put a penny for fresh drywall on these structures because they are ridden with rot. Okay, so I would like to see them repaired. That would be the simplest solution. I don't think that's likely to happen. So of course, I would be thrilled to see the rise of a party representing the majority of Americans.
And again, John Piper saying the same exact thing. Here he was with former Democratic Congressman Cory Bush of BLM fame, saying they're not going to vote for the Democrats. And it's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. It's an insurgent's effort to overthrow American meritocracy. That's all it is. Here we go.
For far too long, we've been told you have to vote for harm reduction. We all know the Republicans are corrupt. We all know that they're monsters, they're racist, they traffic in hatred. But we are here and saying we are no longer going to vote for do-nothing Democrats either. We're voting for Democrats with a purpose.
Now again, all of this is rooted in a broader conspiracy theory. Here's the thing. Most Americans understand, because they are not ungrateful, that America is a unique, incredible place, that our free markets make us awesome, and our Constitution means we have freedoms no one else on earth has, that the greatest privilege in life is to be born in America. It's an unbelievable privilege. And so you have to come up with a conspiracy theory that suggests actually you've been gaslit. Actually, you are a victim of false consciousness. Actually, the institutions have been brainwashing you and are routinely betraying you. And Tucker and Hassan Piker, they're on the same team here. This is why during this New York Times interview, it's insane, by the way, Tucker Carlson, who apparently pretends that he's a friend to TPUSA and Erica Kirk, is literally out there sowing doubts about the FBI's investigation into Charlie Kirk's murder. This is not the activity of a friend. This is an activity of a leech. Here's Tucker Carlson.
My concern more broadly is about the investigation into Charlie's murder, which was short-circuited by the FBI. And I'd like to know why. And I don't care to discriminate that for asking that question. It's a legitimate question. We know that. I don't argue that for a bunch of reasons. But public knows it because Joe Kent said it out loud and explained it. He's the head of the National Counterterrorism Center, he's the ODNI, and he was told by the FBI that he could not investigate it. And as a friend of Charlie's, I'm not going to be intimidated into saying the following, which is, on what grounds would you do that? I'm not saying the guy who's been arrested didn't pull the trigger. I'm not, there's been no trial.
He was obviously handed over by his father.
Do we know that? I don't know what I know. There's already been a trial yet.
I don't know what I know. I don't know what I know. This is ridiculous thing. I'm not going to go into the tremendous evil of undermining an ongoing prosecution into the murder of Charlie Kirk, which actually is an evil thing to do. I'm just going to point out the point of what Tucker is doing, which of course is to sow doubt in American institutions, even the ones that are currently run by Tucker's supposed erstwhile allies. It's all part of a broader conspiracy theory. The institutions of America are lying to you. They're aimed at destroying you. Again, he and the Hassan Pikers of the world are holding hands. America is inherently corrupt. America's systems are inherently evil. America's systems need to be torn to the ground. There's Hassan Piker saying the same thing from a different angle.
America is, in its foundation, a white supremacist country. This is very frustrating for Republicans to hear. This is even frustrating for liberals to hear sometimes, but it's just the truth.
Okay, and then you get to where it's very clear. So if you have a conspiracy theory about the free market, that truly they're the invention of If your belief is that America's systems are inherently evil, being lied to on behalf of somebody else, and then you look around and say, who's successful? Who are the beneficiaries of this system? This is how you end up. Tucker Carlson, Son Piper, and all the rest of the people trafficking in anti-Israel, bizarre anti-Jewish conspiracy theories in the same group. That is always the outcome of this conspiratorial worldview. It is not a feature, it's not a bug, it is a feature. It is a thing that unifies, it is the glue that holds everybody together. Truly holds everybody together. And this is not speculative. And Mehdi Hasan, who is a wild anti-American propagandist, he's out there saying that his relatives love Tucker Carlson now. I can't imagine why. Would that be because Tucker Carlson is upholding the virtue of Sharia law in cities around the world, or would it be because he's doing propaganda on behalf of Islam's view of Jesus, or is it because he's doing propaganda against Israel every single day of the week, or is it because he's spreading conspiracy theories about how nefarious Zionists are in control of the American government? Here's Mehdi Hasan, again, one of the more despicable people in American public commentary. We're talk about people who are immigrants to the United States taking advantage of the system. Here he is, writing Tucker Carlson.
For the people watching at home, these days Tucker Carlson has a big fan base. It's the anti-war. You see this thing, let stuff come. And amongst a lot of Muslim Arab Americans, you see him now as this great champion of Palestine. And wherever I go, literally, wherever I go in this country, people on the line of things, give a lot of public events. People come to me, what are you doing with Tucker Carlson? What are you doing with Tucker Carlson? Why do you look like Tucker Carlson? We love Tucker Carlson. Wherever I go, people ask me more about Tucker Carlson, even in my own family, than they ask about my life.
Meanwhile, Cenk Uygur is out there also standing for Tucker Carlson. Well, if your house is on fire and someone comes to the hose, you don't ask him about what his policy is on the carried interest loophole, you thank him for the help. If you hadn't noticed, Israel lit our house on fire. And the alliance is very strong and is based, again, on this idea that somehow a nefarious coterie of outside people are running the country. Now here is Tucker Carlson claiming that President Trump is being held hostage by Netanyahu and his advocates in the United States, who presumably would be pro-Israel Jews and Christian Zionists, people he says he despises most. Here he was talking to the New York Times in terms that are quite familiar to every anti-Semite in the right wing and on the left.
This was not a normal decision-making process, and my strong impression was that Trump was more a hostage than a sovereign decision-maker in this.
Well, so tell me what you're getting at when you say the President of the United States, the most powerful country in the world, had no choice.
I don't know what I'm getting at. I'm just telling you what I observed. He seemed, and that's kind of the question. And what I'm really fascinated by is the lack of curiosity on display into how exactly this happened. What are the mechanisms by which a guy who's supposedly sovereign, in charge, granted this authority by voters, tens of millions of them, can't make a decision in the country's interest or even in his own interest? He knew, and I know he knew because I talked to him about it directly, that the potential consequences were profound and profoundly bad. The end of his presidency to start, which I think was proven to be. He knew that.
I don't even know what I'm saying. I don't even know what I'm questioning. I'm just asking why people aren't asking the same questions I'm asking when there's no evidence of the questions. I mean, this again is a bright light uniting issue, at least on the fringes. Now, the mainstream of the Democratic Party has been doing the same thing. They've also been claiming that Trump was somehow argued into the war by the nefarious Jews. Now, President Trump, I've noticed, he's kind of a headstrong character. I've noticed he makes a lot of his own decisions. But according to Tucker Carlson and the left, the only way this could have happened is if somebody argued Trump into it. And those people probably had suspiciously evil motives.
He entered a war, got pulled into it by Bibi Netanyahu. Let's be clear about that.
Because people are offended that Netanyahu is bragging that J.D. Vance, the vice president, is reporting to him. How about reporting to the United States Congress? I mean, this administration has insulted Congress. They're more concerned with reporting to people like Netanyahu than they are to the American people.
What are our country leaders doing? They're following Netanyahu. The timing of this war was dictated by Bibi Netanyahu. We should never, ever be bullied as maybe President Trump was by any other world leader.
It's ridiculous. And by the way, Tucker goes further than that. He says that Israel decides the future of the American economy and American service members in this interview with the New York Times.
Israel has that power in our Congress, not because we have so many Jews. I don't know how many Jews live in the United States, fewer than 10 million, I think. But because we have tens of millions of evangelical Christians who unquestioningly support Israel because they believe it's their theological duty to do so. So on this question hangs the future of the American economy and the lives of American service members.
The idea that the American economy hinges on the future of Israel is bizarre. It's bizarre. But, of course, Tucker also thinks that Citibank is a bigger threat to the United States than Hamas. So, there we go.
I'm against the idea that Hezbollah and Hamas are at the center of our domestic conversation like they're the big problems we face. They're not. Like, they're not a bigger problem than, like, the behavior of Citibank. I'm sorry. Credit card debt is a much bigger problem than Hezbollah will ever be. So stop with this. Stop with the brainwash. This is bonkers. I live here. I'm almost 57. I've lived here a long time. Hamas and Hezbollah, while they're not getting my endorsement, are not relevant to the experience of most Americans.
Citibank is a bigger threat to Americans than Hamas or Hezbollah. And first of all, we should start with the question of whether Citibank is actually a threat to Americans. Because it turns out tens of millions of Americans actually bank at Citibank. And they could not take out a credit card from Citibank if they so chose. They could do that. That doesn't seem... Again, what Tucker is doing here is suggesting that you're being distracted from the evils of American capitalism by foreign threats that don't actually exist on behalf, presumably, of a various coterie of people who are somehow game-made in the system. And this is left-wing agitprop. That's all it is. And then Tucker, of course, plays ignorant about everything. The final point here is that he plays ignorant about literally everything. So the New York Times asks Tucker about the Protocols of the Elders Design. The Protocols of the Elders Design is a conspiracy tract that was written by the Russian secret police in the early 20th century. It was trafficked around and became very popular in anti-Semitic circles, and it claimed that essentially there were a group of Jews that got together on Friday nights and basically decided to control the world. It is the most famous anti-Semitic tract ever written. Tucker's not a moron. He knows totally what this is. But of course, Tucker claims he has no idea what it is. This is always the game. Tucker knows, he knows a lot. He knows more than you. He knows what he knows. He doesn't know what he knows. It's always something that he doesn't actually know. And then when something comes up that he actually does know, his immediate response is, I don't know anything about it. I don't even know what you're talking about. What is a protocol? I don't even know. Here we go.
There is an entire anti-Semitic worldview that has been based on the protocols of the Elders of Zion, that there's this cabal of powerful Jews that controls the world, and that book was written in the early 20th century, but it helped the Nazis, and it really has informed a lot of the views of many people today that there is this very powerful sect of Jewish people who want global war and global conflict. People are genuinely concerned that it opens the door to this idea that has been debunked and has been used in, absolutely vicious ways to annihilate an entire people.
I'm not quite sure what that means. Let me tell you my concerns. My main concern is the destruction of the United States. And that is in no way to minimize anyone else's concerns, but I have a right to that concern. And I will not have my own concerns hijacked. I will not submit to being told what my concerns should be. I'm an adult man who pays his taxes. I have a right to come up with my own hierarchy of concern.
No one's telling him what his concerns should be. He can have whatever concerns he wants. It is indeed a free country. The question is whether his concerns are justified, whether they are based in evidence, or whether they are part of a broader conspiracy theory about the evils of the United States. By the way, he was asked about Nick Fuentes, of course, and he said that Senator Ted Cruz is more morally repulsive than the Nazi-standing Nick Fuentes. This guy is supposedly a leader on the right, all right?
Who do you think is more morally repulsive, Ted Cruz?
Who do you think is more morally repulsive?
Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is a sitting U.S. senator who has called for the killing of people who did nothing wrong, whole populations who advocated for this war. Nick Fuentes is like a kid, he's like 26 or 7. He has no power except his words. Here you have a public official who we pay, who has actual power, who's voting for things, who's making policy decisions, and those decisions will include, in fact, they were focused on the murder of people who did nothing wrong. And yet no one thinks it's a big deal. Well, this is totally fine. I mean, if there's tape of Nick Fuentes saying we should kill people because we hate their parents, or it's okay to kill children, I would love to see the tape. Because that's disgusting. And that's basically the entire U.S. Senate does every single day, and no one notices.
Tucker's such a liar. In the end, he's just a liar. He's a liar, but because here's the thing: you have to believe in a gigantic lie about the United States in order to propagate this crap. You have to. When I say he's a liar, I mean that in the purest possible sense. Here was Tucker Carlson literally denying he said a thing that he's on the tape saying. So he was asked by this New York Times reporter about that time he suggested the president was the Antichrist. He says, "I never said that," and she plays in the tape. And then he continues to pretend he never said it. It's unbelievable.
But I ask because, you've been talking on the show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I think that's okay.
On your show, the day after Easter, you noted he did not put his hand on the Bible during his swearing-in ceremony as president. You said, and I'm quoting, maybe he didn't put his hand on the Bible because he affirmatively rejects what's inside that book. And then on a recent show, you went further saying, here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say it was the Antichrist. Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist? Well, who knows? I don't know where that comes from. I don't know that those words never left my lips because I'm not sure I fully understand what the Antichrist is. If there's just one, I've actually tried to understand it.
I think it's not. And then he hides behind ignorance. But the thing he literally said, that's just one lie. But the bigger lie is the lie that he's propagating. It's a lie that the left is also propagating. It is a lie that America is a terrible place. It's full of various forces beyond your control. They're actually in control of your life and wrecking America. And if that view of America prevails, then we are in serious, serious, serious trouble. Now, meanwhile, the President of the United States continues to be a bulwark against stupidity, particularly when it comes to the war in Iran, the one that Tucker is decrying is the end of America. By the way, there is legitimately no argument that what is happening in Iran is the end of America. Even if we were to walk away right now, we would not be remotely close to the end of America. That's insane. Okay, the CENTCOM, United States Central Command, put out a notice this morning that the United States is now forcibly attempting to open the Strait of Hormuz. Well, U.S. Navy-guided missile destroyers are currently operating in the Arabian Gulf after transiting the Strait of Hormuz in support of Project Freedom. American forces are actively assisting efforts to restore transit for commercial shipping. As a first step, 2 U.S.-flagged merchant vessels have successfully transited through the Strait of Hormuz and are safely headed on their journey. Okay, so if the United States opens the Strait of Hormuz, and the only thing that remains closed is Iran's capacity to ship oil out, they've got a massive problem. Because again, their leverage point is the idea that you blackmail the United States into basically ending our conflict with them without them giving up anything by shutting off the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump is not having any of it. Here he was saying, listen, if we have to, we'll strike again.
What's the benefit if we start military strike? Well, I don't want to say that. I mean, I can't tell that to a reporter. If they misbehave, if they do something bad, but right now, we'll see. But it's a possibility that could happen, certainly.
Well, I mean, again, the president, I have to give him extraordinary credit here. What he's doing right now is an act of tremendous political bravery. The polls, by the way, are very negative on the war. Not a shock. Polls are very negative on everything. And this is what happens. When people look at one number in isolation, without looking at the other numbers, they think that, for example, the president's approval ratings are low because of the war. And the reality is the president's approval ratings are low across the board right now, and that is because of people's just Pepsi-ing the economy. Right now, he's got a 34% approval rating on the economy. He's got a 33% approval rating on the war. He's got a 45% approval rating on the border. What happens is a politician starts to hit an unpopular period. Everything that he does gets unpopular. But that doesn't mean that what he's doing isn't brave. What he's doing is incredibly brave. His point is that we can blast the hell out of Iran, or we can make a deal. We prefer a deal. But he's not going to walk away with an American hell, which is, again, very different from pretty much all the presidents we've had in recent history.
What kind of options? How would it look different? Do we want to go and just blast the hell out of them and finish them forever, or do we want to try and make a deal? Those are the options. Do you want to go blast the hell out of them? I prefer not. Well, the human base is I prefer not, but that's the option.
Meanwhile, the Secretary of the Treasury, who's been operating with extraordinary precision with regard to the Iranian economy, he points out that they are basically running out of money. They are having to shut down oil refineries because they don't have a way of shipping their oil out of the country. They're running out of money to pay their guys, the IRGC, which means the regime has a serious problem on its hands. Remember, grabbing the Strait of Hormuz was not an exercise of power, it was an exercise of desperation. Shutting off the Strait of Hormuz alienated every country in the region and most of the countries of Asia as well. And if they somehow lose control of the Strait of Hormuz, the Iranians, if they can no longer control the flow in and out of the Strait of Hormuz, except if their oil is being stopped, then what leverage do they have left, especially if the United States goes after the remainder of their ballistic missile facilities, something that, for example, the UAE and Saudi Arabia would love to see happen. Their Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent.
And I can tell you that we are suffocating the regime, and they are not able to pay their soldiers. This is a real economic blockade, and it is in all parts of government, all hands on deck. It is the blockade that our great Navy is doing. No ships are getting through, and we have upped the pressure on anyone trying to remit money into Iran to help the IRGC. And if they are a corrupt institution. They've been stealing from the Iranian people for years. They have money offshore. We've tracked that down. We will continue to track that down. And we're going to preserve those assets for the Iranian people on the other side of this conflict.
And again, what the president is doing right now is likely to be successful. Okay, so time for a thing I like, a thing that I hate. So, I know, when I talk about Carlson, it suggested that the great villain of World War II was not Adolf Hitler, you know, the person who started World War II, and was responsible for that, legitimately tens of millions of human beings. That actually the great villain of World War II was Winston Churchill, the leader of Great Britain during World War II. This, of course, is historically ignorant and ridiculous on its face. So I've been going through it and rereading Churchill's 6-volume history of the Second World War. And there's some good reminders for our time, mainly because they are eternal lessons. Quote, delight in smooth-sounding platitudes, refusal to face unpleasant facts, genuine love of peace, and pathetic belief that love can be its sole foundation. The utter devotion of the liberals to sentiment apart from reality, though free from wickedness or evil design, played a definite part in the unleashing upon the world of horrors and miseries. As Churchill points out, if you will not fight for the right, when you can easily win without bloodshed, if you will not fight when your victory will be sure and not too costly, you may come to the moment when you will have to fight with all the odds against you and only a precarious chance of survival. There may even be a worse case. You may have to fight when there is no hope of victory because it is better to perish than to live as slaves. And the point being that starry-eyed anti-Americanism, anti-Westernism is not a solve for people who want to destroy you. Ranging from China to Russia to Iran, the Soviet Union, to Germany. And one more thing that I like, we'll end on an upbeat note before we get to the subscriber member block. Okay, so it is May the 4th, so May the 4th be with you, as we, like Star Wars, want to say. There is a brand new trailer for The Mandalorian and Grogu, which is one of the successful spin-off properties under sort of the Kathleen Kennedy universe. This is the Pedro Pascal series that is now being made into a movie about Baby Yoda and The Mandalorian. Here we go.
We've all heard stories of the Mandalorian bounty hunter and a child.
I only hunt Imperial war criminals. I'll take out every bad guy in your deck of cards.
This isn't about revenge. It's about preventing another war.
Before going into harm's way, check your armor first.
We're protecting everything the rebellion fought for.
Okay, that'd be good. Great. I'll take my kids to watch this. So I'm a Star Wars fan, so this is the thing that I will check out for sure. Okay, we don't have to watch the rest of it. This is cool. Okay, I'm into it. I like it. Okay, it's got the AT-ATs. It's got the land speeders. I'm there. So, May the 4th be with you. Alrighty. The show continues for our members. Right now, we're going to get into Zorn Ondanik, his take on protesters clashing with ICE in New York. Again, third worldism is a real thing that's happening inside the United States. Remember, in order to watch, you have to be a member. If you're not a member, become a member. Use code Shapiro. Check out for 2 months free on all annual plans. Click that link in the description and join us.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Joe. Happy birthday to you. Is that the worst scene of happy birthday you've ever heard?
For you, Algernon. How does it feel?
That was maybe a deeply and touching song. I don't think I've ever heard any more beautiful words being sung to my soul.
We appreciate that. Thank you for pretending that was any good. Welcome to the show. And I see a bottle in front of you. Speaking of birthdays, we're on the precipice of the birth of Funk Harbor. So why don't you tell us about what's going on with that?
Well, Jamaican Independence Day is August 6th. My birthday is July 31st. And we're going to launch all the Spurs online and in some New York stores here on Long Island. Funk Harbor Rum, just to celebrate some of my Jamaican heritage with the world. And hopefully we do enjoy this. I think it's a great product. It's blended with a couple of different Jamaican distilleries, aged from 2 to 5 years. So I think it's a premium blend that people are going to enjoy. And we're giving it at a very good price. And I think when people see the quality of this, they're going to be like, man, this should probably be priced a lot higher, but we wanted to make sure we came out of the gate with something that most people could afford, and so that we should have part of the room.
I love that. We've been hearing about it for a while. We've been talking about this and teasing this for a while, and now the day is finally here. So congratulations on that. What is the price? You mentioned that it would be affordable price. What are we talking?
Okay. $59.95. Not $60, not $70, $59.95.
I love it.
Where can people get this at? Are we going to have to order online, or are we going to be able to go in stores and purchase it?
I'm hoping to get in some more stores here in Long Island. There's like a whole network we have to go through, but for right now, it's going to be predominantly online. Is going to be the easiest way to get it at funkharborrum.shop. Someone took .com, which is weird. The site doesn't go anywhere, so I don't know if it was like one of those guys who just buy something to just hold it over your head and charge you a ridiculous amount of money to buy the domain name from them. But that's the domain name for now, funkharborrum.shop. And we should be in a couple New York stores. Right now on Long Island, we're going to be in North Mile, and we're going to be at Johnny McGlory's, Lynbrook, and Massapequa. Those are the main stores that I go to. We're trying to get into RC Dugan's. Most of the main bars that I hang out in Long Island, and Backyard Barbecue. So we got some good stores already that are picking it up, but we want to make sure we get into liquor stores and all these other retail stores so that people can enjoy it all across the island as we start expanding to other states.
That's fantastic, and congratulations again on that. Chris Cyborg has been known to pick up like the URLs of our opponents, so who knows, maybe Mavsar is the one who picked up the Funk Harbor, the .com.
I didn't. Chris Cyborg does that? Oh man! Oh no!
Okay. Once you talk about your recent activity, get into a few topics here. So let's start with Karate Combat. You recently did their pit submission series, and what did you make of Karate Combat? How did they treat you? What were your takeaways after competing?
I mean, overall, I think it's a great promotion. There are some things, some growing pains, and some stuff that I would think they need to tighten up a little bit. But for the most part, I think they could be a serious player in combat sports. And I think it's fun, it's entertaining, it's different, it's the pit. There's no walls, there's no cage, there's no barriers, there's no one standing in front of you on top of a cage getting camera shots. These guys are right there, wide open. People are sitting around the edges. You could bang on the side of the pit, get as involved as you want. It kind of reminds me of an underground fight club that we used to watch back in the day on TV, TV shows and movies. So it's kind of fun. With that regards, the rule set was cool. We were able to adapt the day before, and we both came to an agreement on what we wanted to do in case there was a tie in the regulation round, and then we'll go to overtime. We're supposed to do EBI rules so there was a definitive finish, hopefully, but that would probably take too long, and we decided to go with 2 points scored in overtime would be the winner. It doesn't matter who scores first, as long as you get 2 points total, you win first. So it was good. All in all, Nashville, the fans were great. Got to meet the hot tour girl, which was pretty funny. All in all, it was just a great show. They bring out a lot of cool people. And if there was one thing I will say that, never mind.
No, you can't do that. You start. We need to hear what it is.
Everything else was good.
What was not great?
Nah.
Okay. We won't press.
What was not great? Yeah, because I don't wanna seem like I'm bashing them. They pay me, they take care of me. Even though we're short notice, I think everyone gets short notice calls with those events for right now. Hopefully they give you a little bit more time as they start to progress and get more notoriety. But I think they do a great job with promotional aspects. They're on the UFC Fight Pass, they're through YouTube. They got influencers there out the wazoo, so it's cool. It's a very good fun promotion.
Yeah. Have you been following them as they've been on the rise? Was this your first experience with them? Because it sounds like you're buying into like the vibes that they're setting. You mentioned the pit, you mentioned the people around the pit, you mentioned the people that are attending. Like it seems like it's a good experience. Have you been following them, or was this the first time you kind of experienced something with them?
There's a lot about the job, it's actually that fun, that I have now automated away almost entirely. One of them is Sentry. It's kind of a different type of automation, where it's going to go through on whatever schedule, whatever cadence, kicks off one of your top Sentry issues. So what this type of automation does is it allows us to focus on what is going to make the Codes app great to use and useful and joyful, and all of the things that like bugs and things that fall through the cracks that like aren't quite as fun to figure out, at least for me. That stuff can happen kind of behind the scenes.
You can stop this?
Even had a few screws left over.
It's important, it's not worth compromising. That's why we're farmers. Quality and savings.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
I haven't really been following. I know I've seen pretty well, but in terms of, I guess, promoting and making sure that people are in the know of things, I'm not really in the know of it. But then again, I'm not in the know of anything unless it's like MMA or the UFC. Because I just think the UFC does such a great job of promoting that you always know what's happening or what's coming up versus some other promotions, they don't really, I don't say get that side thing, but they don't do such a great job of that so that you know what's happening, when it's happening, and this way you can get involved. In case you want to go, you want to tune in. And that's one of the knocks I've always had on Bellator in the early days. I was like, you guys have great talent, you have fight talent. How come no one ever knows when you guys are putting on shows or who's fighting? It's the most bizarre thing. So I think those are some of the things, like if I'm going to give any type of criticism, would be that. Again, I'm a fight fan, right? So it would be nice to know when these events are going to be. I almost felt like it just popped up out of nowhere. I was like, oh, you guys have an event? Hey, do you want to be on it? Okay, I guess. So it's a couple days before my birthday, but I guess we'll have some fun, make some money, and bring in the birthday in a good way.
Yeah, no, the UFC is definitely established a habit in that regard, and other promotions have to kind of follow suit. So we've seen Sam Alvey compete for them, we've seen Luke Rockhold compete for them, who competed in grappling. Would you say that this could be a potential home for other fighters? If they were asking about, would you potentially want to go over there? If somebody asked you, right, another fellow fighter said, hey, what do you think about karate combat? Maybe I'd go over there. What would you tell them?
I tell them, hell yeah, it's fun, man. I don't know what the paid purses are, but it's fun. I think they're only going to keep expanding, getting bigger and bigger. So it's kind of like the UFC and every other sport when it started in its infancy, right? It's going to keep growing, keep expanding. As long as they keep taking the right steps, progressing, I think the sky's the limit. And it's a different style. It's fun. There was one fight that ended in a TKO. I think it was like the Russian guy lost to like the Brazilian in a rematch. And it was weird because I thought he went down, I thought they were gonna stop the action and then let them come back up to the feet. But no, the refs just stopped. The fight was over and it was so pissed. But to be fair, the guy that sat there was getting teed off on him. So I get both sides. The ref stops it when the guy on top hits his knee on the mat and it becomes grounded fighters. But if it's one guy and he's getting punched the whole time, they keep it going. So it's kind of hard to know what a finishing sequence is going to be, what it's going to look like. But that was one of the ones that was kind of hard for me to understand what's going on. But I guess that's what kind of makes it fun. It just seems kind of crazy and chaotic, almost like at their discretion, which I don't know. It's kind of fun. You know, it's odd, but it's fun. And Sam Alvey, I would say he's found a home at Karate Combat. He's the champ right now, and I don't think he's ever fought more entertaining in all his UFC fights. Of course, he's got knockout stuff like that, but in terms of like throwing the guy on the side of the thing and just having them up like he's multiple in the back alley, it's just fun to watch. And just feels like he's their face right now, their superstar, and it just brings a lot of eyeballs to the table.
Yeah, it almost compares to like what Paige Van Zandt and Mike Perry had with DKFC, right? They found like this kind of home for themselves and built their brand up. You mentioned in there the rules and talking about grounding. Obviously, we just recently saw that the commission is looking into changing the rules about grounded opponents. You have a very famous fight where that was in play. What are your thoughts on kind of the new direction that they're taking with grounded opponents?
I think it's more of a definitive decision on what you need to do. People play the game, they put their hand down, and then they get mad at me because of the insecurities or lack of knowledge of what's actually happening for the rule set. If a guy just puts a hand down, Indiana has done this in a couple of fights. There's been multiple people who have done this in fights to try to avoid being communicated. I actually feel like it just happened just last weekend with Freya. In the title fight, the main event, I think it was a 6, I don't know, but I can't remember. But a lot of guys do this. But with me, if I ever shoot, I'm down on my knees because I know I can back up. I'm not going to get kneed or kicked in the head, but I can back up safely and then get back up to my feet. And they're going to have to make a decision either to let me up, chase me with punches, or to jump on me and get a front headlock to look for a go behind. All reasonable things that you can do strategically, tactically, and have success, or you might make a mistake because you've just never trained those positions. Now, these other guys, they're just putting their hand down when they're against the cage in a front headlock, thinking that that makes them safe. That's a confusion. I think that's where it starts to make things problematic and starts to fuzzy the lines a little bit where people are getting more pissed off because they're like, oh, you're playing the game, you do it on the Sterling thing. And I'm like, but that's not what I do. I actually put a knee down to make sure you know I am in a down opponent, not up, not touching the ground with one thing to try to pretend. Like, if someone does that, pick them up with the front headlock and leave their ass in the head. It's not that complicated. Like, I think people will make this bigger than what it really is. And I think if you had the experience in these positions, you would have went over these positions with the coaches and figured out what are you going to do. But I like it because it makes things clear cut, super easy to define. You have to have your ass on the floor, you have to have your knee on the floor. You can't just have a hand on the floor. You got to actually make yourself a down opponent. And I think that's fine. I think it's more than fair.
100%. I think it's a great improvement for the rule set and the sport as a whole. We mentioned Mozart earlier and your birthday. Did you happen to see the birthday video that Mozart made for you and posted on his Instagram today?
No, I didn't. Let's see it.
Yeah, we got it for you right here. It's not the most exciting video, but I mean, he is wishing you a happy birthday. So he's getting out of bed, waking up special just for you. Goes over to the fridge. This man got an entire cake just for you. Just for Aljo's 35th.
What's in the box?
Just 35 KO. Lights it, smiles at the camera menacingly, pulls a party popper, walks off. Whole cake and everything. What do you make of it?
I think we could have done a lot better, but you know, he gets a little clap for trying. At least he's trying. You know, unlike his fights where he's not trying to finish, at least trying to be funny. So I guess that would count for something, right?
Yeah, I would. The other one that he made, I saw that you liked, and it was like you waking up, and it's like he put like an AI voice over you, and like he edited himself in, and like it feels like he's trying to make something here with these skits, like to try to build a title. Yeah, because I started it. The guy has no personality. I started the whole thing, and now all of a sudden he wants to try to ride the wave a little bit to hopefully warm the hearts of the American people and the people in the Western sphere. So I applaud him for trying to do that. That's smart because, again, the reason why I never called him out initially is because no one knows who the fuck he is. The Europeans, they all know who he is. This is a great fight. The Europeans, who are famous, but you know who those are. But if you're from here in the States, I'm telling people who I'm fighting, they're like, who? I told people I'm playing Calvin Kattar, and everybody knows who he is, right? So there's a big discrepancy here in terms of popularity, and hopefully that changes for the better leading up to this fight, because I want people to be excited, because it is a great fight. Two high-level grapplers might end up with a stand-up affair, and if not, you're going to see me just ragdoll him on the ground and put him on tickets. Oh, I got it go. I mean, what's better than that?
Why do you think he's had trouble connecting? Why do you think the popularity level is what it is? Is it the performances? Is it the not being an American? Like, what is it that you feel is the obstacle that he hasn't been able to connect with people?
There's a couple of things. One of them is very touchy, so I'm not going to touch on that subject. It's in regards to marriage, so if people want to do the research, they can do that themselves. The second thing is, he's not a very exciting fighter. I mean, he's been in the UFC for how long now? He has zero finishes. Not a word that, you know, I'm not the first selected candidate for this, but there's no finishing. I mean, I fought the number 6 ranked guy in my third UFC fight, and I finished him. I finished the number 9 ranked guy in the UFC in my 4th UFC fight. I finished guys, you know? I mean, of late it's been a little bit harder, but I finished people, and at least I have some type of highlights on my resume versus this guy who has 0. Thankfully, his fight with Arnold Allen was somewhat exciting, and it was really because of Arnold Allen. He just brings a crazy pace where he's constantly going forward, where it's hard to make a fight like that work. I think most people would agree. If someone else wasn't as one because they didn't want to get taken down, that fight would have been a snooze fest. But again, I still think he's a very skilled, talented, and maybe a future title challenger one day. But for right now, I think it's my time, and I don't have much time. I'm being 35 now, and he'll have his time soon. Unfortunately, I got to turn him back, and I got to make these guys realize that Americans can grapple and show them what American wrestling is like.
You mentioned not having time. Do you think that this win will get you in the title picture? How far away do you think you will be after this fight?
I go out there and I finish Musa everywhere in the first round. I'm getting a guaranteed title shot. I can't see any other way around. I 100% believe that. The guy's undefeated. He's ranked 5th right now. I believe he's 6 or 7 in on the UFC. I go out there, former champion, come up. 30-27 Calvin Kattar to come up and then dominate and finish Musa everywhere. I think it's going to be hard to deny it. I think it's just hard to deny it. I mean, who else is there? We don't know when Volkanovski's coming back. We know Max and Taporia are fighting next. So why not me?
Yeah, you mentioned Taporia and Max. They're obviously going to be fighting later that month. You're fighting at 307. They'll be fighting out in the desert at 308. You're saying you'll get a winner of that if you go out there and finish most of the first round.
That's what I truly do believe. I think it will be an exciting finish. I think it will give the fans something to get behind, and I think we don't know how the UFC works. It's all about business and entertainment and what they can sell. And I think going up to a new weight class and having 2 dominating performances, it's hard to deny anybody else. So that it makes sense. It's hard to deny me over anybody else.
I will say we have some big bantamweight fights coming up in Abu Dhabi, so I was curious to get your thoughts on those fights. We've got Corey Sandhagen and Umar Nurmagomedov. We've got Davison Figueiredo and Marlon Vera. How do you see both of those fights going?
1 second. You guys said they're fighting at 308. Which card is 308?
308?
Abu Dhabi pay-per-view card. You're fighting at 307 in Salt Lake City. Do I have my numbers mixed up?
Yeah, 307. And they're fighting 308 in Abu Dhabi.
I guess the official announcement has not come out yet. That is all. That is the speculated fight there.
Okay. Well, it would be nice to have him on as the headliner. That would be cool.
Oh, so you're saying make it headline 307 in Salt Lake City, and then you get winner of that after you finish most of.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do, but that would make sense to me. But we'll see. And then, I mean, we got potential next challenger between myself and Mosa on the card fighting as well. So I guess that's the way I would look at it. But I guess it depends on the champ.
Yeah, and
what?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, going back to Umar and Sandhagen, I don't know, something about Sandhagen, what he feels, it just seems like he knows something that we don't, or he's a little bit more confident than maybe he should be before. He's confident for very good reason. And I think this is going to be a very intriguing fight. We looked at we looked at Leon Edwards versus Bilal. We saw how good Leon did against Usman, defending those takedowns, how he shut down Colby Covington, who was very good at his takedowns. But, you know, obviously Colby looked like he showed himself, and he didn't really offer much offense. But when you look at these things, you have to wonder, are other people getting just as good defensively with takedowns? But then you see how Bilal was able to get him down multiple times. Now, that's the big question mark for me. Has Corey Sandhagen done enough work where he's going to be able to avoid the takedowns of Umar and start to touch him up and make him continuously have to just stand up and fight in that range? And I think if Corey can continue to do that throughout the fight, I think he has a very good chance of getting the upset. But if Umar gets him down, I don't think Corey's that bad on the ground. I think he's probably improved since our fight, but I would say if Umar gets him on the ground, he's probably going to cook him a little bit, maybe 1 or 2 rounds, and then I think he probably gets finished. So that's the way I look at that. And then Figgy and Vera, my thing about Vera, he's a tough dude. I have no qualms about Chia Vera. I just think he starts so late every single fight, and it's super frustrating to watch because I know he's a talented fighter. Maybe he's nervous. I don't know what it is. He needs to get beaten up a little bit before he wakes up and realizes he has to fight back and defend himself. But if he does that against a guy like Figgy, who can take it down by, Figgy has taken down Galfon, and Vera has been taken down by Corey Sandhagen, he dominated there. Some other people he's been taken down by and dominated. So I would imagine Figgy's going to come out and take him down and pretty much implement the same game plan and land the shots to where to land shots. I think Figgy's going to be faster. I think Vera might have to be stronger, but Figgy got dangerous BJJ, and we saw what happened when Aldo got on the back of Cheeto, although that was years ago. I don't know, Cheeto seems to be doing the same thing. He's maybe getting a little bit better, but it doesn't seem like he's doing from this. It just seems like he's kind of coasting and maybe getting a little bit better and maybe going back down and coming back up just a little bit. Where Figgy's been kind of going up after he got down to 135, right? So it's a close fight, but I think Figgy on paper, based on what they've done lately, he should win.
Yeah, we heard Umar Nurmagomedov basically say that he will be fighting for the title after he beats Corey Sandhagen. Do you agree with that? And if so, how do you think an Umar versus Merab fight matches up stylistically?
I don't know. I think it really depends on this next matchup and how Umar does against a guy who moves a lot. Because Merab moves a lot. He's not a stationary target to just take down. And I think, and knowing as a wrestler, in order to take someone down, it's much easier when they're stationary, right in front of you versus moving all over the place. When they're moving all over the place, sliding their feet, you shoot, you get extended, you put yourselves in bad positions, and I think that's where you start to end up in trouble, getting exhausted. And I think that's the difference between their style I think Merab's a little bit more mobile than Umar, but Umar's very gifted, he's talented, and from what I see, it looks like he works pretty hard. But Merab's a horse. I think if we're going to just look at paper, look at stats, Umar's probably a better jiu-jitsu guy. Merab's a better, I would say, judo and sambo guy. And then when it comes to takedowns, I think they're relatively even. Umar might be better on paper, but I think once you watch them during the fights, I think they're relatively even. I don't think there's much of a discrepancy there. I think Umar's going to be a little bit more dynamic with his striking, but I think Merab's pressure is what opens up the striking, and I think it makes for a very interesting fight. So let's see how Umar does against Sandhagen, and then I think it's easier to give an analysis of how to fight with Merab and Umar will go for a title.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just to do the other side of the equation, do you think Umar will pose a threat to Sean O'Malley?
I think so, but again, it comes down to him stopping from moving, and Sean will stop circling and moving and going laterally if you can cut him off the right way. He's done that in previous fights, which was, part of the game plan, which I was supposed to follow, but for whatever reason, my brain just short-circuited and didn't. So with that said, I think Umar has all the skills and the tools in the world to beat a guy like O'Malley, but O'Malley also has good skills to catch him and sit him down, so it just really depends.
Obviously, before we get to any of that, Merab, obviously before we get to any of that, we've seen that Merab and Sean O'Malley are both the fight at the Sphere, UFC 306, Merab finally getting his title shot. We saw in a face-to-face where they came together there seemed to be a little bit of a beef between Merab and O'Malley's coach and everything. What did you make of all that?
Well, I've seen the comments. I've commented on it before, and Merab is just who he is, man. If something bothers him or something annoys him, he's gonna pull you out on it. I think that's what he was doing, was just making him know how he felt. It's like, yo, dude, your coach is your coach. Your coach shouldn't be getting involved in things like this and talking shit to the fighters, and I commented that, and I know Tim Roach for the second time said he wasn't talking shit, but there's evidence that we saw, which is what got us annoyed, like, yo, are you the coach or are you the fighter? Because if you want to beat the fighter, you start talking shit, the same way Henry Cejudo's camp was doing, you make things a little bit different when there's interaction involved, right? So I just told him simply, like, yo, dude, we don't hate you or anything, but understand your place in the game, and I'm not saying that to be disrespectful or try to be really badass stuff like that, but there are consequences for things that are being said. It's kind of like Leon Edwards is coaching, not to pick on him, but when that whole interaction happened with Bilal, like, I didn't necessarily agree with him doing that because Leon's fighting him, not the coach. So it's not because of it's Sean O'Malley's guy, it's not because of this. I just call through the space. Like, if you're gonna sit here and talk shit, and when there's a street beef or an interaction that occurs, you're now part of the mess. So do your job, make sure these guys get the fight, and don't be the one instigating, because you might be the one to get your face. I know O'Malley is sitting here, I wish you would play in this weight class for a reason, but if we want to speak facts, Tim Roach wishes he could do half of what Merab and I have accomplished. Wishes. So weight classes are not, there's a skill difference between the three of us, and I think he understands that. Whether or not it's a street fight, a cage fight, doesn't matter. We're just, I'm not even trying to take it there. It's just, let's call it what it is. If you want to sit there and say, I wish you would, and see what will happen, like, okay, so if your coach is really about that life, have him get thrown in the league. It's that simple. You know what I mean? But again, these guys are just trying to be professional. They're trying to get to the fight. That's the only way to get paid. But if they want to make it something else, we can make it something else.
So in saying that, so obviously this was a topic of conversation after your fight. Now Merab brings it up in his face-off. What is the feeling on fight week if all of a sudden he's piping up and chirping? What happens? Like you said, there's consequences to the action. Is this going to be a situation that can't be resolved? Like what happens if this is part of the fight week?
It's up for me to say, right? I mean, we'll see how Merab is feeling. We'll see what's actually being said. We'll see if there's ill will or animosity behind it. At the end of the day, we're all chasing the same dream, right? Merab's trying to become a UFC champion the same way I gave Sean O'Malley an opportunity. O'Malley tried to do all these things to avoid giving Merab the rightful contender an opportunity, decided to fight Cheeto instead. So there's a lot of things that just rub us the wrong way as a competitor. as someone who wants to prove to be the best. And, you know, I guess it's just different. Like, yeah, we understand the side of things, you want to make money and whatnot, but we got into the sport to become the best, not to be playing popularity contests and have to do all these extracurriculars to get attention, because that's what you essentially have to do to be the next guy, right? You know, so I get both sides of it, but at the same time, when it comes to fighting, we show respect always, but when people try to disrespect us, just know we're going to say something. I think that's all it comes down to. It's not about being sensitive, it's not about being a professional. It's if someone comes to your house or comes to your place or comes into your personal space and they say certain things, what would you do as a man? What would you do as a woman? As a parent? You know? I think this just shows the character of where we're at in society, and I think it makes it too easy for people to talk shit without having their words to be answered for. And that's all it is. So I do hope they come to fight weekends respectful. If it's anyone talking shit, it's simply Merab and O'Malley. I'm not even going to be talking shit to O'Malley. You know, like I said, I like the guy. I always like the guy. I think he's a great talent. I just want to see a good prepared fight. And that's it.
Oh, like I said, this rivalry, a skit came out with you and Merab and like a Sean O'Malley impersonator. You guys built a pool in the back of a van and went through a Taco Bell drive-through. Like, what goes into these skits? Like, to where you have Jody driving a minivan, all going like this jacuzzi in the back, and who is this Sean O'Malley impersonator that's in all of Merab's videos?
Oh, man, that's the Carcuzzi, bro. The Carcuzzi. No one in Vegas has one but us. Shut up, he's not Sugar Sean. He's a pretty funny man. He's a Georgian guy.
Who is he? Yeah, who is he? Tell us about this guy.
He's a Georgian guy. It might be O'Malley's long-lost brother or something. O'Malley might be Georgian. He might not even know it. I mean, they look pretty damn alike.
Is he a friend of yours and Merab's? Like, how did this guy get into the picture?
So, I think it was bad for Rob told the story, but there's a friend who said, like, we got this guy, we want to shoot a skit, and he looks just like O'Malley, and Rob saw him, he was like, he doesn't think he looks like O'Malley, but his beard was a little bit thicker, and then he came back, changed the look, he thinned down the beard, he made like a little fuzz patch, and then had the curly hair, put the wig on, and put a little tattoos on his face, and then Rob was like, wow, this guy didn't nothing like Sean. He's a Georgia guy too, so it's all, I don't say family, but it's all the culture, so it's kind of cool how the Georgian people just connect with each other, even if they don't know each other from a home.
That's great. We'll get you out of here on two things, and thank you for the time. We recently saw you on your channel, shout out to your YouTube channel. You mentioned not wanting to see MMA fighters challenge Jake Paul, at least not if they're not the same size. So, is there somebody that you think could give him a challenge? Is there anybody you would want to see? Obviously, I think Anderson Silva's the same size, but there's criticisms of potentially the age, and there always seems to be some kind of reason why Jake Paul has an advantage over the MMA fighter. Is there somebody you'd want to see him fight? You called out Alex Pereira. Would you want to see Alex Pereira versus Jake Paul?
I would love for Heather to fight Jake Paul. A guy his size, a guy who's a little bit older, but he hits like a tank. I don't know, I think it's just a different fight when you're fighting someone your own size. I mean, the last time he fought someone his own size was Tommy Fury. And again, it was a good fight for where they both were in their career, but one's a professional boxer and actually does it a lot more than the gimmicky fights against smaller men in a completely different sport. And we saw how that fight went. Now, mind you, Jake Paul has improved since then. I think even in the fight against Mike Perry, he showed a lot of improvement. But with that said, if he fights a bigger guy, let him fight a guy like Poatan and see if he's really about that level. Poatan's not the best boxer, but we see boxing because with him training with boxing. And he looks damn good. So, I don't know, man. If he really wants that type of smoke, I don't know, the guy... If he wants that, let's see if it's actually going to happen. I think it's all talk. I think it's just to show people that he would fight someone bigger. But will it actually happen? I don't know. I think it's just all talk and more for the get people to talk about it, hype it up a little bit.
Safe to say that you would predict Alex Pereira will win that fight?
I think Alex Pereira will win that fight 100%. And I don't see that. I mean, what way does Jake Paul win that fight?
To play devil's advocate, what you said, right? He's training primarily boxing. Alex coming into his world would be an advantage. Obviously, the size now and the age now is not as big an advantage as it has been previously. So that would be the only thing that I could think that might be tougher for Alex, right? Like he has been training boxing primarily for this whole time, and Alex has been training MMA.
I mean, if you watch his sparring, most of his sparring are boxing sessions. He's in the ring. He's primarily boxing guys. I mean, he's got good jabs. He's got good slip counters. He rolls, comes back, and he bum. Like he's solid when it comes to just boxing. He might not be the fastest. I think the discrepancy, because that's the thing I would say with Jake Paul. I think he's a little bit more nimble. I think he's a little bit quicker with snapping with his punches. But I think if you're talking power, I mean, if Perry hit him and could barely get to him, but was able to get to him sometimes. A guy with a longer reach, bigger frame, he gets to him a lot easier, and when he gets him, those punches are going to hurt. And I think it's going to be a big difference when Paul comes jabbing you to the stomach, and then coming out with that big check hook, and landing that two down the middle, and Jake Paul throws that jab, he rolls and comes back with that 2-3. I don't know, man. I can't see how Jake Paul wins that fight unless it's like to win by points with his speed and outpointing him to a decision in like an 8 or 10 round fight. But if we're talking like they're gonna try to go after him, I don't think that fight goes well. That's just my personal opinion. And again, I give Jake Paul all the praise in the world because I think he's one of the most improved influencer boxer guys who now I would say is a legitimate boxer.
Grainger knows that as an HVAC technician, the heat is on you every day. Your first call, an office building with a noisy AC unit. Time to put your experience to work. On site, your meters don't lie, the blower motor's failing. But Grainger's easy-to-search website quickly helps you find what you need to keep the office and their HVAC running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The topic of the week has been this Muhammad Mokaev and UFC situation. Obviously, we saw some behind the scenes of the UFC with the Roku series and things like that. What do you make of the situation that has been happening with Mokaev and the UFC?
If you ask me, I think it's fucked up. I don't think there's any real reason to cut him. I mean, you could say the piggybacking of the fight at the PI, but that takes two to tango. I know Mokaev was the first one to talk shit. You know, told him when you see me, pretty much keep that same energy. We saw him try to apologize, but Manal told him, no, keep that same energy. They had a fight or whatever happened, a little scuffle. Fast forward, they had a fight again at the mosque, I was told, and then we see what happened at the hotel, which is kind of odd, like to put your arm around someone to take a picture and then sucker punch them. I think that's a little bit too low for me. I don't know. I think that was very, very dirty. And then they fought the way that they fought, which is unfortunate because the whole toe thing with Manel in that fight, and then you got one guy who's undefeated gets cut. It's weird. And then you hear that supposedly he was told that you don't want to get cut, like don't keep shooting for takedowns. I don't think he really kept shooting for takedowns in that fight against Manel. I thought he actually fought a really good fight. I thought both of them fought a really good fight for like outside of the animosity, I thought it was a really good fight. Like if we had saw that animosity, we thought it was going to be a crazy bomb burner. These guys were going to be just throwing down, standing in the middle, Max Holloway style. But that didn't happen. It was very technical, and I still thought it was a good fight. He wasn't wrestling for the whole time. He did pants him though. I think that was hilarious. He pulled his cheeks out, said I was hurt for that ass. But that was a good fight.
Dana mentioned that the matchmakers had some concerns about him or issues with him, and you mentioned the idea of somebody apparently from the UFC, according to Mokaev, had said that he shouldn't be shooting for as many takedowns. But the matchmaker thing caught my attention because you're a UFC fighter, you have relationships with people at the UFC. How important do you feel like that is to a career, to a UFC career? Because if Dana White is saying the matchmakers didn't like him, whether it be his style or whatever else is happening behind the scenes, obviously that factors into the idea of not re-signing him. Is that important to you? Do you think about that? How important is that for a UFC fighter?
To fight towards the style that they want?
Potentially that, but more the idea of like being matchmaker friendly, right? If the matchmakers want to have an opinion of you one way versus another, where apparently Mokaev had not done enough to make the matchmakers like him. how important is that? Something you can think about?
Yeah. Yes and no. I mean, you always want to be excited. Like, I think people kind of get a little twisted thinking that guys come out and just want to have a boring fight. You don't want to have an exciting fight. Sometimes you gotta fight certain styles differently than you would a different style, right? I look at the Charles Jourdain versus the Silva guy who just fought. Charles Jourdain is a very exciting fighter, but because of the stylistic approach from his opponent, it makes it very difficult for you to let loose and do some of the things that you normally would, because the danger factor that's coming back with a guy like that. And then what you do, then what you don't. You do, you get caught, and people say, why didn't you do this, why didn't you do that? Because they can just know that. But then when you stop doing that and you do win, and then people give you shit for that, it's like, you kind of got to just do what's best for you. I mean, Makai is 23 years old. It's unfortunate that he got cut for that. I don't think that was necessary. I think he should more than deserve for another chance, and I think if he would have gone on the regional circuit and won the fight, or if they just bring him back right away. It gets odd because then there's another clip of the guy, Nate Maness, who was like 5-2, stepped up to fight Umar, even though he was a 25-pounder. He got 3 bonuses, and I guess from what he was saying, I don't know the details, but from what he put out, that he was told he's not an exciting guy, which is, that 3 bonuses. He's got more bonuses than I have, and I'm 16-4 in the UFC, you know what I mean? It's not that crazy. So, he got 3 bonuses, I got, I think, 2, maybe 1, and yeah, it's a very interesting spot to be in, but I guess you gotta try to play the game a little bit, because it is entertainment for the fans, but you also want to win, and sometimes it's not easy to find that silver lining to do both, to a little bit of entertainment, but also enough that you're going to make sure that you secure the bag and get both checks. And I think that's what most people are afraid of. They don't want to just go home with 1 check, they want both checks.
Thank you, Doctor. It's going to be fascinating to see what happens to Makhachev. All right, so today, 35 years old. Tomorrow, Harbor Rum makes its release. Where can the people go one last time to get that?
You can pick up some Funk Harbor Rum at funkharborrum.shop. Celebrate Jamaican Independence Day with me on the 6th. If you're in Long Island, guys, pull up. We're going to be doing meet and greet on Fridays, 6 to 8 p.m. at Backyard Barbecue. I'll be posting that out as well. So we'll be doing some sampling of the rum. We'll be doing some picture signings, taking pictures and all that stuff. Shaking hands, kissing babies. So come hang out. And that's all I got.
Awesome, Aljamain. Thanks so much for joining us, man, and happy birthday, brother. I hope it's a good rest of the day. Thank you, Aljamain.
Thank you. We're going to party today.
Yes, sir.
Wait, what are we doing? What are we doing? Give us the plans quickly before you go. What are we planning today?
It looks like you've already started on this part of
We'll take that as confirmation.
All right, Alex, man. Thank you, Alex. Again, happy birthday. Thank you, man.
Yeah. Thank you, brother.
Okay.
All right, Rick, man.
Former champ.
I gotta give you applause. Former champ. I gotta give you applause, man. That was fantastic work by you. You were asking a couple questions, bro. I was like, I never would have thought of that shit. That was some good stuff, man. You really taking some notes when Alwani's up there, dude. You were killing it.
I think it's the chair. I think it's the energy. I'm getting the energy of the chair.
I mean, there was a couple times when obviously we're talking behind the scenes here, and you're like, I actually got a follow up. I was like, man, what's going on about? And then you just laid it on. I was like, man, that's a great question. You were in your zone, dude. That was really good stuff by you.
I appreciate it. I feel like we handled that nicely. A little tag team action, and hopefully we can do more of that.
You drive out there wheeling, you know, I got a couple questions, and it was good, man. You get a lot of good answers too. I feel like, dude, when you're in the middle of the interview and like you're actually thinking of where it's gonna go next, you view it far differently than when you're just watching it. And I mean, Aljamain gives great responses. He is really good.
Well, love him or hate him, right? You know, there's obviously this fan base that I can't quite understand that like really has this deep hatred for Aljamain Sterling. I think it relates to the Peter Yan thing. I'm still actually not actually sure. But whether you like him, whether you don't like him, what you guarantee is he will give you an answer, right? He will give you an honest kind of answer, an assessment. Even here, right? He's lost to Sean O'Malley. He's like, I always like Sean O'Malley. There's these things, there's these moments where you can kind of tell that Aljamain Sterling is somebody who you can take at face value. He will tell you how he feels, for good or bad, which I appreciate very much. I think we need more people who are willing to do that. So, 45 minutes with the former champ, potential, title challenger in a weight class up now, like. Big things happening, and thank you to Ariel and Aldo, obviously, for making it happen.
Oh my gosh, on his birthday too. I mean, like, we really got to give some credence there with Aljamain Sterling. Like, I mean, featherweight is stacked with a bunch of my favorite fighters. Aljamain Sterling is certainly at the top of the list now. I mean, this is, you will always be the first UFC fighter to join this edition of the program.
Your first UFC fighter interview. I love it.
There it is. There it is. I mean, it looks good.
Where do we go from here? What do you want to do? We can go anywhere. I'm feeling good.
We could go anywhere. I mean, we ended with the Makhachev stuff with Aljamain, which was insightful to kind of hear his take on it. Obviously, the Nathan Ness stuff too is pretty crazy because of the point that he did have the bonuses. He was willing to step up and fight Umar up a weight class. It feels like Makhachev is like he's accepting it now. Like he played fun and like posted like a job application thing on his Twitter or something like that. It feels like he's going to have to go elsewhere, and I mean he is so young to potentially make his way back to the UFC, but like it's been a few days now and it is still a mind-boggling situation that you have this undefeated, super young guy and it's just oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, as we kind of touched on the Monday show, the timing just really did not work in his favor, right? If he had locked up the contract beforehand and kind of, played ball with the UFC and got on that, like, he'd probably be fighting for the title. But because his contract was up, because he was fighting into free agency, it really made... Now, I don't know. Typically the UFC wants to lock fighters up before they're on the last deal of the contract, especially if there's somebody they want to retain. Who knows? Maybe he said, I want to fight into free agency, and that rubbed him the wrong way. Maybe they did not offer a contract and wanted to see how the fight played out. Either way, the whole situation is very odd for somebody who's as good and highly ranked as him coming into the fight. And so I'm with you. Like, the whole thing still feels head-scratching to me. Other than the behavior, right? The behavior part of it is very clear and obvious, and everybody understands like why that might be a problem. But the rest of it is just very odd. I can't think of a similar situation. But you mentioned Nate Maness, like flyweight seems to be not like everybody's favorite at the moment over at the UFC. I don't know what's going on, but that's not a good sign when they're letting like really either exciting and Maness, like I never understood from his tweet, and we're taking what he's saying at face value about like him not being exciting. He's extremely exciting, but him and Makhachev being on the way out is odd and not a great sign for the flyweight division.
It is odd, man, because these are two really talented guys, and like the title picture is foggy at 125. There's really no like clear-cut challenger for Pantoja. It's a weird time at 125.
Yeah.
And obviously, you look at the past, like the feeling that Dana White has had towards 125 in the past. I mean, I don't know. I don't think he would have ran.
It was on the verge of extinction before Triple C Henry Cejudo came and saved the day. So yeah, there's been up and down relationship with the UFC. Even when Demetrius Johnson was champion, it felt like it was always kind of underappreciated, or because of the size of the fighters and the fact that most of the time you're not headlining a pay-per-view with them at the top of the bill. There's some potential business reasons why it's difficult.
Where do we go from here? I think we dive into a little weekend preview. I think we look ahead because it is a massive weekend, and I feel like we build a little sandwich here. MMA bread, we go UFC Abu Dhabi, then we jump into boxing, then we jump back into PFL.
I am on board. Let us do that.
What do you make of this main event? Umar Nurmagomedov, pretty sizable favorite over Tyler Corey Sandhagen. We haven't seen. We were supposed to get this last year. Instead, it gets canceled. Corey Sandhagen fight that will be brought on. Umar had a short notice opponent and obviously got through him. But this is a big one. This is huge. I mean, Umar Nurmagomedov told Mike Bohn and MMA Junkie that this will guarantee him the title shot if he's able to get a victory.
I think that's right. I think that the winner of this will be fighting for the title. I think it's deserved. I think either of these guys is a worthy challenger. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I think Corey Sandhagen's grappling is underrated and underappreciated because most people know him more for striking. Obviously, we saw it. I believe it was the Cheeto fight. Is that the fight that he took him down primarily? But Corey's a good grappler. I'm interested to see how he fares, and I think Aljamain made an excellent point about the movement. Right, that is going to be the key against Umar. So I don't know how this one goes. It's one that I'm very intrigued to see without really feeling like I have a great lean on it. But I think if you are Umar Nurmagomedov, who to this point hasn't been fighting guys who are of the caliber of Corey Sandhagen, this is a big measuring stick and tells you if you're ready for that upper echelon of bantamweight. So I'm super excited about it.
Yeah, I don't know how you couldn't be excited. You got Nurmagomedov going in there. Obviously, with a potential title shot on the line, and I think I saw that's been confirmed that Khabib will be in his corner this weekend as well.
Yeah,
I mean, it makes sense. I am very excited for this one. To follow up the pay-per-view with this card is just fantastic. And I know we lost the Nick Diaz fight, but maybe that's for the best. Maybe him traveling all the way across the world at his age and how he looked in his last fight is for the best. So like to follow it up with a fairly stacked main card, I'm very excited, not just for the main event, but the entire card.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier when we were talking about Aljamain, but obviously Marlon Vera versus Davison Figueiredo is also another one that, like, I don't have a great lean, but I feel like I'm very, very excited to see the outcome of this and see, like, is this a test for Davison? Is this Davison showing that Marlon is done being a top contender? Like, there's a lot of intrigue, I feel like, at the bantamweight division between these two.
Oh, 100%. Because think about Cheeto Vera and how we got that title shot. It was obviously because of the first fight with Sean O'Malley, the weird ending to that one. Obviously, the injury ending, you had to run it back. There was beef there. It was a perfect way to get it. I think he's still like ranked number 6. If he loses this fight, then you are starting to become very distant from getting another shot at the title, especially with the way that he performed against Sean O'Malley. So I mean, I think all the chips are on the table for Cheeto Vera, and then Figgy, like, how can you not be excited to see him at 135 after his first 2 performances? I mean, if he comes out here and looks fantastic, I think it's a clear-cut decision win, or somehow, some way, becomes the first person to finish Marlon Cheeto Vera. It would just be like, wow, we have another new contender here in already stacked 135.
I was just thinking, if Umar and Corey is like good but uneventful, and Davison Figueiredo comes out there and just obliterates Marlon Vera, is he fighting for the title?
I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. Umar Nurmagomedov, 18-0, and like, to be totally honest, like if O'Malley were to get through Merab, and you have like Sean O'Malley getting his shot against Nurmagomedov, and the storyline surrounding it, like it would just be huge business to have the Sugar Show versus an undefeated Nurmagomedov. I still feel like no matter how he gets it done, especially with the difficulty of his opponent, like this is Corey Sandhagen we're talking about. Like this guy has been at the very pinnacle as far as best of the best, and found success doing that. So for him to beat Corey Sandhagen, I feel like is just about to get the title.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, but I just started picturing a world where Figgy, or obviously we're not expecting if Marlon wins that a title shot's in his future immediately, maybe down the line, but not immediately. But I just started picturing like Figgy, big win, all of a sudden the momentum's behind him, former champion, you just slide him in there. But I ultimately do think you're right. I think this one's set up. These two are rightful #1 contenders, and I'd like to see them fight the bantamweight winner between O'Malley and Klaus.
Co-main event, you get Share Bullet back. I mean, yeah, a month and a half after he last fought.
Am I wrong? This was supposed to be Diaz versus Luque? That was this slot, right? Okay.
That is correct. They called up Share Bullet. He fought a month and a half ago, and Oleksiejczuk, who fought, I mean, not only fought 2 months ago against Israel 1, but got his arm bent into a million different ways against Kevin Holland, and he's right back in there. It's not like the highest stakes fight, but I really believe that this one is going to deliver. I mean, Charbot is going to look a strike. I think we all know that. If you've ever watched an Oleksiejczuk fight, yes, he's gone for takedowns before, but like that's not his style. He's going to come in here, and I think he's just going to throw massive overhands. And he's either going to catch Charbot, or I think he's going to get countered and get caught himself. Like I feel like this fight is going to end in a knockout.
I was gonna say not to like step on parlay boys later, but I feel like this fight not to go the distance or under is is pretty much like a guarantee. Now I'm just saying that I jinxed it, but that's my thing.
Oh, for sure. What fight was it last Saturday where right before the CLB Griffin?
Yes.
Bisping's just like Bisping's like, there's no chance this fight goes the distance.
Yeah.
Guess what? This one it went the distance. And I've been jinxed by like that is a real jinx. There was one time I had a parlay finishing on. I think it was a few years back. Thiago Santos, Johnny Walker. And it was like the lockable winning night and everything, and it was just fight to go to decision. And as they're getting the game, Brendan Fitzgerald's just like, look at the odds for this one. There is not a chance in this world. This one goes 5 rounds. And I had to sit there for 25 minutes while they just stared at each other and just like, oh my god, this is really going to be what it is, and I cannot believe this. And it was just the announcer, this one's not going through a decision, James, is as real as it gets.
Yeah, your contempt for Brendan in that moment and as that decision being read, I'm expecting the hate mail. So send the hate mail my way when Olechek and Charbullet goes to decision. I accept the hate mail.
You are right, though. I mean, Olechek has finished in round 1 or 2, win or lose in 11 of his last 13 fights. So, like, I imagine this one is going to be exciting. I think the matchmakers knew what they were doing with this one.
Perfect.
Little Charbullet in the Middle East. Yeah, for an exciting fight and a fight that he can win. So that one's going to be great. Also on the main card, Tony Ferguson trying to right the ship. He's touchdown in the UAE. 40 years of age now. 7 straight losses from a man has not won in over 5 years. Taking on Michael Chiesa. Last I looked, Michael Chiesa is a minus 750. Oh wow. Yeah.
That's
I
steep.
I
don't know about that line.
How long can we go? Like, if Tony Ferguson loses this fight, how many more do we have of having to watch him lose in the UFC? I think this would break the record, right? Longest losing streak.
Yeah, I think, what is it, BJ Penn or Alvey or one of them?
I think BJ Penn and Sam Alvey both lost 7.
Yeah, so, man, I hope if he loses, that's it, but at the end of the day, like, it's one of those things. And also, you know, if Chiesa goes there and wins a decision, if you're Tony Ferguson, do you go, oh man, that's it? You probably think, if I did something a little bit differently, I can win it. So I wouldn't be shocked if he's still around. But
I don't think there's any world where Tony Ferguson is saying, I think that's it. I think no matter what happens, he can talk himself into the fact that he still has it.
Yeah, no, I think you're right on that. It would come down to the UFC would have to let him go. I don't know.
Also, Michael Chiesa, it's come back in a little bit. He's like a minus 670 now. He's minus 670 on a 3-fight losing streak.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with that line. I think there's probably a little advantage there on Tony Ferguson, but that tells you what the sentiment around Tony Ferguson is, right? From the public, from the betting public, like the stock is down. The stock is in the toilet. He needs to win desperately in order for anybody to believe that he's going to win a fight again. Because, man, like, a year ago, he wouldn't have been that big a dog to Chiesa. 2 years ago, he would have been a favorite. You just go back in time, and it would have. He might have been minus 700 against Chiesa back in the day. So it's rough. I look, ultimately, like, I'm expecting him to lose. So I say, like, I hope this is it for the UFC run. But at the same time, like, maybe he can win. If he wins.
If he wins, do you just retire too and just call it a day?
No
just
way.
Like, remember me fondly?
I don't see a world.
Him out.
No, you can get drunk on the I won and now I'm going on my winning streak. I don't see a world where if he wins.
40 years old. It's also like really how long can you let it go? I mean, I know Tony Ferguson is a legend. I mean, he had an unbelievable winning streak. Was at the very top of the game. Was supposed to get a title shot, but like
multiple times by the way. Many times
yeah.
as well.
I'm just saying, he is not a former UFC champion, and it's just like, I guess we let Sam Alvey go that long as well, so like, I guess if one person just keeps signing contracts, then, I don't know, it's sad to see. It's sad to see.
We just talked about it earlier with Aljamain, and we were talking about Sam Alvey in Karate Combat, and he was like, yeah, he found a home, and he's doing this thing, like, there could be somewhere out there for Tony Ferguson that is not the UFC, where he'd look better, and have that success that he's been craving, and it's just not going to happen in the UFC. This is not it right now. He's not at that point in his career. So I don't know. I want something different for him, but look, at the end of the day, he's still a draw. He's still somebody that people want to see. He's still a name that people recognize. So this is what we're getting.
Mackenzie Dern and Lupi Godinez.
Yeah.
I feel like these are two women in different spots. I feel like Lupi still has the dream of becoming a UFC champion one day, whereas Mackenzie Dern, while she might still have that dream, like it just felt like, I mean, she's 2-4 in her last 6. Like it just feels like it's just not coming together.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the people who had that hope for the last fight was the one where they were like, okay, we can finally kind of close the chapter on that. No shame in it, to be honest. Like a Mackenzie Dern fight is a great fight. Like I really enjoy watching her fight. They tend to just be exciting, and she's a big part of that. She's a die on your shield type fighter, right? Whether it be on the feet, she's aggressive and trying to strike, or whether it be in the grappling, obviously her domain. She's a beautiful grappler and absolutely incredible at, once it hits the mat. So I'm down for just continuing to watch Mackenzie Dern fight. I don't necessarily care about the fact that she's out of the title picture, but I think you're 100% right. Like that, the last fight seemed to be the last chance. And Lupi is somebody who's like unfulfilled at this moment, right? We don't know. Ultimately, the promise has been unfulfilled to this point, but this could be a big step in the right direction for him.
Yeah, 100%. I do agree with you. I think it's going to be a super exciting fight. Just both their styles are just relentless, and I think it's going to be exciting. One other on the main card, not a ton of sound, but Joel Alvarez taking on Elves Brenner. I don't know how you can't be excited for it if you're a fight fan. Joel Alvarez has 20 wins, all of them coming by way of finish. And then if you've ever watched Elvis Brenner, not exclusively winning by finish, but 14 of the 16 wins come by finish, and he's just an absolute dog. He will fight to the death. Like I was looking at betting, like this one doesn't go to a decision, but then I could just see Elvis Brenner just somehow being impossible to finish. But either way, I think this, I think.
Totally agree, and just feel like this is the best of what UFC fight nights can look like, right? Like there's stakes in the bantamweight main event, and even potentially in Figgy and Marlon Vera, and then there's other like exciting, well-matched, well-booked fights underneath as well. Like this is good, and if we had Luque and Nick Diaz, you've got the kind of star appeal too. Unfortunately, that one didn't come together, and the UFC has communicated that it will be rebooked. We don't know, TBD. But they did well. They did well with this card. And don't even get me started on the start time. I cannot.
Oh my gosh. If you're sitting on the East Coast right now, you're getting a noon kickoff on Saturday. This is what dreams are made of. You wake up, get a nice workout in, you go work out, then you go have breakfast. You maybe get a couple cups of coffee, and you, by the time you turn around, you look at the TV. We got a UFC fight starting, and then on the back end of it, 5:30, 6, log off, get some dinner, and then, bed by 9:30, bed by 10 o'clock. Life is good, man. I mean, my Sunday is full, and I can do whatever I want.
Not quite, because after the UFC wraps,
we're
heading over to the boxing room. That's what's on the menu.
Let's just head over there right now, and I actually am not disappointed that I have to stay up for this one, because this one is going to be an absolute banger of a card. I mean, this is what Saudi Arabia and Riyadh season and Turkey Al-Sheikh are doing for the boxing world is it just can't be understated. Whether it's from putting on these fights, these dream fights that we've always wanted to see, a la Tyson Fury, Alexander Usyk, or just building cards that you're not just waiting around for the main event. It truly is a thing of beauty. Like you just go through this one, obviously, Terence Crawford, one of the best, if not the best boxers on the entire planet. Make his 154-pound debut against Israel Madrimov. Then you have the title fight between Isaac Cruz and Jose Valenzuela. You got Andy Ruiz, a former title holder, versus Big Baby Drama. You got the other big baby, Jared Anderson.
No. We only in this house we only acknowledge one big baby, and that's Jarrell Miller, my boy. Shout out to
Jarrell Miller is Big Baby, and then a friend of the program who has come on just a few weeks ago, the real big baby, Jared Anderson, taking on Martin McCauley. Andy Cruz, a Cuban fighter who only has 4 professional fights, but I just like to go through this real quick. If you're looking to get excited for anything, the man's amateur career is absolutely ridiculous. It's just Cuban National Championship in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, won gold at all of those Pan American Games, got the gold in 2017, got the gold in 2015, and got the gold in 2019. World Amateur Championships, gold in 2017, gold in 2019, gold in 2021, and at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. also got the gold there in the lightweight division. I mean, it's just like anything he enters, he is walking away with gold. He is unbelievable. 4-0, 27 years old. And yeah, I'm very excited to see where it goes for his career. So a lot to like on this boxing card, man. And it's short and sweet. I mean, we're looking at 8 fights, just a nice, clean amount of fights in there. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, and you know, you're touching on the amateur record is something that I always think about when we think about boxing, but obviously not when it comes to the world of MMA because we don't have the amateur system, or there are amateur fights in MMA, but people don't really have these like decorated amateur careers before transitioning over to MMA. Most of the time when you see something like this, I would compare it to like maybe Alex Pereira's pro kickboxing, right? Or Israel Adesanya's pro kickboxing, or somebody else's BJJ career, like Kennedy Durden's BJJ career, David Maya. You have, you know, these professional athletes who are doing this world and then coming over. But in boxing, what we see is that amateur games, competing for gold medals, Olympics, and by the time they come over, they're so seasoned and so ready for prime time slots and things like that. It's a very fascinating thing. Obviously, there's many boxers who have these hundreds of amateur fights, and then by the time they hit the big stage, they're so ready to compete against the upper echelon of fighters. I really enjoy that. I hope one day MMA is in the Olympics. I know there's, what is it, IMMAF? I think is the federation that does the amateur bouts and the tournaments and things like that. So I hope that system develops because I do enjoy like the seasoning that you get from a system like that.
Oh, 100%, man. Like, yeah, you might see 3-0, 4-0. I think he's 3-0. There's Apology says 4-0, BoxRec says 3-0. By the way, he has very few professional fights. Amateur career, 135-9. Like the guy has made his way to the ring on several different occasions. He's obviously wildly skilled, and you know, a lot of these guys that have success, you know, it's perfect that the Olympics are going on right now, and Andy Cruz is a Olympic champion. A lot of these guys go on to have major professional careers. So yeah, watching that, watching the Olympics. What do we think? 154-pound debut, Terence Crawford, success, yay, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think Terence Crawford is the #1 pound-for-pound fighter. So yes, I think he will be successful. Like I truly believe that he's the best boxer on the planet right now. And I think he's going to prove it. I think it's one of those. This is you have to give credit to Terence Crawford. I think in this scenario, this is kind of a no-win situation, right? He's going to win, and people are going to be like, this guy wasn't that good. When in actuality, he is very good. And so, there's a lot on the line. The risk of potentially losing here and blowing up a potential Canelo fight. I know Ariel Helwani is big on the Boots and Terence Crawford fight. There's a lot at stake here, and not a ton to gain besides, hey, move on to the next step, which is Canelo. So you got to give credit to Crawford, but he's always been somebody who's up for a challenge. We recently, obviously, got the Spence and Crawford fight that people have been clamoring for forever. So I'm excited about it. I think it's going to be a tough fight. I don't think it's going to be some kind of like showcase for Terence just to get an early KO and move on to Canelo. This is going to be a real fight, but I do ultimately think he's going to win. And the next step, I would love to see him fight Canelo. I don't think he beats Canelo. I know, timing wise, it seems like maybe Crawford is in the right spot and Canelo's kind of on the latter half. But I think the size may be too much, and I think Canelo's still very, very sharp and very good. But I want to see him chase greatness. I think he deserves that opportunity, and so I would like to see it. But ultimately, I'll probably side with Canelo on that fight. But I'm excited about this fight and want to see how Terence looks in it. I think after this fight, it will probably be full steam ahead for the Canelo train.
Yeah, I think Canelo will be fighting a month and a half later against
opposite UFC at the Sphere.
Yeah, shout out. I agree with you. I just think skill for skill, technically, Terence Crawford is just going to be the better boxer. Michael Monaco, he's got, 10, 11 professional fights. He's still very skilled, and he does have power, and obviously the weight, but we just seen in the past.
We just talked about it, right? 10 or 11 professional fights, but what does the amateur record look like? When you think about these types of fights, it's about the holistic career. Yeah, he's going to come in ready, but until somebody beats Crawford, I can't pick against Crawford.
Especially after the way he looked against Errol Spence, it's been a year since we've seen that. I mean, imagine if he's made improvements since then. He's had plenty of time to get his body right for this debut. I mean, anytime Terrence Crawford steps in the ring, there's a short list, even if you're not a diehard boxing fan, guys like Naoya Inoue, just any of the Alexander Usyk, any of these guys that just like a list that you just have to tune in, whether you're a boxing fan or not. That once they enter the ring, you gotta be in front of the TV. Terrence Crawford is at the top of the list.
Yeah, there's something. So not only is he like great, right? Not even, only is he a pound for pound great, but what I love about Terrence Crawford is he's just so mean. He's just such a vicious, kind of like nasty boxer in there who really just is always trying to hurt his opponent. I like that. I dig it. And I remember in the lead-in somebody said something to the effect of like Errol Spence is nasty and mean, and I was like, yeah, sure, but I'm pretty sure T-Bud is nastier, and it turned out he was. But he fights so angry. He fights like you can see the real vicious intent when he's boxing, and so it's a hell of a world to be opposite in the ring. But I love Terrence Crawford, and I want to see him get a shot at Canelo, even though I ultimately think Canelo's still there enough to get it done.
That's a super fight. It's the biggest one. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, that's what dreams are made of right there. Beyond the main event, what fight are we most looking forward to? I know you mentioned Jarrell Miller. What fight do we have circled?
It's probably Jarrell Miller, and not for the like I'm biased. I love Jarrell. I know him and love him, and he's always seemed to be the real big baby for me. But it's Andy Ruiz and Jarrell Miller. Like, I want to see like what Andy Ruiz looks like at this point. I you know when after the Anthony Joshua upset, it felt like he had the world at his feet, and then since then it's kind of just been like a puttering out for a guy who I think is very talented and has a lot of potential. So I just really want to see what Andy Ruiz looks like. I think Jarrell is going to be a good fight, right? Jarrell's last fight, he was doing well until he kind of ran out of steam. I'm interested to see if he's going to be able to give Andy any problems early, or if this is going to be something where Andy's able to take over relatively soon into the fight. So I'm compelled by that one. More so for the side bet, I just want to see like what Andy Ruiz looks like at this point.
I'm going to go with the David Morrell fight. 10-0, 9 knockouts. It's exciting anytime he gets in the ring. Yeah, a couple interesting Cuban fighters on this one. Overall, fantastic card. Shout out to Turkey Al Sheikh and the Riyadh season for getting it done, man. Because this is a great little dessert to the UFC Abu Dhabi fight.
Agreed. It's the dessert, yeah.
And the appetizer to that dish is, of course, the PFL playoffs kicking off on Friday evening. Main event, Dennis Goldstock versus Tim Johnson. But in my opinion, I think the biggest fight on this one is Dakota Sheva in this playoff. She's teeing it off against Jen Bishop, and I just feel like she has the potential to be the biggest star that the PFL has.
I'm gonna pump the brakes on that just because Francis Ngannou and Cedric Doumbé fight for the PFL. So I'm gonna halt it there.
That's a great point by you. Maybe. No, I was actually going to say maybe someone that's been like fighting consistently, because obviously we haven't seen Ngannou, but Doumbé does fight. It's obviously for the specialized. Let me go. Let me make it exact on biggest tournament star.
I think it's safe to say she's on her own at the moment, right? Like she's formerly it was Kayla, right? Kayla comes to the PFL, makes it her own, she becomes the star. Then Larissa kind of elevates and becomes the star. So Larissa's up there, definitely Larissa Pacheco, champion. And so I see what you're saying though. So like she's a PFL product, right? Whereas Cedric Doumbé had such a long sort of kickboxing career, he's coming over. Francis Ngannou, nothing needs to be said. UFC champion comes over. She's a PFL product at this point, and I think it's going to be fascinating to see, because the next step is potentially a fight against some real competition in Luz Carmouche and Kylo Santos. So yeah, there's a challenge ahead if Jenna Bishop cannot be it. And we're going to get to find out real quick, how real are the aspirations for being one of the top fighters in the world for her. Now, I have to ask, are we allowed to root for her? Like, are we still on good terms? I mean, after the Frankie, walkout stumping, I'm not sure where we stand. Like, Frank, do you?
I'll turn to Frank on this one.
I think it was miscommunication.
Okay. No, I disagree with that. I actually strongly disagree with that. We asked her clear as day if we walk out with her, and she said objectively, yeah.
I heard, who, me? And then Ariel and his friend.
Okay, fair enough.
This feels like a defense mechanism. I'm not gonna lie. This feels like
Well, if it is my coping mechanism, you should let me know.
So, safe to say we'll be rooting for her, Frank?
I mean, we'll have to just wait to see what the picks are.
Okay, interesting. A little tease there. I like that. Frank.
Yeah, I mean, you can't root for someone without having to pick them.
I agree. Well, Frank, Frank is the one who lives by that most tried and true, right? Like, it's always King Green fight week. It's always Jake Paul fight week. You know, he's pretty consistent. He backs who he's picking, so I can appreciate that.
What do
No
you,
problem, man.
What's your guess for the odds on the go?
Oh, what?
Yes,
You can go too. I'm gonna say minus 2,000.
minus 425.
That's pretty good. That's good. Well, now we're talking about a big gap. I'm trying minus 425, minus 700. She's minus 500 right now. I feel like that's the smallest we've seen.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
Let's lock that in now.
Taylor Santos, big minus 260 over Liz Carmouche. That's the interesting one.
I'm surprised by that. I'm a little surprised by that number.
I think it says a lot that she's the goat man and oh yeah, Liz Carmouche and Taylor Santos are 2 or 3 points down.
We can get into like how the tournament played out and the draw and the fact that it seems like this is made for her to be in the final and then, but at the end of the day, ultimately, if she makes it to the final, then we find out, right? There's going to be somebody in there who we know is a top caliber or has been in the past, whether it be Liz Carmouche or Taylor Santos, top caliber fighter, and so we're gonna know. We're gonna know at some point. So I'm not as concerned about like how the tournament kind of shook out and all that stuff, because at the end of the day, if she makes it to the final, we're gonna learn a lesson.
Oh yeah, Dakota Chef and Santos would be some sneaks.
Or Carmouche. I think Carmouche would be.
I'm cool with it, but in my personal just flavor of the market, my personal focus. Anything else you're chomping at the bit to break down in this BFO card?
No, I mean it's really those those main card fights, but PFL playoffs is always fun because the importance of it, right? The season is important, but it doesn't have the same stakes as the playoffs. But again, as we've talked about in the past, do they maintain this playoff system? Do they combine the rosters? Are there people who graduate from the playoffs and go into the Bellator Championship Series? That's always kind of like what's in my mind as I think about these things. But at the end of the day, it could be a good night watching the PFL playoffs.
It certainly could. That feels like we've eaten a sandwich, our MMA bread and boxing meat sandwich here. And yeah, what do you think? Some questions?
Yeah, I think that's probably good.
It's time for
Off the notes. Someone told me online. I think that's a great one. I love it. The traditional Hawaiian taking a sip of water.
The temper cuts are happening right now.
Really get thirsty. Really worth the thirst.
How does everyone usually do? I don't even know. Doing a whole he does like a little wiggle type thing, but he does like chair dancing. But I don't know how to replicate it. I'm gonna turn now. You know what? I break the fourth wall. I've been looking at the single cam, and now I'm finally turning and being able to look.
Yeah, come on, man. Get cozy.
Now I can see the notes. Because I'm not a pro. There's probably many cuts in here where I'm like you can just see me like either glancing at the monitor over there or having like just come back and glancing at the monitor.
Andy knew to cut away.
No, I will say Andy, to her best effort, did try that, but obviously, my amateurism is still there. But no, Andy's the best. And thank you, Andy. That means a lot to me. It actually does. I'm about to tear up. I'm about to get emotional.
This sounds very emotional and nice. I couldn't hear it.
Oh, Andy just said you're doing great. Which is very reassuring.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be
but no, it was great. Okay, let's answer some questions. I have not looked at these ahead of time. Last week I did look at them ahead of time, so now we're going to go off the cuff. Okay. Wait. refresh it. I want to make sure we get the most today. Okay. Max83. Hello guys. Just a small recommendation for Frank. Oh wow, I love this. Right off bat, we definitely need. I can't let you get close from Chael. It's a line by Chael when he was gonna brawl with Andrea Silva.
It's gonna be tough, right?
Yes. Wow, Frank, impressive. Who the fuck is this guy? Obviously, is that guy? The famous Conor. Oh, this is a great one. Hold on, I'm talking, brother. This is Tony Ferguson at a media luncheon with Fabrizio Verdun, and Fabrizio is talking, and Tony is just not having it. And he's like, "Hold on, brother, I'm talking," and it almost gets them into a brawl. They're about to stand up and fight each other. Granted, Tony Ferguson is a lightweight, and Fabrizio Verdun is every bit of a heavyweight. So it was quite a scene. From the same thing, "Shut up before I ankle pick you," which he also said.
Same outing?
The same outing, yeah, he says this. GSP saying, "Are you intoxicated?" I believe that was from Nick Diaz. That's a great line.
And the answer was.
And the answer was probably. Just some thoughts, but I think these would be hilarious. Keep up the great work, guys.
These are, after, I get DMs almost daily with, "You gotta do this one, you gotta do that."
Yeah.
I have to say, this is the best recommendation I've ever heard. I'm actually going to go back to this. Can't make any promises. There's a lot of red tape with these things. You gotta get the stuff approved by legal. You gotta sign it to one. But I'm gonna actually give a lot of value.
I like that, Frank, and I agree with you. I feel like this was very well laid out, and the recommendations are very strong from somebody who kind of lived through a lot of these moments. So I like it.
When you get close to the that's a necessary.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, I can't. I'm actually embarrassed if it's not right now.
Yeah, legendary stuff. Okay, Connor from Canada. Hey fellas, I preface this by saying I'm a huge GSP fan. On Monday, Ariel said if Jones doesn't fight Tom, it will be a poor reflection on his legacy at heavyweight, but is not similar to GSP. Is it not similar to GSP at middleweight where he fought Bisping and then retired before fighting any other middleweight contenders? And yet GSP winning the middleweight strap is a huge asset to his legacy. Why the inconsistency? That's interesting. I mean, that's a question for Ariel, I feel like, but I kind of see where he's going with the logic.
Yeah. I mean, that was an era that obviously I didn't really live through. Like right now, I'm obviously in the middle of it. Got to see the Jones fight, and now we're trying to get him to fight Aspinall. Was there someone, a clear contender at middleweight that was dying to fight GSP like Aspinall or Jones?
There wasn't a contender. There was a champion named Robert Whittaker.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so I get it.
So yeah, it sounds pretty similar. I think that's a good comparison.
I get it. I don't think
honestly, at the end of the day, the way that I see it, say Jones and beats Stipe, retires, and that's it for him. The more time that passes, the more people will forget about that and just remember how unbelievable he was throughout the entire course of his career.
In my humble opinion, and I may be biased, John Jones is so far ahead of everybody in the GOAT conversation. I don't think he needs Tom Aspinall at all. I think he could cruise off into the sunset and be the GOAT for a long, long time. I don't see anybody who is coming up right now that is even going to get close to it. The guys who had potential for it are gone. Khabib was somebody who you'd think maybe they could do it, gone. I don't think he needs it, but I think if he got it, holy shit. If John Jones beat Tom Aspinall, the resume would just be so ridiculous. Now, I'll say this. I think Tom needs John. I think Tom needs John in a major way.
To set him, because if Tom beats John, it's like it's this barometer, it's this marker to be like, well, he's the guy that beat John Jones.
And also, you see this, right? Like, Khabib beating Conor puts him on a level that is just so far beyond what he could achieve. When you are that guy who's able to, even Conor with Jose Aldo to a lesser extent, right? Aldo wasn't necessarily like the household name, but because of how revered he was, because of how people thought of him, and because of how people thought Conor would never be able to do it, it launched him into a different stratosphere. And then Khabib, to beat Conor, launched him into another stratosphere. The benefit, the net benefit for what Tom would get from beating John would be monumental, whereas I don't feel the same, right? If John beat Tom, it would really be a lot for his legacy, but it wouldn't make it. John Jones' legacy is set. The dude's the GOAT. If somebody wants to argue, you can argue you'd be wrong, but John Jones is the GOAT. And I don't think it would do enough that it might be worth the potential risk if you're John. unless you get compensated extremely fairly. That is what I imagine the problem to always be. I don't think John Jones is scared to fight Tom. I don't think he's concerned about selling his resume. I ultimately think in order to take that risk, you need to be paid appropriately. And that was always the problem with the Francis and John fight. It was not that one or the other was scared. Because we've heard both sides of it. Out of Dana White's mouth. Oh, God, John doesn't want this fight. Oh, Francis doesn't want this fight. The common denominator is the UFC and the money. If the money is right, I'm confident that they can make the fight. I'm confident that John Jones would reconsider walking away if that is his intention, if they can make the money right. So I think it could happen if they pay.
Well, 1,000%. Man. We've had this conversation in private conversations a million times of the notion that one of these guys who has 30 professional fights, another 10, 15 amateur fights, has the brain wiring to become a UFC champion, is afraid to fight anyone. Is ridiculous.
I think there's something real. I will admit, I think there's something real to the risk of Tom Aspinall. Not scared, right? John Jones is not scared of anybody. But the risk of fighting Tom Aspinall, I think, is real, is something that he will consider. But you can mitigate the risk by paying. If you pay for that fight, it is worth the risk. It becomes worth taking the risk, and that is the difference. Scared, anybody who thinks John Jones is scared of anybody is just fooling themselves, and the same for Tom, and the same for most high-level fighters. It's just not real.
The risk is that the risk is beating Stipe probably by finish at Madison Square Garden and riding off in the sunset, or fighting Tom Aspinall and, like, let's say that it doesn't go well for him, that likely means that he got knocked out, and that's how he retires. It's a stark difference.
Yep, and he should, and by the way, he should be compensated for that. That is how that gets done. And so,
of course, these guys anything they want. That is the fight that I want to see.
Whatever. It is a good one. I also would say, if I'm John Jones, I'm more likely to want Alex Pereira because I feel like it's a less risky fight, and maybe I'd be willing to accept less money to leave them. So
less risky fight and a bigger name.
And a bigger draw. Yeah, you're right. A less risky fight and a bigger draw. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this plays out. But I can never get on board with the John Jones doesn't want the fight stuff. Pay John Jones, and I promise he'll want the fight. And if
they pay enough, I'll get him there. I'm not lying. The paycheck is big enough. I'll get KO real quick.
Okay. Sean Davies. Fellas, my boy Mo Mokaev was let go this week whilst being 7-0 in the UFC, possibly one fight away from the title shot with a respectable ranking next to his name. Is he bad for the company? You can argue he sold that fight better than most on the card. Was he talking to another organization under contract? Aren't you allowed to shop around for your best deal? Hit me back just to chat. Your biggest fan. This is Stan. So what do you make? Like, actually, let me start with this.
Sure.
Was he talking to another organization under contract? Right, that was floated out there.
That is the claim that they reached out to PFL to see what they really are.
Yeah, and we had his manager Tim Simpson reply to MMA Fighting to say, and to David Martin of MMA Fighting to say nonsense, like not true. So, you know, that is the statement by his manager on that. So that's all I can say to it. I don't know ultimately what's happening there, but that has been shot down by his manager. The question of is he bad for the company is interesting because his argument is he sold that fight better than most of the card, right? He was a draw for UFC 304. I don't know if I go along with that, right? I feel like Bilal and Leon and Tom and Curtis were the draws. Like I don't know if people were tuning in for the pod necessarily.
And like he may have sold that fight. You could claim that he sold that fight to get people excited for it. I guess that does make sense. You know, going back a week from now, I was fairly excited for that one. But it doesn't really matter how much you sell it if you don't deliver once it's time to fight. I mean, just the fact that they did have security come into the octagon to separate them moments before having free reign in a fight, and then going almost the entire first round throwing minimal punches. It was just a bad look, and then he doesn't get the point taken when he pulls count shorts down. At that point, it's probably going to end up being a draw. So, like, to me, I feel like that negates any selling of the fight that he did, and I'm not sure what all happened behind the scenes. Obviously, we heard about the sucker punch with the selfie getting taken and everything like that. So I don't know what happened behind the scenes, and I don't really know if the selling of the fight was beneficial to anyone other than maybe a few more fans were interested in it.
Yeah, I ultimately agree with you, and I think the most important part of that is we don't know what happened behind the scenes, right? We don't know what the relationship was like with UFC. We heard Dana White speak on it, that the matchmakers don't like him. but that has more of a factor in it to me than like, is Muhammad Mokaev like drawing a few fans to the arena? Like there is a lot more going on because there are people who don't draw at all that are still on the UFC roster. So it's not that, right? It didn't come down to is he a big enough draw. It came down to is he a big enough draw to counter all the problems that he's presenting apparently. Again, this is all based on one person has said one thing or another. There's not like big consensus or confirmation on kind of what's happening here. So it's a tricky and unusual situation. But if what we have heard, the accounts of Dana White and even Mokaev himself saying that he did sucker punch Cop, like it's just not a good picture and unfortunate.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, it's one of those situations that hopefully we find out more as time goes on.
Yeah, and ultimately I think he will land somewhere else and be fine, and maybe at that time he'll open up about it. But again, this doesn't mean the road back to the UFC is closed. It's like WWE. There's people who just come back no matter what the nature of the relationship has been. So I'm not concerned that like he's gone forever. If he's somebody who's gone forever and then all of a sudden, man, he could have been a champ. We might find out. We might still find out.
Right, just keep winning, man.
Keep winning.
Just keep winning
and keep your head down as you're doing it, right? Don't cause the same problems that potentially the UFC is going to say, nah, he's still not ready. And again, this is alleged, right? We don't know. The only thing we do kind of know is Manel Cop said he tried to take a photo and got sucker punched, and Mokaev said, yeah, I did do that. So that's the one we do know. And then we know that the fight was uneventful, and he's pulling people's pants down and all that. So it's a hard situation for a guy that everybody knows is talented, but I don't think it's the end of the road, right? This is not like the death of his career. He will be successful. He might be a champion for another organization, and then maybe he comes back to the UFC. Maybe he doesn't, but there are ways to kind of still navigate the career for a very young and talented player. 100%. Want me to bring limes? Oh, is that the commercial with was it Wonder Boy?
Yeah, Wonder Boy and Kevin Holland. Okay. Yeah, they're up against the cage.
Hitter at KGC, in the turn of events, did Leon quotes Nate Diaz Bilal in the last seconds of his championship loss? Is there a percentage of Leon fans who would say Leon would have won if it went 2 more rounds? Also, I bought a 2K ticket to Noche UFC back in June. Now it's going for like 3.8K at StubHub. How much of a jerkful move to the community is it to resell to the highest bidder? What would you do? Okay, let's start with number 1. Did you come away from the end of that fight going, yeah, Leon could have won that with 2 more rounds? I didn't, but...
No, I think it was just a last-ditch effort by Leon.
Hell of an elbow. A hell of an elbow.
An amazing elbow, but like also it didn't... it wasn't bad enough to where it was like, man, if they went 1 more round and that fight was going to get stopped, or even bad enough to where it was like, oh, Bilal doesn't know where he is. Like, the thing about the Nate Diaz one is like, Leon was clearly wobbled at the point and everything. Like, you do feel like if Nate had put the gas on, he potentially could have gotten the finish there. I see what he's saying, but no, I think the Nate Diaz one had more whatever he could.
Yeah, and even in that one, I think Leon probably still comes back next round, and it looks pretty similar. But no, I didn't get nearly the same. Like I just felt like super solid elbow, great way to end the round. Probably one of the round on certain scorecards did on mine, but not the one that you consider. Resell the ticket? What would you do? He says the comparable tickets are going for 3.8K. He bought it for 2K.
So you're essentially you'd be like after
fees, what are you looking
like you're probably gonna start with 2K, go home with what, 5K after fees, 5,200 after fees. And I don't know. The money's already out of your account. You know, as long as you didn't like pay the stuff on just like a credit card. It's gonna be a pretty unforgivable night. Dana has said it's a one-off. It's a risk-reward thing. That's what it always is with sports. It's just like, what do you want to happen that night? Are you a Marab fan? Are you an O'Malley fan? Valentina, Alexi Grasso, just a plain UFC fan? You don't really care what happens with one of these exciting fights? Because there's a world where you go and like you're disappointed by the outcome, and then you're always going to think that. Like, I actually do have a similar situation. It's obviously football, but Georgia football was playing Alabama in 2015. We were undefeated. We were favored. It was like one of the only times Nick Saban has been an underdog. And I was just as excited as could be. I'm a student there and everything. On my way to the stadium, which I get the student tickets for free, on my way to the stadium, and someone offers me $400 for my student ID to get in the game. I can get a new student ID for $20, so it would probably be $380. I'm like, no way, man, I gotta go to this game. Ends up pouring rain the entire game. We get the doors blown off of us, and I left with 13 minutes left in the third quarter. So, it's a risk reward with sports here, man. I always think back on that. I'm like, man, I was in college too. 380 would have gone a long way.
So does that make you feel like it's less shameful? Like, should he be ashamed if he does it, or is it more just like, how much is the experience worth for you? Is it a bad thing, or is it a you should be ashamed?
I think it's a math thing. I think it's a math thing of how much does money matter to you right now? I mean, if you drop $2K on a UFC ticket, then you're probably doing all right for yourself. Yeah. And how much do experiences matter? Because like, if you don't go, then like you don't have to worry about a flight, you don't have to worry about hotels, you don't have to worry about how expensive everything is in Las Vegas, and you just get to watch from your couch for $80 to watch the pay-per-view, and that's that. But if you care about experiences, this sounds like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Yeah, I don't think it's shameful. I definitely don't think like it should be like looked down upon. I think it's just math. Like if you want the money, go for it. If the experience is worth whatever it'll be after fees and all that, I say just go and have a good time. It will be a once in a lifetime. So just enjoy it.
I have multiple friends that have gone and seen concerts, and they have said it is an unforgettable experience to go to the Sphere. So I imagine the one of one, at least for now, for a UFC event, would be pretty special.
If you were willing to drop $2K, think of it as, man, I got this for such a great bargain compared to what people are paying for it. And just really like enjoy the hell of it. That's probably
another way. Don't look at how expensive tickets are if you're not going to sell it. Just be like, I'm going. It's going to be amazing.
Big Money says, hello, Ariel and Pals, third time for the charm. I guess you've asked this question 3 times. Choose one. 500K to show. Also, when you were telling that Georgia story, it would have been a great time to have that It's Tough Connor drop, but Frank still hasn't.
Still waiting on that one.
There's a channel.
Choose one.
I mean, you find all of them, but I mean, you request them for me. I have to find it myself. I see that it's not.
Okay, 500K to show, 500K to win. You're the main event at UFC Apex 100, and performance bonuses are 50K. So that's one option.
Yeah.
250K to show, 250K to win. You're a prelim headliner at Noche UFC Riyadh Season 306. Performance bonuses are 100K. So let's do the quick math on that. So if 500 to win, that's you're potentially making you're making $1,050K bonus if you win. For this option, if you win everything and get the bonus, you're making 600K. Also, I told my boss that I need Riyadh season off from work. What date should I mark on the calendar? Thanks. And have fun at Paris School List. This is a no-brainer, right? 500K to show. Like, what would the argument be for the other one?
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Prelim headliner?
I guess because you would get to be at the Sphere show, and like that's all great, but like I don't know what I would say. If you're a fighter, you want money. You already have the win and show guarantee by just showing at UFC Apex 100. You're also on the legendary UFC Apex 100 show, which is invaluable in its own right. Your stardom that you can grow from that is going to be monumental for your career. Hunter Campbell, if you need help, if you want to UFC Apex 100, just give me a dial. I'm happy to be the spokesman. Yeah, I mean, this is actually, in all seriousness, it's better. Yeah, 500K, because then if you win, now you're a milli deep. Now you're 400,000 more than the most you could possibly make from the Sphere show.
We're talking guaranteed 500K. There's no debate. Okay, Jimmy, random question, but just curious, if GC happens to know Ben Roethlisberger's third down conversion rate. Appreciate it, Jimmy.
Third down miscues.
Yeah, but I think he's saying like, how is he having these many miscues? How good is he on third down? But that's very funny.
It's so good, man, because you work at ESPN as well.
Yes.
I have been at the control rooms there. They are stressful, high energy environments, especially if you're working on a live production. And typically, there is going to be one single person responsible for that mistake, and everyone else.
Whether you're a professional contractor or simply take pride in handling your own home repairs and projects,
get money was funny. I was just like you. They know this. Jake Williams, life. Today, we'll have a treat. What a delight. Guys, Jay Howard's at the POSs, the PDF5, the modes, the Denver, touches. How is it that them dudes are just able to walk around? Y'all flawed on the East Coast. What you mean, y'all? I didn't make no, last time I checked, I didn't have nothing to do with writing the prison rules out here. I just got locked up like everybody else. And like everybody else, I'll fall in line according to what I'm locked up. If this was Cali, Arizona, Texas, I would program according to that state. Crazy, crazy, crazy story for y'all. On a time when the penitentiary themselves, with all the dudes with the bad charges, right on Front Street. For y'all that don't know, Front Street means out there for the world to see. And that's exactly what they did. They implemented a program that was going to make it where everybody knew who had bad charges. If you're going to be in the cell with me, well, I'm going to find out why you're in the cell with me. I'm going to ask you why you're in the cell with me. And then that wasn't always so available. And it wasn't like it is now, where guys have got tablets, some guys in jailbroke with tablets, meaning tablets, and them that figured out a way to get full access to the internet with them. You can call home, just sit right there on the phone and pull up the court records. It wasn't always like that. There was a time when if you really wanted to know something about somebody, somebody had to get in their car, grab their purse, grab their wallet, go down to the court, pay for the paperwork, request the paperwork, have all this information, go to that county. Things are a lot easier to do these days. Make it a lot more. What those guys behind. So general rule is, I need to know. Hey, what's up, man? Hey, yeah, okay, that's what's up. My name is Chip. And check this out. I'm down for robbery and malicious wounding. My past crimes are consistent pretty much the same thing. Robberies, malicious wounding. Put my hands on my door. Got a problem. Not the wrong way, but just have an anger issue. But that's my jacket. It's just my charges. I'm up my stuff. Even though nobody needs it, I've got my stuff. So then I'm gonna ask you, hey, what you locked up for? Some people, even on the East Coast, it's kind of, man, you mind your business, you don't be asking, look, we're gonna be in the cell together. I need to know why you're locked up for many different reasons. If you got some type of weird infatuation with choking white dudes until they die, yeah, it's kind of something I need to know. Now, when it comes to who's in other cells and who's in the general population, you don't know. Somebody could have had one of those offenses way back in the day, and unless you're going to send your people all the way to the courthouse, you don't know. They could have been done time in the past, and I've seen this done. I've had this happen to me. At the time when the guy one time, right, was down a whole bunch of theft charges, different felony charges. He was in prison, and everybody knew him. He was very known in the prison, and done a large portion of his life incarcerated. But what everybody didn't know was he got out, and he came back. But he didn't get out from the prison. He transferred to another prison, which he would be released from the holes. When somebody goes home from the holes, the general population doesn't want to know about it unless somebody comes out of the hole and says, hey, he went home. So this guy goes home from the hole. He would go on and catch some bad charges, some of those no-nos, playing with underage, and would get sent back to prison. Nobody thought twice to question him about why he was in there. Number one, nobody knew he went home. Number two, he had been checked into in the past, and everything came back good. So guys ran across him, not knowing that he got out, not knowing that he caused some bad charges, under the assumption that he was still there on the same bed. It's like you see somebody today, and then you see them today, you know what their charges are. You see them a year from now, you're not going to be like, hey, let me check the paperwork. hasn't gone home yet. I got a trick like that. Only to find out later on down the road, yes, dude was in prison for what he told me he was in prison for. But he went back to prison and returned. He had some bad charges. But like I said, they had already done their homework on it, so there was no point to check into the guy. Prison did something that made every single last guy that had to register, that had to get on that registry. They did something that made it impossible for them to hide. Whether they realized it or not, they thought they were helping them. And all they did was show them everybody else. All they did was bring them out of hiding. Bring them out. Showed us who they were. Hey, there's this new program coming. Anybody that's got that? You know what? Let's just get into today's video. It is Wednesday, hump day. Let's get over this hump. Let's get this week behind us. Let's get to the bang. Lord, that being said, look on us. No, I don't think. So, let's make that video. I've met two guys. Two. All the time I was incarcerated. That actually admitted that they did what the court said they did. Two guys that actually said, yeah, I'm guilty. Huh? We would handle those guys in court. We'll just leave it to that. You guys are very good at hiding. Guys would go to the extent of giving fake paperwork, like have somebody actually sit down and type up some charges that I've seen that done. That weren't really their charges. That they can do. It looks like I'm not no neurologist, hey, I ain't in here magnifying papers and whatever, really checking papers like that. You're just going to know who's around you. What's if it ain't a sealed file, they can find out, right? Like I said, out here, it's one of those research. See, now we're not raining. Like the whites don't run with the whites, the blacks don't run with the blacks. The only group that does really stick together is two groups, and that would be the Spanish. Spanish consists of anything from Mexican, El Salvadorian, Guatemalan, a whole bunch of guys. They fall into Spanish, and then the Asian dudes. Asian, anything from Cambodian, Philippine, Korean, Japanese, like they all fall together. The white dudes don't look at whites. The blacks don't look at blacks. You don't gotta find guys that remind you, guys you hang out in the streets, and those are gonna be the guys you take away. Now you're gonna want to know the guys around you are who they say you are. So a lot of times you'll ask them for paperwork. You'll ask them 100%. I asked any and every single person that I've ever been locked up for. I had one cellmate in particular. That when he first came to the cell, I noticed this about him from day one. This dude was constantly breathing. Like he is filling out this and that, every single day. He's getting notarized, he's seeing mail. So he's either got a really high profile case, or he's fighting the case that he's saying he didn't do. One of the two. After about 3 days, 4 days, me and this guy are not smoking. He's more or less, when I sit here and smoke, having a conversation. It's been a weird 3 or 4 days. Now, I'm not in the cell much at this point. Think about workout routine. I took a break from tattooing, so I'm on the normal. So he's just playing the cell. And when I would come in, I'm like, hey, don't play with me, come in the cell. I need some time on myself. He'd grab his legal stuff up and go out the pod, and he'd sit out there and continue. Now this guy had stacks, and I do need stacks of papers and folders and books and case logs and everything you need to fight a case while incarcerated. So after about 3rd or 4th day, I'm in the cell together. I gotta know. First of all, I'm getting real curious as to what all his paperwork is and why there's papers all over the damn cell. Like, secondly, I need to know why you're locked up. You haven't told me. You haven't asked me why I'm locked up. We ain't really conversated, didn't really focus on the papers. It's got you to the point that you can't even talk. Whatever it is, you might figure something out. So we locked in one night and we're sitting there, he's sitting down at the table. And I'm not trying to, just stay over and lean over his shoulder, and the smoke was probably not a good idea. He eavesdropped Mr. Nose, trying to see what's right down, right? Trying to see what that case is, see what he's pulling up, what you got going on right there. Let me see. I can do all that. So I just go make it small, so what's up, man? You don't talk much, dude. He said, yeah, I talk. I said, it's been like 3-4 days. Like, it's just how it's gonna be. Like, you do just don't speak to a cellmate because it kind of makes for an awkward state. Like, something like, nah, it ain't nothing like that, man. I've been down a couple of years now. Now, a couple of years can be a long time, but that's short time. I said, what's a couple of years? He said, we got about 3 pieces. I said, okay, I'm a time guy. He said, I got 10. I said, pardon me, too. How long you been down? I said, about the same amount of time. Okay. So it gets a child like that. He gets to telling me, yeah, man, I was sad. I was doing this, I was doing that. Guys talk way too much. If I was to tell all the things guys told me they did while I was locked up, like I've had some guys full out confess to some terrible things. It just goes back to they talk too much. He telling me I used to do what blue, pow, bang, all these different things in the streets. I said, okay, so that's when you locked up, like, caught body. It's like, nah. I said, well, why you locked up? Now, anytime somebody doesn't just tell you their charges, they start off with a story, that's not good. He said, oh, look, let me tell you what happened. Listen to me now. So he says, look, I'm out this apartment complex one day, right? So there's this girl out there that was upstairs in the apartment, I'm in the cross apartment complex, another apartment. He said, no, let's see each other a couple times. He said, we stay in the parking lot, conversation, talking to her. He said, she had a boyfriend. So I knew that I had to be careful how I played. He said, so I would see the dude out in the apartment complex. I didn't even focus on him. This girl was bad. And most times I saw her. He said, a few times I did see her down there, she would always stare. He said, you know how it goes. She would stare, she would stare. So one day it's a wave, two it's a, why you always staring at me, why you don't come? So he said he did. So well, I introduced himself, got to talking with her. You know, boyfriend comes home at a certain time. I'm not sure if he lived there or he just come there. But he said, you can tell